According to the Pholonian calendar, January 31st, 512, the beautiful and prosperous capital of Seneca, and also the day that became memorable in history, when the main character fell into eternal sleep. Lady was killed by a strong and beautiful witch named Bella, but she also became part of her family and was always kind to her, so the main character thinks why she did this. But the girl still thought it wasn't Bella at that moment, when the main character was already completely wounded. Then Bella apologized and claimed that it was all her fault, but now it was too late to ask for forgiveness, and she would give her her heart so that the lady would survive. The main character couldn't speak, but in her thoughts she asked Bella not to do this, and also asked her to live. Her last memory was of a lady with a smile on her face, claiming that she couldn't tell she had a child. So let her protect Reki. 20 years later, a lot of time has passed since the capital was destroyed. The girl thought that she had fallen into eternal sleep, but when she woke up, she had white hair. She also thought about Bella Rehai and realized that her family was gone. That day, the lady lost everything. However, there was still one person who remained alive, and the lady understood that she had to keep his existence a secret from Reha. The girl also thinks that this time she will definitely be able to protect him because these are Bella's last words. They must be fulfilled, so the lady claims that she gives him her fidelity. She also swears in the name of God. The lady understands that she will protect the boy and find Bella even if she has to risk her life. One day, the woman turns to the little girl and claims that she will soon return with her father. She also says that all a lady has to do is sit and wait, and she can do it. The main character is silent for a moment after this, but finally answers yes. An hour passed, and then 2 hours. The girl waited for half a day, but her stepmother never returned, and so she was left alone. A year later, the lady turned 9. The lady is looking at the bread in the window, but at the same moment, a woman comes out of the shop. And he asks if Elaine is hungry. The main character replies that she is not, and that she doesn't even have any money. The lady also claims that she ate some raspberries, and will then buy bread with the money she earned. But the woman then turns around and looks into the store and says that this is dangerous. She also brings out a few pieces of bread for the lady and tells her not to worry because they are having a sale. And besides, there are rumors that there are monsters in the forest, so the lady should not go too far. She also says that if the girl gets hungry, she can come there at any time. And the woman asks if the lady can go somewhere further away since they sell bread there, to which the lady replies that she understands and leaves. As she walks down the street, she looks at the bread, which aren't very fresh, but she understands that it's enough to eat. Her aunt can't do anything about it, because she's a dirty girl. She's lucky with her food today. A year ago, when the lady left stepmother, she did not even have money for a carriage, and therefore she could not return home. Everyone passed her by, as if they didn't notice, and as an aristocrat, it was difficult for her to survive on the streets. Cold and hunger tormented her there, and also the bullying of street children and inexplicable violence, so those times were very cruel for her. A little while later, the lady heard a familiar name and looked at the notice board. The girl then hopefully wondered if her family was looking for her. She also understood that her stepmother was unlikely to look for her. But the father is a different matter, because even if her mother has fallen into eternal sleep, she is still his child, and also his family. When the girl approached the notice board, she began searching for her last name. Her hopes were heard, and there was an announcement from the Crystal family, but it was not what she wanted to see. It merely described the celebration of the birth of a son in the Crystal family. However, thanks to this news, the girl adapted to this life. She also realized that if you think about it, she was a very greedy stepmother and abandoned her out of fear that she could take her place child. The lady also thinks about what it would be like if she had someone who could protect her. When the girl enters the alley, then she sees an empty space and wonders if the owner is really not there, and does this mean she can sleep peacefully today? But she still has their bread, so this is her happiest day. Well, then the lady feels that someone is behind her, and when she turns around, she sees some man attacking her. A little while later, the lady finds herself in the forest without one shoe and breathing heavily. But at that very moment, she hears someone screaming where she went and how dare she bite his hand and run away. A man with a dagger in his hands shouts that he will teach her manners, but the main characters do not think about why everything is like this. The stranger screams for her to come out, and the lady understands that if this man catches her, then she can plunge into eternal sleep, after which the baby starts thinking about what she did wrong, that her life turned out like this. At that very moment, she realized she needed to calm down and get out of there. She waited until it was quiet. She understood that the stranger had left, so she needed to run before he returned. You just have to be careful. But at that very moment, the lady goes behind the tree and sees a huge monster. The protagonist looks into his eyes and is shocked Elaine knew she couldn't escape. And most likely, she will have to plunge into eternal sleep at the hands of the monster. The lady also thinks whether she will be able to survive. After which, she began to laugh completely and thought that in her next life, she would like to be born into a loving family. But at that very moment, someone behind her uses magic and destroys the monster, leaving only a wet spot. The woman asked if the lady was okay, and she realized that it was the monster she was afraid of. This woman named Bella destroyed it. It was their first meeting, but at that very moment, the girl lost consciousness. A short time later, the protagonist writhes in her sleep. She dreams of a woman, claiming that the very existence of a lady is terrifying to her. Someone else screams that she will plunge her into eternal sleep. After which, Elaine actually sees a monster. The girl thinks it's terrifying and asks for help. At that moment, she opens her eyes and screams. Looking around, the girl realizes it's a dream. But then she thinks that some of this definitely wasn't with the new one, because she remembers seeing a monster in the forest. After which, the lady begins to wonder where she is. Elaine realizes that she is in a wooden room, but it has such a calming scent. The girl asks if she's been there before. However, then he hears someone say that it seems the lady has not yet woken up and is wondering if someone is coming. After which, the lady lies back down and, closing her eyes, wonders who it is. Two people enter the room, and one of them says that the girl actually used her abilities right in front of this lady. The witch claims that the monster almost ate the child, so she could not do anything. And she was also very scared. Then the man then asks what she'll do with the child, and she replies something about what she'll think when she wakes up. The guy replies that there is nothing to think about because the little girl saw how she used her power, and she knows what happens after that. The woman replies that yes, she claims that this lady is a person, and not all people are bad. The guy then just turns around and claims that he can't accept a human child anyway, just so she knows. The door as soon as he leaves, but quietly. After which, she turns to the baby and says that she will wipe it now her with a wet towel. Well, then she also notices how the main character opens her eyes, and the witch says that after all, she didn't have to wake the lady because she woke up herself. Bella claims that she is glad that the fever has gone down, but she wonders if the girl is in any pain. Elaine realizes that this man's true identity is the blue flame, and many tales have been told about them, and these tales for hundreds of thousands of years. Some say that she existed long before the founding of Filion, and this girl is a witch. The main character asks if she is a witch, to which the woman replies, meaning the baby knows who she is. Bella says that's fine, and if people call her a witch, then so be it, but the main character asks what her real name is. The woman claims that this is the first time she has been asked such a question about the main character, and wonders if she shouldn't have asked. Her interlocutor replies that no, and she was simply surprised, and also asserts that her name is Bella, and asks if the lady will tell her name. The main character says to call her Elaine, and the woman asks if there are any girls where she can go. Elaine replies that no, and the woman asks if this is true, after which she asks if she wants to live with them. Elaine thinks that she has nowhere to return to and what to do, but it is unlikely that the witch saved her for some suspicious purposes. That's why she's so happy. A little while later, the main character looks at herself in the reflection, and she realizes her eyes are swollen. She ends up staying there with Bella, and since the lady has nowhere to return to, she agrees to stay with her. Well, there's something that's bothering her. That day, the main character asked the witch if she could really stay. After all, she feels like her husband doesn't like her. The woman asked if she was talking about her husband, after which she insisted that he was her friend. Elaine knew she could probably get along with him. Esmil was a demon, and demons were said to naturally hate humans. So the lady wonders if he hates her too. However, as she continues walking, she suddenly trips over a stone and closes her eyes, expecting to fall. But at that very moment, this guy picks her up, and the main character wonders if he really saved her. After which, the girl thanks him, but when the guy remains silent, she only apologizes. Esmil turns around and leaves, but the lady asks him to wait a minute. She also asks if Esmil is the plant. The man turns around and claims that it seems Bella told the lady about him. Elaine replies that she did. Then, the guy with blonde hair claims that the lady most likely knows that he is against her being there. The girl replies that she knows, and then the demon states that there is no point in them talking further. He'll tell her straight out that the lady must leave this place. Elaine asks if this is all because she's human, and the guy replies that she knows that too. Bella told her a lot. That would have been true before, but not now. Esmil asks how much Bella has told, and he simply has no desire to live under the same roof with her. Elaine thinks that this is true, because if he hated people, he would hardly have saved her. But if that's not the case, then Bella hasn't told her everything. The protagonist then asks why he doesn't want to live with her, and the guy claims that the lady doesn't know anything about them, and isn't it too suspicious to stay there with them? And besides, she's already noticed how friendly Bella was towards her. She lived alone for a very long time, and knew the taste of loneliness, so he thinks that is why the lady invited her to stay there. Moreover, she accepted the person, although she never let them near her, and of course, some people are bad. But one day, her only one betrayed her. The main character asks what hid means, and the couple replies that she was deceived by someone she trusted, and he planted poison on her, after which Bella began coughing up a red liquid, and the man asks if the lady can imagine this terrible pain in her throat. But Elaine asks why he betrayed Bella, to which the guy replies that it was all because of eternal life. If you drink the witch's red liquid, you can gain eternal life. At that time, these damned people believed all this nonsense. This guy wounded the witch to drink her red liquid, and despite his terrible past, Bella brought the lady there, but he doesn't want to see her suffer anymore. This is the real reason for his dislike, so let her understand him and leave this place. Elaine thinks that it is understandable why Esmil does not trust her, and he must care about Bella very much, and also the only way out is to leave them. But nevertheless, the main character claims that she is sorry, but she wants to stay with Bella. The demon then says what greedy creatures people are, to which the girl replies that yes, and she knows that she is greedy. But Bella saved her at the most difficult moment in her life, so she was the only one who extended a hand to her. She had never received such warmth from anyone. Bella showed her these feelings for the first time, and it made her live again. Lady utters the word family, and she claims that finding a family is such a blessing. Bella saved her from falling into eternal sleep, and was sincerely worried about her condition. And she also smiled at her so sweetly that the lady decided that she would also thank her, so that she would smile too. The witch is behind a tree at this time, and hearing this is almost in tears, when the demon turns around. Then he sees a piece of her dress, after which he turns to the lady and says, okay, and he will also turn a blind eye to this. He knew that the girl would be stubborn, so there was no other choice, but let her keep in mind that if the lady harmed Bella, then he immediately gets rid of it. The guy squeezes the leaf in his hands, after which only small pieces remain. Well, the main character is not frightened by this, after which she enthusiastically asserts that she understood. The guy says that the lady is so strange, and the main character asks if this is true, but she says he got so close to her when she was falling. At that moment, the witch emerges from behind the tree, and he wonders what they're talking about. The main character turns to Bella, and she happily claims that Esmil allowed her to live with her. Having received permission, she immediately felt better. The witch says it's nice to hear. A short time later, they're heading back to the hut, and the woman asks if Esmil is angry, to which he replies, of course he is. The protagonist thinks they've reached a new level in their relationship. After that, Bella taught her fencing. The witch asked if the lady had any innate talent, and she was sure Elaine would soon become a master. Esmil replied that of course, after all, she had a teacher like Bella. They also traveled around the country in her 5th year of life with Bella. They met a man. It was the crown prince of the kingdom of Fillion, Lloyd Fillion. Bella and Lloyd fell in love with each other, and a little while later, the witch had a child. The woman then approached Elaine and claimed that the child's name was Rihi Fillion. The main character asked if she could touch his hand, to which her interlocutor replied that of course. When the girl did this, she smiled. She realized that every day was like a fairy tale. She prayed that these days would never end, but unfortunately, her dream was not destined to come true. Several years later in the kingdom of Fillion, someone approaches Lloyd. It turns out to be Bella. The woman claims that Reika's birthday is in a month and asks if he has already thought of what to give him in. The blonde asks if she's talking about the gift, and then asks if he didn't. He's already finished preparing for the party. Bella wonders why he didn't tell her this beforehand and kept everything a secret, and she wanted to help with the preparation, after which the guy apologizes and claims that it's her birthday. He also wanted to surprise her. The man also asked what kind of necklace Bella was wearing, And did she really buy it? To which the woman replies that it was a gift from His Majesty the Emperor. He said that it was hard for him that his son was so far from home, and gave her a pendant, after which she asked if he was beautiful. After this, the guy says that yes, and it's clear, but his wife asks what it is. And also, why does he have such a reaction? Surely something is wrong, to which the guy replies that everything is fine. And he's simply surprised that her father gave her something like that. At that very moment, someone turns to His Majesty and says, "It's time for them to go. After all, the council will soon begin to," which the man replies that yes, and claims that he will come now. He also turns to the butler, and Bella tells him to go because she will stay with Rihi in the room. The blonde man claims that he will return closer to lunchtime and offers to have dinner with Rihi, to which the woman replies that it's fine and adds that she'll wait a little while later. The blacksmith cries out that this can't be. He also says that these are precious materials, and this is the first time he has seen someone able to catch saliva. The main character smiles and says that it wasn't that hard. She also claims that it's a gift for Reha. The girl is now 20 years old. The blacksmith claims that if you think about it, the crown prince will already be 3 years old. Time flies so quickly, it seems to him like he was born just yesterday, to which the main character replies that he is right. Well, the man says he has to work anyway, and the lady brought such good ingredients. Elaine says she'll be waiting impatiently, after which she turns to the blacksmith and asks when he will finish, to which he replies that he thinks in a month. The main character thinks this is great, since she'll make it just in time. The girl also says she'll wait, after which she even declares she's leaving. The man asks if the lady will go to the capital for something, and she replies that yes, she was not at home for 10 whole days while she was fishing saliva. The blacksmith claims that this is true, and tells the lady to be careful, to which she agrees, and says goodbye. The lady heads home with a smile on her face, and wonders if Reki will be happy to see her. A little while ago, a guy was wondering if a lady asks what gift he wants. The main character replied that yes, and claimed that his sister would give him everything he asked for. The guy asked if it was true, and then after thinking for a bit, pointed to her sword, and claimed that he wanted it. Elaine asked if he wanted a sword, to which the young man replied that he did, and the main character insisted that it was fine. But she claimed that now she cannot give hers as Reki. He's still little, and he understands what he answered, yes. After which he thanked his sister. Now, the girl clutches her chest and realizes she can't wait for this day. Bella is feeding her son at this time, but she thinks it's strange because Lloyd is late. At this time, one of the maids knocks on the door of the room and asks if the mistress can see her for a minute. The woman tells her to come in, after which the maid asks goodbye, and her mistress asks if Lloyd has returned. The maid claims that for some reason there was no council today. She also questioned the other maids, and all present saw them being led to the central building to the altar. Lloyd was also among them. The woman wonders if they are talking about the altar, and this place is used mainly only on holidays, after which she says that it is clear, and asks if the maid could sit with the Reki for a while. She agrees, and the boy asks his mother where she's going. The woman tells him not to worry. After all, she will go and find their dad, and will also return soon, to which he agrees. A little while later, the woman is heading somewhere, and thinks she feels dark energy. The further she goes, the stronger it feels, but then the woman notices another corridor. She understands that this is a secret place, and does not understand where this energy comes from, after which she heads towards the ominous aura, and wonders where it comes from. But when the lady approaches the source, she is shocked, and wonders what is going on there, but then she sees Lloyd in a red liquid. Meanwhile, the main character is riding a horse. She also understands that the crows are noisy today, and wonders if something has happened, after which she thinks that maybe she should hurry. At this time, Bella runs up to her husband and thinks what it is and why he is lying down. The woman immediately approaches Lloyd and extends her hand to him and asks him to wake up. Else approaches her and says how sad it is. The woman asks if it's really the emperor, and then sees a heart in his hands. And when she looks at her husband, she realizes that he has a hole where his heart should be. After this, the witch cries out, "Did he really plunge his son into eternal sleep?" She also asks how he could do this, after which the man just snaps his fingers. At that moment, Bella begins to feel terrible pain and hear a voice in her head. He tells the one who ripped out the heart to open their eyes. The brunette looks at the necklace and realizes she's seen something like this before. If you offer a sacrifice, you can curse a person, and this is the dragon's eye, after which she understands that she needs to remove it. But the emperor claims that it is useless because she will not be able to remove the necklace after the curse has already been cast. Now her body will be controlled by him. It is a powerful curse created by the red liquid of Lloyd, so for the sake of her husband, let her submit to it. The woman then says that he is a man who needs to be torn to pieces. But at that same moment, she realizes that the necklace is clouding her mind and telling her to put someone into eternal sleep. At this time, the main character approaches the castle, but realizes that it has become very cold, after which she keeps wondering what kind of light is emanating from it. The girl wonders if something is really happening there, or if she is imagining it, but at the same moment, she sees people running away. Elaine asks what is going on there, and also sees magic and realizes that it is Bella's flame. The main character is shocked and wonders how this happened, and whether Bella's flame is really coming from the palace. The girl screams and asks where Bella is, but at that moment, something explodes in front of her. When the main character looks closely, she sees the witch, but she only turns around and attacks her. Elaine defends herself with her sword and wonders why she attacked her. However, when she looks into Bella's eyes, she wonders if she's lost control. The girl tells Bella to calm down and asks what happened, but the witch immediately throws her into the wall. The wounded protagonist realizes it's dangerous. She also wonders if the witch has lost her composure and what she should do, because now she is in a very disadvantageous position and she needs to come up with something quickly. But at that very moment, the witch appears in front of her and wounds the girl's shoulder. At that moment, the protagonist notices the pendant, and then she jumps back, completely wondering what that necklace is around her neck. Elaine realizes that perhaps the necklace made Bella like this, and then she approaches the witch. Then he grabs the necklace around her neck and rips it off. The woman immediately comes to, and the main character falls to the floor. Bella is shocked and wonders what she did, after which she starts screaming at Elaine. The main character thinks that she will fall into eternal sleep, after which she apologizes to Bella because she came too late. On January 32, 512, the inhabitants of the capital, which was called the Blessing of the Empire, committed a terrible sin. Now the main character wonders what's going on, and why Bella is giving her her heart. She silently begs her not to. At that moment, the lady wakes up and screams, but hears someone apologizing to her, and also claiming that it is all her fault. Well, it's too late for regrets, so she'll give her her heart. The girl immediately screams that she shouldn't do that. The woman claims that she has no right to say this, but asks to protect her Reiki. Now the main character gets up and wonders in shock if she's really alive. The lady also places her hand on her heart, and she understands that Bella did pierce him, but at the same moment, she notices that the wound is healed and remembers how Bella said that she would give her her heart. Elaine realizes the witch has truly given her her heart. Tears well up in her eyes, and she clenches her teeth. She wonders why Bella did this. The girl cries desperately and realizes that the witch has always been kind to everyone. But she's not the person she was supposed to save. After that, the main character starts thinking about the necklace. She also understands that she broke it then, and Bella came to her senses. But when she wore it, there were no problems. The lady also remembers the magic circle drawn on the necklace and her magic, but she thinks the same thing emanated when she approached the palace. The girl spreads out the paper and bites her finger, after which she draws something on paper with red liquid and realizes that she doesn't remember exactly. But all this is pointless now because she doesn't know who made Bella like this. However, even at the cost of her life, she will definitely find the one who did this to her. The main character wonders if someone really led Bella into a trap and needed the witch's heart for eternal life. But if the target had been the heart, it would have been easier to neutralize Bella. Elaine thinks she only went a short distance. But there is no seal, and the girl wonders what happened to Espel, Lloyd, and Least. The lady realizes that there is no trace left of the Imperial Palace, and everything is in ruins, but then she sees monsters. The lady thinks that this is strange, because there were not so many monsters in the Empire, and could they really have appeared there because of what happened? In any case, the girl understands that she needs to move quietly, but when she raises her head, she sees a monster in the air and realizes this place is deeply troubling. A short time later, the protagonist advances, cutting down the monsters. The girl understands that her job is so easy, and what's more, she doesn't understand why she feels so strange. She feels completely different. Sword fighting requires a lot of strength, and now she's not tired. When the lady was little, she asked Bella where she got so much mana from. The woman asked the lady why, and she only replied that she was interested because Bella trains every day and her breathing is still just as even. The woman replies that it is not infinite mana, and that she is simply using the minimum amount of her memory, after which the main character asks if this is even possible. Benla says that she is a witch and a creature that combines human feelings and mana. A person's desire to live a long and beautiful life and the heart of a witch, which is made of energy, are combined. A witch lives forever because her body contains such a heart, and she inherently possesses strong mana. The main character says that this is how it is, and Bella claims that this is why it seems to her that mana is endless. The lady then said so, and now she has inherited the witch's power. The girl also wonders if she will learn anything if she goes to the nearby village. A little while later, the main character enters the restaurant and greets the worker. But when the woman sees the lady's condition, she is shocked, and the main character only wonders if she can ask something. Asks with a shaking voice, "What is going on?" And the main character asks what day it is today. The woman replies that it was February 5th, and Elaine asks if she was unconscious for 5 days. The girl also asks what happened to the survivors and whether anyone escaped the city. The worker asks which survivors she's talking about. Elaine replies that she's talking about survivors of the Filion disaster 5 years ago and wonders if there were any survivors. But the woman asks what the missus is talking about. After all, the disaster in Filion happened 20 years ago. The main character wonders what she's talking about. The woman wonders if the lady really came there to find survivors from 20 years ago, and she doesn't seem to drink alcohol, and she says a lot of strange things. At this time, the main character looks at the sign behind the woman and is shocked. She understands that it should be the year 512 now, but the sign says that today is February 5th, 532, according to the Filion calendar. In one of the rooms, there's a plate of food with a blackened silver spoon inside. The maid coughs up red liquid and says she needs to put this guy into eternal sleep, and also claims how vile it is. Someone else tells her to shut up, after which they notice that this maid has also fallen into an eternal sleep with her own powers. Another knight approaches the master and asks whether it is worth continuing to look for the assassin. And another colleague says that the gentleman needs at least a little rest from this work. The guy says that it's not surprising and nothing can be done because it's always been like this. He is the Duke of Rehi de Pelion Killiard, son of the former Prince Lloyd Filiana. This guy has reached the level of master at 16 years old. He is called the Miracle Worker Lord. To the one who resurrected the drooping land of Philae, the Knights of Philae led by him. They had a high reputation among warriors, but the guy could not hide the fact that he was the son of a witch. A little while later, the guy puts his sword to the maid's neck and says that she is the only one left. The guy also claims that if she tells him what they are planning, he will not put her into eternal sleep. But after this, the maid only smiles and says that, despite everything, he is very merciful. Considering his mother is a witch, one of the knights immediately cries out, "How rude it is!" But the commander stops him, after which the maid says that how many people were plunged into eternal sleep at the hands of his mother. So many people took up swords wanting to plunge him into eternal sleep and let the Duke just know it. Now, the guy remembers how the girl's last words were that he is the son of a damned witch, and she hates him. Now one of the knights claims that she can bring fresh vegetables, but the man refuses, saying he's lost his appetite. Meanwhile, the main character emerges from the bath. She realizes that 20 years have passed since then, and Rihai was a child. Then if Esmal or Lloyd were there, this means that they were plunged into eternal sleep at the hands of Bella, and the main character thinks about what to do and why to live. After which, the girl goes down the stairs, and the owner of the hotel asks if the lady can't sleep. Elaine replies that she just wants some water, and the woman says it's fine, and she'll get it right away, then asks if the lady needs anything else. Elaine replies no, she just needs water. Well, at that very moment, the woman remembers something and asks if the lady is hungry. She also claims that she made soup and asks if she wants to try it, but the girl replies that she doesn't and that she has no appetite. The innkeeper immediately runs away and says that she will bring soup, so let the lady wait her there, but the main character says that she only needs water. A little while later, the woman places a bowl of soup in front of the lady and asks if it doesn't look appetizing. She also turns to the lady and asks if she's a traveler, as she hasn't seen her there before. Elaine replies that she seems to be Togo. The woman says she's so pleased to see a new face, and since the forest around Filion was teeming with monsters, few people came to this place. Elaine realizes this means she's the only person in the inn. The owner says she's so lonely working there and would love to have her son back. The woman asks if she really has a son, to which the woman replies that yes, she is interested in whether the lady has heard about the Knights of Fields. Her son left there a month ago. The main character asks if she is talking about knights and realizes that they did not exist 20 years ago. The owner asks where the girl is from since she doesn't even know about their knights, after which she says that this is an order of knights, led by Duke Filion. The main character immediately drops her spoon, and the woman screams in fright. He also wonders why the lady isn't eating. Elaine asks if she's talking about the witch's son. Well, the woman replies that yes, and this is the Duke of Rihai. Filion Elaine, with shaking hands, realizes that he is alive, after which he starts crying with joy. The woman asks if Miss is really crying. She also claims that the more she communicates with her, the more strange the lady seems to her. The girl immediately gets up from the table and asks where the Duke is now. The innkeeper insists he must be in Killyard. Meanwhile, one of the knights yawns and remarks on how boring it is there. But another says that right in front of the fortress wall, there is a monster's nest and asks if the guy isn't afraid. After all, you never know when monsters will attack, but he asks if his colleague really thinks so, and even if these monsters attack, Phil's knights will deal with them. Well, his interlocutor tells the guy not to be stupid, because most of the knights went on a mission, and now there are not many knights there. Well, the young man wonders if the wall has a barrier, since the monsters won't be able to get through there anyway. But at that very moment, they hear some sound, and the guy asks if his colleague heard anything. He simply asks if Seol really thinks the monsters have already appeared, but the guy cries out that they haven't. Behind the wall, so how could the monsters get close? But at that moment, they hear a sound again. One of the knights screams after this, but the other replies that something is definitely happening there. But when he looks over the wall, he asks if it's a person. The main character apologizes, but asks if they could open the door. A little while later, she is already in the second knight's headquarters, and he asks in a puzzled tone, "Did the lady really go through a monster's nest?" This guy is a subordinate of a commander named Yeonju. The main character replies that yes, and the guy screams in shock, asking how it's possible to say yes so easily. After all, the place where she came from is a monster's nest, and the lady was also alone and no one helped her. Solvay Mountains are no less dangerous, but the Ramsus Mountains are known as the Monster's Nest. Elaine says that, to get there in a week, she had no choice but to take this road. The guy sits back down and asks what does "in a week" mean, and what is the urgency of her arrival there. The lady replies that it's an entrance exam. The process of becoming a Knight of Killyard ends in 2 days. That's why she hurried there, so as not to be late, and had to pass the selection for the Knights of Filici. Yeonju asks if the lady came there only because of the entrance exam, and if it isn't held every year. Elaine understands she can't tell them the truth, and 20 years have passed, and she only woke up now, so it's unlikely anyone will believe it. And even if Rihai were to be believed, what would she tell him? Would she really tell him that his mother fell into eternal sleep because of her? Therefore, she needs to apologize to him properly, or the girl claims that she urgently needs money, and the Knights of Phillies are paid a lot. The guy then just sighs and claims that he has seen a huge number of people who applied solely for the money. Such people are weeded out at the first stage, and self-interested people are not accepted there. Elaine screams that she is not going to go just for the money, and that she has someone to protect. The guy asks who the main character is talking about, and the girl replies that it's her family, after which the young man states that in any case, it seems she has skills since the lady managed to cross this mountain range, and the Knights of Phillies are very different from the usual ones. They are an elite force, and their work requires frequent travel. They travel to places where powerful monsters live and receive generous rewards for eliminating them. That's why they have such a high salary, and higher than other knights. So the guy asks if the lady understands what he means. The girl replies that yes, and Yeonju claims that anyone can apply to join the order, but let the lady think carefully. After all, if she plunges into eternal sleep protecting her family, then what will happen to them? Even if they pay less there, it is better for her to choose a less risky profession, and this is for the good of her family. Well, the main character replies that no, and she will protect them, and also will not fall into eternal sleep because she does not want to relive the loss of her only family member. At this time, the guy is wondering if she has lost someone before, after which he says that it's good. He'll simply give her advice, and the choice is hers. Yeonju claims he'll prepare the room So let the lady tidy herself up. Tomorrow, she will be taken to submit an application, and the main character thanks him, after which the guy wishes her a good rest. When he gets out, he realizes that he is unsure, but it is impossible to cross the mountain range alone, so something is wrong there. He doesn't know whether it's luck or skill, but he claims that he will have to report to the commander tomorrow. That same night, the protagonist falls asleep. She dreams of little Reiki touching her hair. The girl asks if he likes her hair, to which the guy replies that yes, and it is beautiful. Elaine asks if this is true, and wonders who he likes more, his mother or his sister. But the guy immediately replies that it's mom, after which the main character becomes depressed. Bella is delighted that her little one responded like that. Esmel tells Elaine not to be so disappointed. But then someone else approaches them and asks what they're doing there. The main character realizes it's Lloyd. But when she turns around, she sees that the guy is covered in red liquid, after which the floor underneath her begins to collapse. Bella turns to Elaine with concern, but the girl only sees a man with a dagger behind her and screams, trying to communicate this. But at that very moment, this man begins to act, after which the main character sees a terrible scene. The girl wakes up at that very moment and asks where Bella is, but then she sees that she is in bed. Elaine understands that she had a dream, but the lady still understands that she should not worry because Rehai, he is still alive, and she will never leave him again and will protect him with her life. At this time, the knights arrive for the exam. One of the workers sends the participant away and tells the next one to come in. At that moment, someone enters the tent and asks if this is the tent for accepting applications for the Knights of Phyllis. The guy replies that this is true, but when he sees a beautiful girl, he gets a little embarrassed. And he asks if she really wants to apply, to which the lady replies that yes, after which the girl hands over her form. The worker says that it is fine, but the lady asks not to forget to add her to the list of students. When she goes outside, she wonders if she'll see Reki tomorrow. She also thinks that he'll see his sister very soon. At this time, someone enters the commander's office and claims that he came there to tell him something, and also asks if he has time. Rehi tells him to report, to which the knight agrees, and states that 2 days ago, approached them through the pass. The commander asked if there were people there, to which the knight replies that he also could not believe it, and when he was informed about it, he descended from the tower, and a man actually came to them. He was lucky enough to get out of the mountainous area, but the guy wonders if this is a place from which one can get out, only thanks to luck. Yeonju, he claims that at first he thought it was a demon, but it is definitely a human, because it does not look like a demon at all. Reiki remains silent, and then asks the guy if he was interested in what the man was doing there, to which he replies that he didn't quite understand. But this man said that he wanted to take the entrance exam to become a Knight of Phyllis. Reiki is surprised by this, but his interlocutor insists it's not a lie. He was on the training field this morning, and it seems the second test is already over. The Duke asks what documents the applicant has, after which he hands them over. But when Reiki looks at them, he starts laughing, and then asks if there are more reports, to which he replies, no. The Duke says fine, and then he can go, to which he agrees, and wishes him good luck. When the servant leaves, the guy looks at the participant's name and realizes that he hasn't heard it for a long time. At this time, the main character is sitting in the dining room and realizes that there were no first and second qualifying tests for Reikas, so she wonders if she'll see him at the final test. At that moment, someone else approaches the lady and apologizes. Well, she asks if it's okay if he sits next to her, to which the main character replies that yes, he can sit too. The boy thanks her and says it's hard for him to eat alone. Then he notices the bandage on the lady's arm and asks if she's a candidate for Phileas's knighthood. The lady replies that yes, and the young man claims that in fact he is also taking the exam to become a Knight of Phalis. But at that very moment, he hears someone interrupt him and shout out whether his colleagues saw him punch his opponent in the face. One of them says Magaf is tough, and if someone meets us on his way, Magaf, he will lie at his feet, to which the man replies that they are right. The guy with yellow hair says that they really are that annoying, and asks if they know that they are not alone there. At this time, the man shows his colleagues a blue belt, and asks if they see it, because it is proof of passing the morning test to become a Knight of Phyllis. One of them says that, besides Magefu is playing the role of a knight, but then another turns to Mr. Magefu and asks if the woman sitting next to him also has a blue belt. The man then looks at the girl and asks how such a girl could pass the exam and whether she really stole him. His colleagues say that it is definitely impossible. But another one wonders if this idiot has an inferiority complex. The main character thinks that they talk so much while eating, and the blonde guy suggests simply ignoring their words. After all, people like that aren't worth her attention. The girl replies that it's okay, because she doesn't care about people like them. The man then becomes angry and slams his glass on the table. He also remarks on how low Phillips's level can be, that even a woman can get by. He came there because of the salary, so he wonders if everyone there is really that weak. Yes, and besides, this Duke is a half-breed with the red liquid of the witch. He asks if this is true, to which the other guys answer that it is true, and one of them asks if this girl has also bewitched him. Manga laughs and says that this is true, and also asks if their noble lord is really such a weakling. He also says that it is obvious because the video of all these nights, and also knowing that the witch's child is a half-breed, then this only makes him laugh. But at that very moment, the main character appears behind him and tells him to take his words back. The man turns around and asks what she's talking about, and the lady repeats that he should take back what he just said. The man rises from his seat and asks what words exactly, and whether his words had somehow hurt her pride. Elaine claims that she doesn't care what he says about her, but insulting the Duke is unforgivable. Manga says how stupid this is, and asks why it makes any difference to her what he says about the Duke, and also does she really protect the witch's son, after which the people in the hall begin to whisper, and the girl realizes that they all hate Rihai. On the day of the knighthood application, the girl realized that it was time for her to return to her room. Well then, someone came by and claimed that it was impossible to look at these Knights of Phillies, and also wondered if they really respected the Sons of Darkness so much that they were ready to follow him. Else suggested that the lady not to say that, because even though he is the son of a witch, he is the head of Philia, and if the Duke had been there. But the woman screamed at him not to say what she doesn't know, because she's a damned witch. Her family into eternal sleep and burned the entire village in an instant. She also says he is the descendant of a witch and asks if he is willing to serve him. The girl also screams out how she knows that he will not do the same as his mother. The main character understands that all this is because of that incident, because Bella's direct descendant experienced a lot while she slept for 20 years. At this time, the blonde asks if they are not ashamed, and claims that if they have time to insult others, then how about taking care of themselves? He also asks if the man looks too pathetic with his arrogance, but he immediately grabs a knife from the table and cries out, "Did the guy really want to plunge into eternal sleep?" But at that very moment, the main character grabs his hand and tells him to wait. After all, using a knife in the dining room is unwise. Manga wonders what kind of strength this girl possesses, after which he turns to her and asks if the lady even knows who he is, since he is Manga himself, Ilidam. Elaine claims that she doesn't care who he is, and the man then becomes furious. At this time, people at the table ask who Manga is, and he is self-proclaimed, after which he even swings his arm and screams, "Are they really going to laugh at him?" Well, when the guy is about to strike, the main character blocks his hand and then hits him in the stomach. The man immediately falls to the floor from this, and the main character tells him to get out of there if he doesn't want to get hurt. The blonde claps his hands and says that the lady is a good girl. Knocking such a giant off his feet deserves praise. The guy also extends his hand and says that his name is Suzanne, and that it was fate that they met. That's why he wants them to continue studying together. The main character smiles and says that she wants that too. A short time later, the lady finds herself at the third exam. One of the presenters asks to select only those who have defeated all the monsters. At this time, the blonde turns to Elaine and claims that he knew she would pass, and the lady replies that she is also glad that Suzanne passed. But the lady understands that she doesn't see Reki anywhere and wonders if he won't cross. At this time, one of the knights asks for attention and states that before starting the test, he will explain the rules to them. The order will be random, and the battle will be against examiners in a circle drawn on the floor. The rules are simple because they need to hold out for 1 minute, and if someone leaves the circle or steps on the line, otherwise he'll lose the fight and be disqualified and fail the test. Afterward, he asks if there are any questions. The main character raises her hand, and Yeonju says that if they have any, then let them ask them now. Elaine says she's curious if the Duke will come to watch the exam. The guy then prepares to answer. But at that very moment, someone turns to him and asks if all the participants have gathered. The main character, looking at him, understands that it is Reki, and he claims that it is the Duke who will be the examiner of the test, so he is there. At this time, Elaine is wondering if this man is really Reki, and she didn't think that he would grow so much. The girl wonders why Reiki has grown so big. The Duke asks if everyone agrees to take this test, to which the knight replies yes, and asserts that now they can begin. The Duke addresses the examinees and states that the leader of the Knights of Phillies, Rehi Filan, is there, and they will fight against him. He also claims he came there as an examiner, so they shouldn't worry too much. And they will also show him all their capabilities, after which they will scream yes. The knight tells all the contestants to wait their turn in the waiting area, but the first contestant is Heather Tage, so let him come forward. After which, the guy enters the circle and says that he is looking forward to the fight. At that moment, the duel begins, and the guy with the sword jumps on the Duke, after which he approaches his shoulder with the blade. But at that very moment, the man cuts the weapon, and his opponent ends up on the floor. All the knights are shocked by this, and the Duke tells the next participant to come forward, after which he is defeated, knocks out several more of them, and each time tells the next one to go. The blonde asks if he is really that strong, and if it is even possible to last a minute in a circle with him. The Duke meanwhile defeats another participant, and Yeonju says that Elaine is next, so he invites her to step forward. The heroine agrees, and then enters the circle. The Duke realizes she has crossed into the monster's lair, and it's definitely Elaine. At this point, the knight asserts that both sides are ready, so let them begin the duel. The boy remembers how one day he collapsed on the floor. The main character turned to him and asked if he could see. After all, she told him that it was still too early, but the young man got angry and insisted that he definitely could. Elaine insisted he was only 3 years old and asked if he wanted to wait until he was a little older, but the boy told her no, and that he wanted to become like her as soon as possible. Then the main character suggested making a promise that he would learn to fence, but he will never draw his sword against his family, and then his sister will take responsibility and also teach him how to fence. The guy asked if this was true and inquired whether she would keep her promise, to which the lady replied that yes, and she would protect him just as he would his family. Now the lady looks at the guy and understands that she could not keep her promise, and he also grew up alone while she was not around. At that very moment, the girl's sword begins to break, and the Duke states that he thinks her sword will not hold up, after which he completely knocks it away. The main character, trying to fight back, thinks about what she is doing, and that there is a limit to everything. The guy claims that with such a weak sword, the lady won't last long, and neglecting her weapon is a big mistake. At that moment, the sword splits into 2 parts, and the Duke almost wounds the main character. But at the same time, the girl holds his attack, and also thinks whether this guy is using fencing skill. The Duke at this time lowers his sword and says that this is not bad, and that she also has talent. So the lady is knighted, and she's also a fine fellow. The heroine then cries out with gratitude, a smile on her face. And when she leaves, she rejoices and thinks that she finally made it. The Duke only watches her go. A short time later, the knights are already standing, preparing for their initiation. Someone claims that the ceremony of the Knights of Files is about to begin, and the knights understand that this moment has finally come, after which someone asks to go up to the podium in the order of the queue from left to right. The main character is the first to arrive. The girl approaches Reki and kneels. The guy claims that she will have to give her life for Philip, and according to her oath, he will be with her both in life and after it. So the Duke asks if the lady swears allegiance to him. The girl understands that she will keep her final promise. After all, the witch asked her to protect Rihai, but now she can't tell the whole truth because it will hurt the guy to realize the fact that Bella's heart belongs to her. The lady decides to keep this secret in her heart because her life will belong to the one and only Bella, as well as the precious Rihai. So the lady claims she swears. A little while later, all the knights gather, and Kazan says that all these people are knights. The main character says yes, and she knows. Then Yeonju interrupts them and claims it's all over. So he offers to start getting to know each other. First, he asks for permission to introduce himself. The boy claims to be the second in command and one of Phyllis's knights. His name is Lord Lovell, and he is the Duke's aide-de-camp. He then points to the lady next to him and claims that she is another deputy commander. Her name is Hilla Rister, after which the other knights clap for the deputy commander, asking to be allowed to explain the nature of their order's mission. He claims that the main mission of their knights is related to monsters, and the knights are selected according to the difficulty and characteristics. They strive to pacify monsters and fulfill the requests of the state, so he hopes that they will all get along in the future. He also has a special message from the Duke, informing him that the position of the Duke's attendant has been vacant for some time. Applications for the position of accompanying knights are currently being accepted, and he is interested in whether there are any interested parties. But no one answers, and the guy understands that this must be difficult for them. He also says that since there is no one then, okay? But at that very moment, someone raises their hand, and she claims she wants it. When the guy looks in that direction, he sees the main character. The girl claims she wants to become a knight's escort. The other knights begin whispering among themselves, and one of them remarks, "What a strange woman this is." Elaine wonders why they have such a reaction, but these knights are led by Rihais, after which the lady thinks that, let it be so well. One of the girls in the crowd is thinking about something, after which he even asks if it's Elaine. A little while later, Cezanne cries out to Elaine. He wonders if she's really decided to accompany the Duke. He also asks if she even knows what kind of girl she is. It's work. But when the lady doesn't respond, he turns to her again. Elaine asks what he's even talking about. And is it strange that Phyllis's knight accompanies the captain? Cezanne replies that that's not the point. But at that very moment, someone else turns to the two and says that they are already there. It turns out to be one of the ladies, and she's wondering if this guy is Sir Cezanne Weston. The guy replies that this is true, after which he asks who she is, but the lady only approaches him. She claims she's glad to meet him, and is a year older than him. Her name is Sophia Rossley, and she heard he worked for the Marquis, so she's interested in whether it's true. The guy at this time says that then she is senior in rank, but he wonders if this girl is really ignoring Elaine. At this time, Sophia is wondering what they are doing there, and she hopes that nothing serious happened between them, to which the guy replies that no. He also asks Elaine to wait, but the girl only apologizes and says that she will go first, since the deputy captain called her. The blonde man turns to Elaine again. The lady behind him looks displeased. It is snowing outside. She comes out from under the cover and with a smile on her face claims that this is the first snow she has seen since waking up. Well then, the girl also sees a horse heading towards her and wonders what it is doing there. The girl strokes the horse and asks if it has left its owner and is walking alone. But at that very moment, someone says it's Nicky. The main character is surprised. And the Duke, he repeats once again that his name is Nicky and claims that this is the first time he has seen him allow someone to touch him. Elaine thinks what a surprise this is, and then states that she is glad to meet the Duke. The guy then asks if her name is Elaine, to which the lady replies that yes, and he claims that he heard that she decided to become his accompanying knight, and it's funny that he says this. Well, she better leave, after which the main character comes in shock and asks what he means. She doesn't understand it. Reiki claims that everyone accompanying him has fallen into eternal sleep, protecting him from the assassins. And he doesn't know whether it's a miracle or not. But still, if she stays there, she will lose her life. Elaine wonders what happened to him during all this time. And the Fearless Knights are the strongest, so what kind of assassins can we talk about? She still doesn't know anything about this, and claims that she will not fall into eternal sleep, but will protect him. But the guy claims that it's funny, after which he asks how she can be so sure that she will survive. The lady replies that she has already given him an oath, so her life is in his hands, and she is not one of those who will say goodbye to life so easily. The Duke wants to say something else, but then falls silent and tells her to stay. The girl thanks him with a smile on her face and says that she will work very hard. Reki asks if she is really so happy that she can plunge into eternal sleep at any moment. The girl replies that yes, she will plunge into eternal sleep, protecting her captain. But he says that he doesn't understand this, and in any case, he's going home, so they'll see each other tomorrow. He also asks the lady if she understood, to which she replies that she did. As the young man drives away, the girl waves to him, and he thinks how hard it was for him to be alone, and now she will never leave him. The guy is saying how strange this girl is. A little while later, the main character heads off somewhere, and she understands that this is her first working day as an escort, so she thinks whether she can now stay with Reki, but she wants to meet him as soon as possible. And then the lady notices that the door to the office is open. When the lady comes closer, she hears someone screaming that they will never understand this. When a lady looks into the office, she wonders if she was called and why they are shouting at this hour. Yeonju claims that he understands how the lady is feeling now, but now everything is decided. Sophia screams that he refused her and said that she was not suitable for the role of accompanying the Duke, but he decided to accept this woman. After which, she starts screaming, "Why can this girl do it, but she can't?" The commander doesn't even know how to respond. And Sophia asks if this means he doesn't like her, after which the lady runs away. When she runs out into the corridor, she notices the main character there, and also thinks that she hates her, after which he crashes into the girl and moves on. Elaine watches it all silently. The commander comes out of his office and says how troublesome everything is, and the main character asks what is going on. The guy offers to talk about it on the way to the office. He also mentions that Sophia was so rude to the girl and asks if Liana is okay. She says she's a lady, but she replies that it's just a minor bump. Elaine also asks if Sophia also applied to be a night escort. The guy replies that yes, and that this girl joined them last year. However, the commander refused her, and eventually Sophia gave in. But this year, when Elaine was chosen as an escort knight, then she thought it was unfair to her. The main character suddenly realized this. What does it mean that there is someone there who sincerely wanted to protect Reihai? Liana is glad that all of them hate him. The knight insists they've come because this is the main office. The guy knocks on the door and says he's brought Elaine. But then no one answers, and the knight offers to come in. After he opens the door, he sees that there is no one there. And he also says that it seems the commander has gone to training because he often organizes morning training so the lady can wait for him there. The main character agrees and then begins to consider Reika's place of work. The girl also notices a sword on the table and thinks that she has seen it somewhere before. However, upon closer inspection, the lady is shocked. She recalls how not long ago the blacksmith asked if she would like to have a design engraved, to which she replied that yes, and she wanted him to be special, to which the man replied that in principle this was possible, and also asked where she wanted to do it. After which the lady pointed to the part near the hilt of the sword. Now looking at it, she sees this engraving. Reika for her birthday. It was supposed to end when Filion was destroyed, and Rihi found it. At this moment, someone approaches the lady from behind and asks what she is doing. The main character turns around, and the Duke insists that he did ask what she was doing. The main character is about to say something, but the guy snatches the sword from her hands and asks who said that she can touch his things without permission. The girl thinks what to do, and it seems that Reiki is very angry, so she immediately bows and claims that she was inattentive and therefore asks His Highness for forgiveness. The guy then clenches his teeth and then turns around and leaves. The knight immediately turns to Lady Elaine and asks if she's all right. He also apologizes and claims he should have warned her beforehand. The main character replies that no, and she made a mistake, but then she realizes that if she thinks about it, it's clear why he became angry. To Reika, she's just a stranger. The knight, meanwhile, insists he's unsure about the rest. But she cannot touch that sword, because for the crown prince, this sword is the most valuable thing. The main character asks if this is really true, and the guy claims that he doesn't know all the details either. But the heir always wears the sword as a talisman, so from now on, let her never touch this sword. In any case, the guy suggests going out first, because His Highness is conducting a patrol, and he will be at the front door. Well, when the knight moves on, the main character remains on the spot, and the guy asks what it is. The girl apologizes and claims that the thought just occurred to her for a second. Now she understands that, fortunately, Reiki liked this sword. The guy is outside at the time, looking at the weapon. He also remembers the time when he was little, and then someone came up to him. The knight also turned to the lord. The guy asked what brought Walter there, to which he replied that he brought something for the gentleman. When he opened the box, the boy saw a sword and wondered why. The knight claimed he had met a man in front of the fortress gates. He said that he was the grandson of the blacksmith who forged this sword, and he asked to give it to Lord Regist. The guy then asked if the lord knew him and what he believed in, and also why he showed it to him. The man replied that he had seen it for the first time, but this blacksmith said that the sword was forged on Elaine's orders, and he couldn't believe it. The guy asked who Elaine was, and the man then said that his mother had one, but then he stopped and claimed that this man had a very influential family. Because the gentleman doesn't like to remember his mother, he didn't say anything, but as for Elaine, this man. But the guy tells his interlocutor to stop, and claims that he will listen to him and then judge it himself, because it is not the Lord's business. So let him tell where that blacksmith is. A little while later they came to him. The man claimed the lady had said she was returning to Sebeka, but after what happened, she never came to pick up the sword. Perhaps she was caught up in the incident in Sebek, so he waited until the sword was completely ready. The man also says that as they see, he has little time left in this world, and therefore, before his plunge into eternal sleep, he wanted to find that child. Fortunately, albeit late, the gift found its owner, Sao. The boy understands what Walter once told him, that he grew up receiving love while he was little, and even though he doesn't remember anything about that time. But he can't give this sword left to Elaine to anyone. A short time later, he's already gathering knights. He also claims that he will explain the route of today's patrol. Recently, the influx of non-locals has increased due to entrance exams, and there have been reports of minor accidents and crimes. So today, he's going to patrol the area on his own, and half the group will go to the server, and the rest will follow him. The brunette asks if they understand, to which the knights exclaim yes. The main character watches Rihai, and he understands that he carries the gifted sword with him, and as expected, it suits Rihai very well, so she is glad that he values it so much. A little while later, the knights go out on patrol, and when they pass by the city's inhabitants, they bow. The main character understands that her fears were not justified, and everyone is well disposed, so as expected, the local residents are grateful to Reiki. At the same moment, the girl hears someone else talking to them, and when she turns around, she realizes that it is a little girl. The little girl holds out a package with something and claims that these are cookies prepared for the Duke, after which they ask to take them. The main character turns to His Highness and asks what she should do, to which he replies that they'll have a convention later, so let the girl take them. The main character thanks the little girl and says she's sure His Highness will like it. But at the same moment, people see someone heading towards the man from behind with a bucket of some kind of liquid. Elaine immediately screams to His Highness that someone is running up to him from behind, but it's too late because the man is pouring out the water. However, all the water falls on the main character, who quickly ran and stood in front of the Duke. The other knights immediately cry out to His Highness and ask if he is all right. The main character also turns to His Highness and asks if everything is okay. The guy wants to ask what just happened, but at that very moment, one of the knights screams for this man to be caught. They immediately put him on the floor and scream at him, "How dare he do such a thing, His Highness?" However, the man claims that his grandchildren died because of his damn mother, and they weren't even 5 years old, so he wonders why this guy is still alive. The protagonist wonders if he's talking about the family who fell into eternal sleep during the incident in Sebek, but it wasn't Bella's fault because there was someone who controlled her from the shadows. The girl immediately clenches her fists, but the Duke turns to her and tells the lady to wait. He also wonders why she committed such a reckless act, since he could have easily avoided it. After which, he turns to another knight and tells him to first take the lady to a place to spend the night. The main character wants to say that she is fine, but at the same moment she sneezes, and the guy tells her to listen because it is useless to be stubborn. Let her wash and dry herself first and then come to the office. The main character addresses His Highness once again. But another knight invites her to go, after which the girl finally agrees and leaves. Then, the man who wanted to pour water on the Duke screams that he is a coward because he uses his subordinates as a shield. He also shouts that, as expected, the guy is the same as that witch, but Rihi tells him to shut up. And let him be glad he didn't slit his throat right then and there. The man gets scared after that. The Duke orders the old man taken away and thrown into prison. The man immediately screams for the filthy witch's minions to let him in. And everyone knows his mother's sins, and the fact that he's alive is a sin in itself. At this point, he thinks, how strange this is. After all, he doesn't care about these words thrown like daggers, but he still doesn't understand why thoughts about the moment when the lady protected him and asked if everything was okay are so unpleasant. At this time, one of the knights turns to His Highness and reminds him about the patrol, but he only says that the number of people has significantly decreased, so patrolling will continue tomorrow, to which he agrees. After which they leave, and the guy understands that the old man's words were not a lie, but the fact that he brought this street back to life is also true, and his existence is clearly not a mistake. A little while later, the blonde man turns to Elaine, and she screams that she's been doused with water, and asks if the lady is okay. The girl replies that it's just water, but Suzanne tells her not to shield them, because they say the lady was doused with water, instead of His Highness. Elaine understands that rumors spread quickly. The young man claims that he really doesn't know because despite the fact that she is an escort, how can she sacrifice herself like that? And what if there had been boiling water or poison? It wouldn't have ended with her just getting wet. The girl replies that of course that possibility can't be ruled out. She could be injured or sick. But he still thinks that His Highness will be in even more pain if he gets hurt. After this, the girl says that okay, she will go first because her escort is not finished yet. A little while later, she knocks on His Highness's office door and claims that she has changed her clothes. The man tells her to come in, and the lady heads into the room and apologizes for it taking longer than she thought. The Duke claims that he has just arrived too, so there is nothing wrong with it, to which the ladies agree. The girl also moves to stand next to him, but the man tells her to wait. Then he asks why the lady is so selfless. The girl, slightly puzzled, replies that she is, after all, Her Highness's escort. And the guy just claims that he shouldn't have asked such a stupid question. He also thinks that the girl has that look again, after which everything he says is for her not to pay attention, because he asked a strange question, so let her forget. The guy realizes that he seems to have an idea of what is happening to him and that he is putting his feelings on display too much. But at that very moment, he spills ink. The main character immediately turns to His Highness, and she asks if he's okay. The guy tells her not to fuss, because he's just going to rewrite these papers. The lady replies that no, and it's not about the papers because his hand was also dirty. The guy then looks at his hand, and the main character tells him to give it to her. The Duke says he'll do it himself, but the girl says everything's fine. She pulls him by the hand and also tells him to give her his hand. Children, she will wipe everything off. Well, the guy says that this way she will also get dirty, after which the lady replies that it's okay, and she can wipe it with her handkerchief. Elaine thinks how good it is that she carries it with her, even when Rihai was a child, because he often caught colds. She had no choice but to always carry a scarf with her, and she thought that now that it had grown, she would no longer have the opportunity to use it, but the lady was ultimately mistaken. Reiki asks if everything is okay, because it seems that this scarf is now impossible to use. The main character replies that it's okay, because that's what he was meant for after, which she realizes that everything is ready. The girl also tells him that he needs to remove the remaining stains with water, to which he replies that this is correct and thanks her. The guy looking at his hand understands that this lady was talking to him like a child. The protagonist realizes that after Togo, there were several quiet days, and she also observed Reika's work, until one day, something unexpected happened. One evening, the man said the lady had worked hard today, so they would see each other tomorrow morning. The girl assured His Highness that she obeyed and wished him a safe journey. The girl understood that fortunately, nothing special had happened today either, and she hoped that everything would continue calmly without any incidents. But at that very moment, the maid turned to her and asked if this was the lady escort. The girl apologized and asked the lady to help her. Elaine asked what had happened, to which the lady noticed a strange sound coming from one place and suggested they go there together. The main character said that this is it, after which she agreed and offered to check what was there. She also said that they were staying behind her, that she agreed and thanked the escort. The main character, moving further, realizes that the sound is somehow ominous and wonders what is going on there. Well, when the girl comes out of the corner, a dagger flies at her. Elaine deflects it with her sword, and the maid screams in shock. Elaine tells her to stay behind her, to which she agrees, but at the same moment drops the lamp out of fear. The maid apologizes and says her hands were just shaking so badly. Elaine says that if everything is fine, she should quickly come back behind her. After which the main character sees a lot of people in front of her and realizes that they are all mercenaries. One of them attacks the lady, and she wonders if there's a master among them. Anyone capable of wielding this sword must be very strong, and most likely their main target is Rihai. If this is so, then she must grab them, after which the girl makes a dash forward, cutting down all the mercenaries. They ask what just happened, but at that moment their wounds open up, and they all fall down. The man who is the master cries out that he heard that the lady had just entered, but the girl immediately runs up to him and is hit in the stomach. The stranger realizes she hit him right in the ribs and falls. Elaine says that she will let him live because she needs to find out who is behind this, and then she turns to the maid and wants to say that everything is fine now and she is safe, but she realizes there's no one left behind. At that very moment, the girl hears a sound coming from the Duke's room. The lady immediately runs there and realizes she must save him. When the girl enters the room, she cries out to His Highness, but he sees that the maid is about to attack him from behind, after which the main character runs up to her and hits her on the neck. The girl immediately falls to the floor, and Elaine realizes that the maid was in league with them. Mercenaries have also entered that room. The main character merely addresses His Highness and asks if he's okay, given that he has red liquid on his face, but the young man replies that everything is fine, and besides, she doesn't belong to him. At that moment, one of the knights runs into the room and cries out to His Highness. He asks what was there, and whether those lying on the floor were mercenaries. The Duke replies that this is true, and that it's something new, after which the knight asks if they're okay, as they have red liquid all over their suits, but the two reply that it doesn't belong to them. The knight then claims that less than a month has passed since the last assassination attempt and that he was attacked again. He then turns to His Highness and Lady Elaine and states that he thinks they need to move up the schedule a bit. The man asks what he means by schedule, to which the guy replies that it might seem a little unexpected. But why don't they move Lady Elaine's residence to the next room? The Duke then asks what he's talking about. The main character replies that this is excellent and she can move right now, so let them leave it to her. The knight says everything is as expected, and he knew the lady would like it. The Duke, meanwhile, tells them to wait, as it was so unexpected, but the knight replies that everything is fine, although in this situation, it would be strange to talk about order. He also asks if the knights guarding his room were defeated, and if something had to be done about it, since he is still in danger. The main character agrees with the knight, after which the Duke says that they did talk, and asks if Lady Elaine really wants to change the room so badly. The girl with a smile on her face replies that, of course, but then the two with a downcast expression on their faces say that if the Duke suddenly doesn't like it, they still won't change the room in the morning. The man says no, and they misunderstood him, after which the main character complained about looking at him. And the Duke suggests that they do as they wish, after which the main character rejoices and asks if she can run and get ready. The knight replies that would be great, but he thinks they need to clean the hall first. The girl then agrees and asks if they'll postpone the move until tomorrow. A short time later, the mercenary and the maid wake up in the dungeon. The Duke approaches them and asks if the mercenary is awake. He also claims that they are gagged, and when he does this, the mercenary asks how many days have passed. Reki asks if he's talking about days since it's only been an hour. The guy then clears his throat and claims the woman was so strong that he thought he'd lost consciousness for several days. The Duke claims that he heard from his escort that the boy had reached the level of a master. He also wonders who gave him the order to do this. The mercenary claims the Duke is asking even though he knows everything. He also asks how many masters there are on the entire continent, and he doesn't even know it, but the Duke urges him not to avoid the question. After all, he is trying to confirm his theory, and he is interested in whether the guy can betray the person who hired him. If he bites off his tongue and goes into eternal sleep right now, it will not say anything more, and also gives him the chance to choose how to lose his life. However, if the guy confesses, he'll forget about it. The mercenary wonders if this guy's really telling the truth, and if he's trying to extract a confession and then put him into eternal sleep. Well, then he realizes that this means that he will keep him alive until he confesses, and first of all, he needs to get out of prison. So he asks if they didn't bypass it, but this. The Duke replies that, of course, and the boy understands that it's risky, but still better than falling into eternal sleep like this. He then asserts that he'll tell him everything. However, at that very moment, something pierces his neck. It turns out to be a dagger from a maid's shoe. The woman says it's stupid, and can't believe the guy gave in to the enemy's persuasion. That's why you shouldn't use a master driven by money. The Duke then turns to the maid, but says so as not to deceive him, since the man she serves hasn't even considered the possibility of such betrayal. So he created an entire squad of assassins, consisting only of people who hate the Duke. This one is merely a temporary power bought with money, and there are many who hate him and want to plunge him into eternal slumber. The Duke won't be able to defeat him, even if he gathers such traitors. After which, the maid shows something in her language, and when she bites it, she falls into eternal sleep. At this time, the guy is thinking whether she is saying that it is useless to find out who it is, but it is really terrible. A little while later, the main character moves into the room and realizes that she needs to check if she has forgotten anything. From now on, she will live in the next room with Rihi, or the lady hopes that he will now be safe. At this point, Kazan approaches the lady, and the protagonist greets him, but the blonde man claims he heard about last night, and that they said it was mercenaries, so he asks if the lady is injured. Elaine replies that everything is fine, and there's nothing to worry about. The guy says that's a good thing, because he's been really worried about her ever since she became his escort. Elaine apologizes for making him worry. She also wonders why there are so many people in front of the notice board today. But at that very moment, someone turns to the lady and asks who it is. Sophia wonders if it is the knight accompanying His Highness Lady Elaine. Kazan understands that it is this woman again, and the main character only greets Sophia. The girl claims that despite the hard day, the lady looks quite fresh, and Elaine asks if this is true. The woman claims there was such chaos yesterday and wonders if she'll be able to accompany the Duke after his trip to the training camp. The protagonist asks what kind of camp it is. The guy claims that a notice arrived about a 3-day training session and that the feline knights always train at this time of year. Another lady claims that it must be difficult for His Highness to look after them at this time, and if the attendants fail to do their job and an accident occurs. Kazan realizes that this girl does not mince words, after which he apologizes, but asks if Lady Sophia is saying that Lady Elaine is incompetent. The girl replies that of course not, or she is simply worried that something like yesterday might happen again, and Lady Elaine is the one accompanying whom His Highness recognizes. After which she asks Lady Elaine if this is true. The protagonist thinks Lady Sophia thinks so highly of her, after which he shakes her hand. And he thanks him, and also asserts that he will work even harder in the future to protect His Highness. Kazan is shocked to realize that this is not a compliment, and Sophia asks if the lady can let go of her hand, after which the main character changes. Sophia wonders if this girl is serious, and she doesn't look like a fool, after which she says that they will see each other at camp. And from the first day, she monitors how the lady copes with her duties as an escort. The main character says that yes, and they will see each other there, and the blonde man just sighs and says that Elaine probably often hears about her naivety, to which the girl replies that never. A little while later, she knocks on the Duke's office and realizes that Lady Sophia thinks so highly of her that she must now work even harder for Rihai. Well then, no one answers, and the girl wonders if the Duke hasn't arrived yet. When she looks into the office and addresses His Highness, she realizes that there is no one there. But she needs to get the keys from Reika so she can get into her new room, so she'll have to wait. But when the Duke doesn't show up, the lady thinks it's strange in the States, and why is he late since this usually doesn't happen to him? Then the lady leaves the office and understands that she will go into the room just in case. But the main character notices that the door to one of them is open, and she remembers how the Duke claimed that attempts on his life and similar things always happened. One of the knights claimed that something like yesterday could happen again, so now the main character is in shock, wondering if it could have happened again. After which she bursts into the room and screams at His Highness. But the guy dries his hair after the bath. The girl also notices that he is wearing only pants, after which he becomes embarrassed, screams out an apology, and runs out of the room. Well, because she is in a hurry, she trips over the threshold and starts to fall backwards. The guy immediately grabs her and asks if everything is okay, to which people respond that she is fine. Well, when she turns to him, she understands the situation and becomes embarrassed even more. The girl immediately bows and says he was very late, which is why she was worried. She also screams that she's already leaving, runs out of the room, and slams the door. Elaine realizes that she might be going crazy, and no matter how worried she is, barging in like this is too much. The lady thinks that Reiki is already a grown man, and he is already 23, which means that it is time to start a family and get married. Well, she can't even imagine it, and maybe it's because she's used to little Reiki. The girl also thinks about who will become his lover, but she understands that this is not important, and the main thing is that the guy is happy. The Duke opens the door and asks if the lady had come to get her keys. Elaine replies yes, and then apologizes for what happened, as she didn't knock before entering his room. Reiki says that he is actually surprised, but she didn't do it on purpose, so everything is fine. He also asks where Letty's things are, to which she replies that she left them in the office. The guy then offers to go. The main character agrees, and when they head off further, the girl thinks that if she asks him why he was late, it won't be too much, but she's very interested. The Duke immediately claims he overslept, and the protagonist wonders if she really did blurt out the question. Then she asks him what he's talking about. Reiki replies that she kept glancing at him and making a face as if she wanted to ask something. Elaine wonders if it was really that obvious, and the guy asks if it's really strange that he overslept, to which the lady notes that it was only a little, after which the Duke actually smiles, and the main character realizes it's the first time she's seen the adult Reiki smile. The boys claim he was having nightmares and woke up a little later than usual. He was late because he was taking a shower and was sweating. The main character wonders if his sweating means he had a terrible nightmare. The guy replies that maybe he's been having dreams about it for a long time, so there's nothing to worry about. Then he asks if this nightmare has been haunting him for a long time. And the Duke claims that he doesn't know from what moment, but suggests ending their conversation and moving her things. Elaine agrees, but wonders about the nightmare the boy has been having. His Highness didn't reveal the details, but the dream must be related to the incident in Sebec. If this is such a terrible nightmare, it would be better if it didn't exist. The guy turns to the summer and asks why she's standing there, and also inquires about her things. The girl immediately replies that yes, and understands that she must look for herbs that will help him sleep well, and from now on, she can watch him closely. A few days later, the Duke asks if everyone is ready to, which the knights reply that they are, and the man says that it is a great view, then they can go. At that very moment, the gates opened. On February 22nd, the Feline Knights left Killiard for 3 days of training. As they head through the forest, the blonde man claims that they have been walking for 3 hours, but still have not arrived. His interlocutor asks if Suzanne is already tired, and inquires how he became a master with such poor stamina. This young man's name is Abel. He enlisted in the military at the same time as Elaine and Suzanne. The blonde insists he's not tired at all, but at the same moment, the Duke announces they're stopping and claims they've arrived. The protagonist asks what he's talking about, considering they're on a small path deep in the forest. But then the Duke points to a mountain visible from this spot and insists they should go there. The boy also asks if everyone can see that there's a cliff with a waterfall there. There, at the top of the waterfall, is their camp. Suzanne thinks they still have a long way to go from there, but the man insists that from now on, they'll start climbing the cliff, and the 7 who get there last will enter the water, after which he says that it's time to begin. The knights immediately start running, and the main character also thinks that she needs to head out, but at that very moment, she feels a fleeting glance on her. The girl gets scared by this, and the blonde guy turns to her and asks what Elaine is doing since she needs to run. Elaine realizes that she may have imagined it and then moves on. A short time later, several knights are already in the water. Those watching them say that this time too, only the rookies lost. And another one replies that the newcomers didn't know that such an unexpected training session awaited them. Well, someone else whispers to his friend that it looks like there are some interesting knights among them. After all, those 2 got there pretty quickly. Meanwhile, the blonde turns to the lady and claims that just one look chills him to the bone. So what a relief that they came earlier, to which the lady replies that it is the right one, and the guy asks what number it is. Elaine replies that she doesn't know, and somehow didn't notice. Elaine realizes she's confident she would have finished first if she'd run at full speed, but right now, it's best not to stand out. However, Suzanne claims that the girl took first place among the newcomers. At this time, Abel also approaches them. The guy claims that Suzanne was lucky, and he made it in time, so he won't have to go into the water. The guy with a smile on his face replies that he told him from the very beginning that they were on a mountain path, and he immediately understood that it was he who was climbing the rock alone. Abel grabs the guy by the clothes and says that since he is such a good guy, he should also go shopping, after which he throws the guy into the water, but he becomes furious and asks what Abel is doing. After all, he arrived on time, and he didn't need to go into the water, but at that very moment, something blocked the sun. And when the main character turns around, she sees a huge monster. The knights are surprised to see it, and the Duke immediately draws his sword. And he tells everyone to draw their blades. The main character says they need to hurry too, to which Abel agrees. Elaine thinks it's strange, because Turkan is a monster that lives in warm areas, but she doesn't understand what he's doing in such a place. The Duke at this time claims that only 5 in front cover him, the rest are waiting. This monster, even though it's only mid-tier, can't be underestimated. The Duke then wants to order the knights to attack. But at the same moment, someone screams that they cannot put this monster into eternal sleep, because if they do so, then he'll be in big trouble. One of the knights then screams out, "What is he doing? It's dangerous, so let the guy leave. The whole monster is behind him." But the blonde replies that he can't, because if he moves, they will plunge the monsters into eternal sleep, after which the Duke asks what kind of nonsense he's talking about. And if he doesn't leave on his own, he will force the guy to do it, but he replies that it's impossible, after which the monster hits him. Reiki. He realizes something needs to be done, after which the main character runs up to His Highness and asks if he's okay. The Duke tells her not to make a fuss, but everything is fine. But at the same moment, the guy who was hit by the monster turns to them and claims that he shouldn't have aroused suspicion. He also claims that he is just an ordinary wizard and asks not to misunderstand him, after which he uses his magic on the monster and teleports him somewhere and also sighs. The guy also wants to say that then he will go, but at that very moment, the Duke puts a sword to his neck, and he asks if he really thinks they'll let him go so quickly. He also tells the guy to tell him where he sent the Treekin, and to just try lying. The guy immediately screams that he'll tell them and asks them to put the knife away, to which the Duke agrees, after which the guy claims that the monster was teleported to his laboratory. He's a wizard who conducts experiments in this forest. The Duke claims he's heard that all wizards are a little strange, but he wonders if the boy is on the dark side. The young man wonders what he's talking about, since it's absolutely not true, and he can also prove it. The Duke asks if it's true, and then tells him to provide evidence. The young man immediately starts rummaging through his bag, asking where he put it. Then he finds it in one of his pockets. After which he shows the badge. Rihi says it's from Heilon. The wizard replies that this is correct and that it's issued by the Heilon Royal Academy of Witchcraft. It's a special badge only for senior graduating students. And his name Nathan is engraved on the back, after which the guy asks if they believe him now. But the Duke replies that no, and that his name can only really be verified in Heilon. Then the wizard gets a little angry and claims that it will be more difficult to prove, and then he turns around and starts running away and claims that he left. Someone screams for him to stop right now, but the Duke claims that it is too late, after which the wizards teleport away altogether. The main character turns to His Highness and asks if they shouldn't pursue him, but he tells her to just forget about it because wizards are a waste of time, and they can contact the academy to confirm his identity. Moreover, it will soon become dark, and before that, they need to get food for 3 days. They must return there before sunset, after which he asks the panels if they... A little while later, they are already frying food, and the Duke tells everyone to pay attention and asks if they are sure that no one is missing, to which they answer that they are. And the man claims that the purpose of the training camp is to teach recruits to adapt to any conditions and form new connections. Newcomers will be able to overcome the barrier between senior comrades and colleagues, so he hopes that everyone will be understanding and supportive of the newcomers. After which, he raises his mug and says that it is time for dinner and wishes you bon appétit. A little while later, the main character turns to His Highness and hands him a bowl of food, telling him to eat it. Elaine claims she was afraid he would have a hard time eating the big leg because of the bones, so she took a smaller one just in case. After which, the lady takes one of them and hands it to the commander, but he only gets angry and asks what Lady Elaine is doing now. The girl asks what he is talking about because she just wanted to help, but the other knights ask if she is crazy. Sophia is squeezing the apple and thinking how this girl dares to treat His Highness like a child. The Duke at this time tells her to stop and that this belongs to her, so let the lady eat herself. Well, when the main character wants to say something, the guy just clicks his tongue in indignation, and the lady claims that she will eat it. Elaine understands that Rihi is now an adult, so it's time to come to terms with it. But if she thinks about it, the sorcerer they saw during the day, she's sure is the head of the Royal Heilon Academy of Witchcraft. 20 years ago, it was a famous magic school, and many wizards from their kingdom graduated from there. So the main character wonders why she didn't think of that. After all, a man from Heilon might know something about the Sebek incident. Everyone from there went through the same course of training, and perhaps he even knows about this magical pearl that was on the witch's neck. When night falls, the main character leaves her tent and realizes that she needs to leave before the night watch arrives, after which she runs somewhere. At this moment, Svoya peers out from the tent, wondering where the hell this girl is going at such a time. Meanwhile, the main character is running through the forest and realizes that Nathan's teleportation trail was checked during the hunt, and if she goes that way, she should. But at that very moment, the girl sees a cliff in front of her and thinks that everything there was different a few hours ago, and at this point, the trail suddenly ends. Then the lady picks up a few pebbles and prepares to throw them over the cliff. So they hang in the air, and the girl realizes that, as expected, it's an illusion. She then steps onto the cliff and realizes it's turned into a cave. When the lady enters, she asks if Nathan is there. The guy at this time says that the results of this experiment are closely related to each other, and according to the theory of the relationship between man and monsters. Then he only needs Saturn. The main character then turns to Mr. Nathan, and he raises his head looking at the girl, and then screams and says that she scared him, after which he asks who she is. Elaine tells him to calm down, and the guy claims that he has already seen this form, and the girl asks if he remembers it. Nathan cries out that of course, because they were going to plunge his Turthan into eternal sleep, so he asks how the lady even found this place, because it is hidden by magic. But the girl replies that she is not there to hurt him, but for another reason. The guy asks for which one, and he doesn't have time to be distracted from his research. Elaine asks if his busy schedule is connected to Turthan, whom she saw this afternoon, to which he replies that yes, and in fact the research is almost complete, but there is only one detail missing. Elaine claims that he is talking about Saturn, and he needs it, but he cannot get it, after which the lady asks if this is true, to which the guy replies yes, but wonders how she found out about it. Elaine replies that he was muttering it under his breath when she entered, and in any case, if she gets it for him, will he take on her case? The guy then asks the knights if she's kidding. How was she supposed to deliver Saturn? It's a flower that blooms after a blessed fairy rain. There are no supplies, and it's so rare that the lady wouldn't be able to obtain it, even if she offered money, so the girl wondered what if she knew where it grew. The guy immediately screams out where it is, and the girl replies that it cannot be shown on the map or explained the way to it. And he still hasn't accepted her proposal, to which the young man replies that this is true. Elaine thinks how good it is that she traveled with Bella before, and she didn't know that she would have to look for Saturn. At this time, the blonde asks if the lady is lying to him by any chance, to which the girl replies that it is a state and not a lie, and if they come to an agreement and she cannot bring Saturn, then he can terminate their deal. After which the lady asks what he will do, because she is the only one who can get this flower, and if he does it alone, how many years will it take? The guy then said that he understood, and they could make a deal, but in exchange the post lady would definitely bring this flower. But he still says that she could have asked for the magic tower instead of him, after which he asks why the lady came there. The girl replies that the process of working with the magic tower is complicated and takes a lot of time, but she is in a hurry, so she asks him to remember what she asked today, and the fact that she was there, he should not tell anyone. The guy asks what the lady is talking about and claims that she makes him nervous, which is why he is as silent as a fish. The main character says that this is good, and also takes something out of her pocket and asks to examine the sign, which she just showed. At this point, Sophia is heading through the forest and realizes that this lady is definitely headed in that direction. The girl thinks she followed Elaine just in case, but wonders how far she went. She also needs to check what the lady has planned and report it to His Highness, but at that moment, she sees a cave in front of her. The main character at this time returns back and realizes that she never thought that Nathan, whom she met by chance, would prove so useful. But at that very moment, someone turns to the lady and asks if she was there. It turns out it's Sophia, and Elaine asks what she's doing there. Well, the main character's interlocutor claims it's her asking her. The girl then wonders if Sophia noticed her leaving. Her interlocutor claims that the lady's movements aroused suspicion, which is why she followed her. But the girl is still interested in what Elaine was doing in this cave. After all, she usually doesn't leave His Highness's side, even under the threat of falling into eternal sleep. So why did she suddenly, out of the blue, leave the camp in the middle of the night without permission? The main character doesn't even know what to say and is wondering what this girl is talking about. Well, Sophia claims that since her interlocutor cannot give an answer, there must be something inside the cave. The main character then realizes that if she's caught communicating with Nathan and Rihai finds out it will be bad, Elaine wonders what to do and what to do. And at this, the girl asks if this is a magical barrier, and the main character thinks that Malgan's illusion has dissipated and turned into a magical barrier. At this time, Sophia gets up and screams out what the lady is hiding, but the main character replies that she cannot tell about it. His Highness ordered this to be handled with strict confidentiality. Elaine understands that, even though this is a lie, Lady Sophia is a staunch follower of His Highness, so she will not dig any further. Elaine suggests that she stop this circus and go back to camp, because she will not gain anything if she gets involved in this. Sophia wonders if the lady is now trying to intimidate her by hiding behind the guise of His Highness. But when accompanying him, does the lady really think that since the whole community allowed her to accompany him, that this changes anything? Even last night she was in this role, so Sophia screams so that the girl knows me about, after all. Didn't she notice that His Highness hates her? She also wonders if this is true, and why His Highness chose a woman to accompany him. Sophia turns around and starts to run away, and the main character turns to her and asks if Reki hates her. 2 days later, the guy approaches the lady and asks if she has finished the shadow court with roll call, to which she replies that yes, and there are no absentees. When the Duke tells her to organize 30 people for the gathering, the lady replies that she understands, after which the girl also turns to His Majesty and offers her assistance. But he remembers how Sophia screamed asking if the girl hadn't noticed that His Highness hated her. Now the main character is a little downcast and asks His Highness if she is really bothering him. Reiki asks why she has such unexpected conclusions about the girl, and she replies that she was simply curious whether he felt uncomfortable with her. The guy is silent for a moment after this, then claims that the lady doesn't bother him. He also recalls how the girl with a smile on her face insisted that she would try harder. And while I was helping him remove the stain with a handkerchief, he says it doesn't matter, because he's not causing any inconvenience to the lady. The main character asks if she's really happy, after which she thinks that, thank God, because she was worried that the guy really hated her. But in any case, the Duke suggests that she prepare for departure, to which the lady agrees. Having completed their 3-day training, the feline knights returned to Killiard, and 2 days later, they received a message sent from County Valendor. It was a request to investigate a disappearance at the estate. A little while later, they arrive at the estate, and the Count, with a smile on his face, says that they have finally arrived. He also claims that he asked for help, but did not even imagine that His Highness would come in person, and this is the first time he sees him after celebrating his birthday. The man also asks how he is doing, and he seems to be doing well, after which the two shake hands. At this time, the Duke is thinking about the fact that half a month has passed since several people disappeared in this estate, and it took 15 whole days to turn to him for help. Apparently, the Count ignored the petition to file a missing persons report because the missing persons were commoners. Now, however, he turned to them because the cat he was raising had gone missing. So the boy thinks how absurd this is, and the number of missing people doubled because the Count turned to the knights so late. If he had asked the felons for help sooner, it wouldn't have caused such damage. So the man thinks how incompetent and corrupt he is. The Count asks if the Duke will find Beatrice soon, to which he replies that the search for missing persons is currently the top priority. After which, he also asks to be shown a map of the eastern forest in question. One of the servants agrees and hands it over. He claims that this is what the villagers have been saying. The Duke then says that this is how it is, and turns to the knights, asking if everyone heard. So let them be careful, because it could be a monster that clouds the mind using hypnosis. After which, the guy opens the map and tells everyone to look there, because judging by it, the missing people are in all 3 places, on the lake at the villa, and on the horse riding area, so it is unclear where the monster could be. They may have to split into 3 groups, so he and Lady Elaine will go to the lake. The rest will be divided in half. 3 will go to the villa, and the rest to the riding area. He also says that it is unlikely that this will be necessary, but only if things get really bad. Then let them use the red flare, and if they see the signal, let them immediately go there and help those in need. Afterwards, they split into groups and set off. The main character, following His Highness, realizes there was a monster during the training camp. So there was nothing to worry about, but now she's worried because she doesn't know how many there will be this time, and the lady doesn't want Reki to be hurt. The Duke told her not to worry about it, but she didn't want him to be in danger again. But he still made his decision, and she couldn't protect him for 20 years. So she won't interfere now, and all she can do is cover for him and support him. A little while later, the guy moves on and begins to sense something. He realizes that the direction of the airflow has changed, after which the 2 of them hear some kind of song. The Duke tells the girl to cover her ears with magic, and she does so, after which monsters approach them. The Duke asks if this is the main culprit behind the disappearances. A lamia is a monster with the ability to sing hypnotic songs in a snake tongue. The missing people must have been enchanted by its voice. Now the boy draws his sword and declares that every single one of them must be destroyed. Then they attack the monster and cut it down. At the same moment, another snake jumps on the main character, but she, without losing her composure, cuts it in half. The Duke then asks if the lady is okay, to which she replies that yes, there are many of them, but they are not very strong. But at that very moment, a red flare flies into the sky, and when the 2 turn around, who thinks what it is? The other part of the squad is in the forest at this time, and the blonde looks at the monster in shock and wonders what it is. Sophia claims that this is probably Likios, but this is a snake-type monster of the highest level. The guy understands that his hibernation was probably interrupted, and this forced him to go outside, but he would never have thought that they would meet him at this time of year. No matter how strong they are, this monster is beyond their reach. Another team member tells them to calm down, as they must retreat quietly from there and join His Highness and the other knights to call for reinforcements. Fighting him with just 3 of them would be reckless, At that very moment, they heard another voice, and when they turned around, then they realized that it was Lamia who was attacking them, and when they turned back to the snake, they realized that it was also going to attack. The blonde then claimed they were in big trouble and fired a flare. Now the girl is running with the Duke, after which he sees a huge monster. The Duke claims it's Likios, and that's why they use the flare. Well, when they get closer, they see that this monster is huge, and their colleagues are seriously injured, so he insists that they first need to remove the injured. The heroine turns her attention to Kazan, but he only addresses the lady in response. The Duke asks if he can report the situation, to which he replies, yes, and they meet Lamia and Likios at the riding ground. Thanks to the rocket, they were joined by knights who headed to the villa, but all 6 of them, including him, were seriously wounded. 2 knights were completely knocked out, after which the Duke said it was clear, and asked if there were any survivors. The young man replied that there were none at the riding grounds, but that several people were found at the villa after Lamia was subdued and managed to find refuge. Then claims Likios is a monster capable of regeneration. It will continue to regenerate until the core inside the body is destroyed. Well, it's impossible to say exactly where it is, so his entire body needs to be cut apart, piece by piece. The brunette claims he's leaving the protection of the wounded knights to the lady, and the main character asks if he can handle it alone, to which the guy replies that he can. And it will be fine, so let the lady take care of them. The main character wonders if Reihi can really do this, and at that very moment, the monster attacks them, and the Duke cries out that they must stay away from the monster. Then he pushes off the ground and leaps at the monster, beginning to rip through its flesh. The blonde wonders how he can be so fast, and how the recovery speed can't keep up with him. The monster then attempts to attack the Duke again, but he cuts its neck and reveals the cannonball. Since the cannonball is the monster's most vulnerable spot, it attempts to protect it and opens its mouth to seize the Duke. The other knights immediately rise from their seats, but the main character stands before them, defending him, after which everyone watches as the Duke enters the snake's mouth. Then the snake and the Duke fall to the ground. When the knights open their eyes, they see His Highness standing on the floor while the main character cuts the snake. Elaine realizes she almost got into trouble at that moment, and if she hadn't forced the monster to retreat by punching it in the mouth, it would have definitely swallowed Rihei. The girl also cries out that she can't let this monster escape. At that very moment, she watches in shock as His Highness falls. Elaine cries out, wondering if he's really wounded, and will leave Togo to wake up. Then the girl also sees the wound on his arm, and wonders if Likios really hit him. However, it could be poison, so people turn to His Highness, but then he says that everything is fine, and it's just a scratch, so he suggests it's better to capture Likios. But at that very moment, the guy coughs up red liquid, and the main character remembers how the witch said that it was all her fault, after which she gave her her heart. Now the main character cries out to His Highness, thinking they need to head to the mansion. The girl realizes that everything is just like back then. A short time later, the doctor states that Likios poison cannot be neutralized with ordinary medicine, so it is necessary to use a special remedy. However, it's so valuable that it will take at least 10 days to obtain it, after which the main character cries out, "How can you wait 10 days when your life is at stake?" The lady also asks if there's any other way, and the guy replies that if she can't wait for him, then she'll have to cook it herself, but for that she's missing 2 ingredients. The girl screams out what she needs, and the guy replies that freshly dug rain licorice pussy heart of Licia. A little while later, Sophia screams that they must leave right now, because the core has already been discovered, so it will be much easier to grab it. But the blonde insists that's too much. Almost everyone is seriously injured now, and their mana is gone. Therefore, if they return to the forest in this state, they will fall into eternal sleep, and that certainly won't save His Highness. When Sophia wants to object someone, he also claims that Sir Kazan is right, because following this monster is tantamount to falling into eternal sleep. It's night now, and the knights haven't had time to recover from their injuries. And then the main character claims that she will first bring the rain licorice, which surprises the knights, and the lady claims that she knows what she looks like, and besides, she is not injured, so there will be no problems. Another knight asks the lady if she's sure everything will be okay, if she goes alone, as it's already dark, and could be dangerous. The main character replies that she's sure, and then her companion replies that, yes, and it would be a good idea to get some licorice beforehand. She also asks if there are any objections, and the other knights remain silent, after which the lady states that they are hoping for Elaine, and they will all go to the rehabilitation ward. A short time later, the main character approaches the Duke and realizes that she's right, as she can find both the licorice and Lysias's heart. She's the only one who can save him right now. But when the lady is about to leave, she's about to give up. Then someone grabs her hand and asks her to stay there. It turns out to be the Duke, and he claims the girl is leaving him again. However, the guy tells her again not to leave, but the main character pulls her hand away and then leaves, and also thinks that Reki should wait for her because she will definitely save him and will not leave him alone again. At this time, Sophia is heading down the corridor and understands that she is experiencing something because His Highness's condition has improved a little but is still very bad. After which, the lady hears some sounds and enters the room to His Highness and asks how he feels. But at that very moment, the girl is shocked. The guy is coughing up red liquid. Sophia wonders what to do, then grabs a towel and realizes she can't leave things like this. She also wonders whether she should call a doctor. But then she realizes the doctor said nothing can be done and that they must ultimately use the antidote. After that, the girl realizes she must retrieve Lycios's heart right now, because if this continues, the Duke may fall into eternal sleep. But the girl wonders if she can handle this on her own. Then she realizes that His Highness has saved her life for the second time, just like when she was little. So now the lady comes out of the room and realizes that they have now found out the location of the core, and if she aims for the gap and directs the ball into the core itself, she will be able to knock it down in the blink of an eye. The girl runs tears in her eyes, realizing she can do it. A little while later, the lady approaches the writing area, but doesn't see the monster there, and wonders if it's crawled away. The lady also understands that he must be somewhere nearby, but at that moment, she begins to hear some sounds, and when she turns around, she sees a snake devouring its own kind. The girl begins to feel nauseous and shake, but at that very moment, she grabs her shaking hand and realizes that there is no need to be afraid. And does she really want to escape? The lady realizes she needs to gather her energy with the ball and hit it straight at the core. A short time later, she does so and sees the cannonball. But at that very moment, the lizard's tail swipes at her back. Lady flies to the floor, and the lizard looms over her. The girl looks at the place she cut, wondering if it's healed too soon, but realizes that regeneration can't be that fast. The lady also sees the snake heading toward her and wonders if this is the end. She takes a handkerchief from her pocket and realizes she's so loudly declared that she will always protect the Duke. Clutching the knife in her hands, the girl thinks how pathetic she is. At that very moment, the lady also sees the snake begin to fall, after which she sees Elaine cutting it open. Sophia wonders how that girl managed to get there, after which the main character cuts the serpent's core open and wonders if the lady was stabbed in the neck. Elaine, meanwhile, takes out the heart and with a smile on her face says she's finally found it. But at the same moment, she notices something else. Someone asks if this is Lady Sophia. She also wonders how she ended up there, but then claims that what is more important is whether she is injured. The main character asks if she came there, but the girl replies that this is not the problem now, because His Highness's condition has worsened, so let Lady Elaine go, and she will follow her later. Sophia thinks how pathetic she is. She can't even believe that she was able to come all this way, and simply said that she was going to save His Highness, but received such an injury. At that very moment, she hears the lady telling her to climb in. When Sophia looks ahead, she sees the main character offering her shoulders. And she also claims that with such a wound, she can't walk normally, so let her get in, and she will carry. At this time, the Duke feels worse and worse, and wonders where he is, and whether he is really floating in the air. But then he realizes it's more like water. He hears someone laughing and wonders who it is. People who laugh ask how the monster can do this, because he looks like a drowning mouse, and he must like it. The guy looks at his hands and wonders if this is a childhood memory, but then claims that he is not a monster. One of his interlocutors asks what he is talking about and whether he really doesn't know whose child he is, since he is the son of a witch. At this time, the guy notices the fireworks and realizes that he remembers this day because it is the king's birthday. The biggest and most spectacular festival of the year was taking place then. A little while later, the boy was watching the fireworks from the window. But Val immediately ran up to him and, looking at the gentleman's face, screamed, "Who the hell did this to him?" The guy claimed that Walter was strange, which surprised the man and made him ask why he was saying that. But the Duke only asked him in response why he made such a sad expression on his face when he saw the monster doused with water. The man then asked who told the guy that, and he replied that it was true because he knew that it was not a person who gave him life. She brutally burned tens of thousands of people, and he is the son of a witch. But at the same moment, the man hugged the guy and claimed that even if he childy, that doesn't make him a monster Reiki. I understood that he wanted to hear it from someone else, because he was also a person worthy of existence, after which the young man claimed that he just wanted to hear it from him, smiled in response, and also claimed that the gentleman's gauze was wet, so he would replace it with a new one. And the Duke understood that even when everyone was throwing stones at him, Walter was desperately trying to protect him. Yet he was in far greater pain, and nothing could dull that pain. He was the only one in this world who sided with the Duke, despite the Duke being a monster. Well, his only support soon vanished from his world forever. One day, the butler claimed that the knight Walter had left the castle and disappeared. The guy also recalled how the man claimed that he would be back soon, and he said this before leaving, and also claimed that he needed to find out something. He left in a hurry, with a serious expression on his face, and the only thing that came back was the news of his disappearance. A short time later, a blonde boy approaches the Duke and asks if he's talking about Walter. He was hiding behind that stupid overgrown knight, but now he's all alone. This young man is the crown prince of the kingdom of Filion, after which he claims that the Duke did not greet him in the corridor, so he should apologize. And shouldn't he also show respect to him who is the heir to the throne? Reiki then apologizes, but then punches the guy in the face and tells him to say it again. The Duke apologizes again, but the guy punches him in the face, and this continues multiple times. The blonde man says how false it is, and how his apology shows no respect for him as the crown prince. Then the guy punches his companion in the leg, causing the Duke to fall to the floor. The crown prince tells him not to be impudent, because now no one in this castle is on his side. That's why he always had to stay close to the floor if he didn't want to disappear like his knight. At that moment, the boy knew for sure that without Walter, he was just a child who couldn't do anything, so he had to change. When he was 14, the assassins began to threaten him. After all, he had gathered strength to resist, and by the time he took control of Gilead, the situation had become so dire that he began to be guarded. One of the knights said that he would be honored to be chosen as an escort for His Highness, also called Ron Benjamin. He was an intelligent, well-spoken young man, and there were times when he grew tired of his excessive drive. But he didn't regret taking him. A little while later, he found this guy lying on the ground without breathing, with huge wounds. The red-haired knight said that they had no trace, and it looked like this guy had fallen into eternal sleep after being injured in the explosion. Since then, several of his companions have been plunged into eternal sleep as a result of assassination attempts. One was asphyxiated, another drowned, and 3 were poisoned. It became a curse, and anyone who tried to protect him was doomed to a terrible end to life, so he was afraid that his curse would spread to those around him again. That's why he didn't want anyone to be near him, and he was definitely going to do it. And that day, the lady unexpectedly appeared in his life. This is a girl named Elaine A. While ago, the young man approached Walter and asked him to tell him who Elaine was, the one who had commissioned the sword for him. The boy claimed he hated everything about his mother, but seeing the sword changed his mind. Afterward, the man wondered where to begin his story. He claimed that this lady was an old friend of his mother's, and that she had light green eyes and long silver hair. This girl was very cheerful and smiling. When she was near the master, she could not stop laughing, and always told him that she wanted Reiki to be happy and that she would protect him all her life. Now the guy opens his eyes because he hears someone talking to him, but then he sees Elaine in front of him with tears in her eyes. The girl, seeing that the gentleman has woken up, smiles and says it's a real relief. The guy wonders if this is still a dream, and he wonders why she has that expression on her face, even if she is not the Elaine he knew. At this time, the guy asks what happened, and the lady asks if he feels better, because the Duke was poisoned and fainted. But now, thanks to taking the antidote, he was able to come to his senses, after which the guy asks if this is really so. And when he looks at the towel in the lady's hands, he wonders if she really cared about it. The girl replies that yes, and she couldn't calm down until she saw that he was waking up. The Duke asks, "What about the survivors?" And the lady replies that everything is fine because they are now recovering in tents. The guy says that it's clear, and that a lot happened while he was unconscious, but the main character immediately calms him down and tells him not to overdo it, and also slept a little more, because she will tell him the details after he has fully recovered, and then she will go and report. But at the same moment, the Duke turns to Lady Elaine, and the girl asks, "What is it?" After which he thanks her with a smile on his face. The main character is surprised by this, but then smiles completely and says that you're welcome. At this time, Sophia is lying in bed and thinking where the lady got such strength from, because it is comparable to the strength of His Highness, and one could say that it is even better. The girl wonders if he knows about this, but at that very moment, she hears someone knocking and addressing her, and asking if he can come in for a while. Sophia wonders if it's Lady Elaine, to which she replies yes, and claims to be entering, then apologizes and asks how she is. The girl replies that everything is much better, and asks what's wrong with His Highness. Elaine replies that fortunately, the antidote works well, and he's now taken the medicine and gone back to sleep. Lady Sophia asks if this is true, then affirms that it is good. And the main character claims that she has a favor to ask of her. Let her keep the skills with which she knocked Lycios off his feet a secret. Is surprised by this, and the main character understands that if she surpasses the strongest knight, she will attract attention to herself in vain, and then her face will be known throughout the continent. Some people will remember her, and her identity will be revealed when they see that she has not aged even after 20 years. But at the same moment, Sophia says that it's good, and the main character is surprised, and her interlocutor asks if she really thinks it's strange that she's not as noisy as usual. The protagonist is simply surprised by this, and Sophia insists that the lady saved her, so she's in her debt, and won't tell anything, giving her word as a knight. She also claims to apologize to Lady Elaine, after which he asks for forgiveness, for the fact that she spoke rudely, without knowing her skills, and she is simply jealous that the lady accompanies His Highness, and she has been trying for a long time to achieve his recognition. Lady was the eldest daughter of a deceased Agraf, but 5 years ago, a monster suddenly invaded their village. The girl was on the brink of death after losing her home and family. At that moment, His Highness saved their village. The lady cried out, "Why did he save her? She had lost her family and home, and it would have been better to fall into eternal sleep." Well, the guy argued that even if she was suffering, it was no reason to plunge into eternal sleep, because the living must live. The girl then screamed at him, "Doesn't it seem like it's none of his business?" To which the guy replied, "No, it's definitely his business. He didn't have a single family member or home to return to. This happened when he was still a young child. There was a time when he sat and cried like her. A person who loses everything is not easy to break, so let her not give in because she still has a long time to live." Now the main character is hugging the lady, and she thinks that she is so embarrassed to cry in front of others. Well, at that very moment, someone else bursts into the room and screams at Elaine. He also notices Lady Sophia, and he asks if she's awake, but the main character just says that the guy scared them, after which she asks what happened, since he didn't even knock Suzanne. He replies that it's nothing special, and that he just has a few questions about Lycios. The protagonist realizes he hasn't spoken to Lady Sophia yet. The boy claims he heard that Lady Sophia knocked out such a huge monster on her own. Elaine replies that he was weakened by His Highness's attack, and that she wasn't the one who knocked him out, as Lady Sophia helped her. Well then, the girl lying in bed answers that no, and it is true that Lady Elaine did everything herself. The main character turns to the girl and realizes she promised to remain silent. Suzanne asks if that's really true, and the lady replies that it is. And she really fought with her, but she was a burden because of her injuries, so she is very ashamed of it. The main character says that she does not think that Sophia was a burden to her, and thanks to her, she was able to cope with Lycios. Well, Sophia claims that she was only in the way, and couldn't help due to injuries, and then the lady had to carry her on her back. Elaine replies that it's not at all, and that the lady still helped her anyway. The two exchange a few more words, and Suzanne, he tells them to stop already, because in any case, the main thing is that they return safe and sound. Thus, the feline knights remained in the Agrafa mansion until Reha recovered. One of the maids claims she is truly glad the monster was captured. And the atmosphere in the mansion has been disgusting lately, to which the other agrees and claims that she heard that Sylvia, who disappeared without anger, returned safely. Another one claims that if it weren't for the knights, there would have been big trouble. They were said to be very capable, and the rumors seem to be true, so she hopes they'll stay for a long time. Well, at that very moment, the ladies hear some kind of sound, and when they turn around, they all see a large black bear. One of them screams to call the knights faster, but at the same moment, someone apologizes for scaring her. It turns out it's the main character who is carrying the bear, and she's wondering if they could show her where the kitchen is. A little while later, the doctor is already measuring His Highness's pulse and says that it is amazing because he was poisoned by Lycios, but the internal injuries were not fatal. if he had been an ordinary person, he would have fallen into eternal sleep within an hour. But with the help of the Silver Knight, the boy was spared serious injuries. A little while later, one of the knights claims that the ingredients were brought by Lady Elaine, and at first she thought that she would only get herbs, but this lady was able to get even the heart of Lycios. She doesn't know what happened to Lady Sophia, but Lady Elaine brought her in wounded. The Duke, meanwhile, thinks about this girl and realizes he knew she was magnificent, but this lady was so good that she defeated Lycios single-handedly. If she'd been that high level, her name would have been mentioned all over the continent. However, no one had ever heard of a knight named Elaine. A short time later, the doctor insists that he needs to take a break for a while anyway, so he should remember to take his medication, to which he agrees. At the same moment, the heroine is at the door to His Highness and asks if his examination is finished. The guy replies that yes. He asks what the lady wanted and replies that she brought food. A little while later, the girl places a plate of food in front of His Highness and says that it is bear stew, so she hopes that he will get better soon and also hopes that he will like it. The guy then thinks about bear stew and wonders if that's why she caught the bear. Elaine replies yes, and she thought it would be nice to strengthen his body, so she prepared this. The guy says that's understandable, but then claims that the lady saved Sophia and brought Lycia's heart. He also asks if the girl really dealt with it on her own, to which she replies that no, and that Lady Sophia helped her. But the Duke claims that he heard that she was badly injured, after which the main character claims that she was the first to inflict damage on Lycios. The Duke then says that as soon as he first saw Lady Elaine, he thought that this was abnormal. So now he is interested in what the girl did before joining the Knights. The main character is surprised by this question and understands that Reiki is suspicious of her, and has he really noticed that she defeated Lycios alone? After this, the lady doesn't even know what to answer, and the Duke sighs and asks if she has a good reason for her silence. Elaine replies yes, and apologizes. The guys insist that if that's the case, he won't bother them with questions, but when he wants to say something else, he suddenly breaks off and declares the conversation over. Elaine understands that, although she's sorry he can't know the truth, Brand claims Letty is quite a good cook and asks if she studied it, to which she replies that she learned it from the man she lived with as a child. The guy asks if this is one of the parents, to which the lady replies no, and her parents abandoned her when she was a child. Well, there were some who, he took her in, and this man was her savior, and she also learned to cook from him. The guy then wonders if that's why the application forms were blank, then says no one has ever done anything like that for him, but it seems the person who took her in really cared about the lady. The main character asks why he thinks so, and the guy replies that he has not known the lady for long, but she has such a straightforward character, and this is rare. Perhaps it's because she grew up under the tutelage of such a wonderful man. The girl then recalls cooking with Lady Bella, and then she starts crying. The Duke asks what happened, but the main character only apologizes and claims she suddenly remembered the past. Elaine knows she can't tell him, but she still wants to scream it out loud. The person who cared for her, that honest person, was his mother. Elaine says it's not because of His Highness, and that person is no longer alive. Hard then, but now she's fine and lives according to his wishes. The guy just wipes his mouth afterward, and the main character wonders if he's already eaten everything. The guy replies that otherwise fate would cool down, and the main character claims that if he gets sick again, she will cook this soup again, but still tells him to try not to do this. Reiki, he replies that this is a special situation, and no matter what she wishes, he will not fail again, after which he asks whether the lady will keep her word. The guy also claims that she better take care of herself and not be as reckless as she was last time. Elaine agrees, but says that if he is in danger, he should not stop her. Reiki says what a stubborn lady. After the Duke woke up, the Knights continued their investigation, and no more survivors were found. Missing were found and reported to the Count. The Count paid compensation and consolation money to the families of those who had fallen into eternal sleep, and the survivors expressed their gratitude to Registi. A little while later, the main character states that they are returning tomorrow and asks if the Duke is feeling better. The guy just sighs after this and claims that he has already heard this question more than 5 times. The main character says that's fine, but she insists he almost got into a serious situation, so it's natural she's worried. He still needs rest. Well, at that very moment, they notice a bird flying above them. Something in the bushes starts to move, after which it jumps up. But the Duke immediately grabs this creature, and the main character in shock turns to His Highness, but he replies that everything is fine. After all, it's just a mountain animal, and most likely it's a raccoon. But then the guy looks at it and thinks that it's a cat. Elaine turns to His Highness and claims that this cat is very similar to the one the Count spoke about. A little while later, the man is already hugging his cat and exclaiming how worried he was. The Duke asks if this is really his cat, to which the Count remarks that yes, and since they found his baby and also dealt with Lycus, they are obliged to arrange a banquet. A little while later, they are already at the celebration, and Suzanne turns to the lady and tells her to look at the Count. The guy also asks if she sees him sitting lazily on his throne, and he's sure he threw the banquet in honor of his cat, not theirs. Elaine says it's possible. But at that very moment, someone pushes the guy away and tells him to move over. It turns out to be Sophia. She turns to the lady and tells her to try it, because this meat is the hind legs of a young calf, so it is soft and tasty. She removed the seeds herself, so the lady could eat without any problem. The blonde man's expression was shocked, and then he turned to Lady Sophia and asked what was wrong with her, as she usually got angry when she couldn't eat. And then suddenly he's pure kindness. But then the girl asks what he's talking about, and when she's ever been angry, the guy replies that actually she always has. But the main character tells these two to stop arguing, after which she turns around and sees His Highness. A short time later, she follows him outside and approaches him. He replies that there's no need to follow him, as he just wants to get some fresh air alone. The girl replies that she too wants to get some air. As they continue on, people say that spring is slowly beginning to arrive, with buds already appearing on the trees. The guy replies that this is true, and it is already March, so it is getting a little warmer every day. The main character claims that it would be great if they had a festival when the flowers bloom, but the guy claims that the festival will start soon. And every year in March, they hold a flower and butterfly festival, after which one wonders if the lady really didn't know. The protagonist claims she hadn't even suspected it, but she understands that she'll have to go get satirin early. The lady also approaches His Highness and asks if she can go on vacation when they return. The Duke asks for how long, to which the lady replies, about a week, and asks if everything will be okay. The young man replies that yes, and that the adjustment period is over, so she can use her leave as she sees fit. Elaine thanks him, and also says that she is sorry that she will not be there for him. The Duke replies that everything is fine, there is nothing special about it, but then the main character asks His Highness if he likes fireworks. The guy asks if she's talking about fireworks, and why she asked too, which the lady replies that she's just curious. Well then, the young man remembers how he was called the son of a witch, and at that very moment, there were fireworks in the sky. Well now, the main character launches fireworks with her power, and the guy asks if this is magic. Elaine replies that it seems so, after which she takes something out of her pocket and tells His Highness to take it. She also doesn't know if he'll like it, but she's decided to give it to him. The guy asks why she's giving him a brooch, and the main character replies that it's his birthday. She heard this from Sir Loyard. The guy then says that means he was so busy that he completely forgot. Elaine then apologizes and claims that the gift is a little shabby, and also wonders if he didn't like it. At this time, the guy says that no, he didn't even notice, and also for him it's a great gift. He also thanks the lady and declares that he will wear the brooch. The main character smiles and wishes him a happy birthday. She also claims that next year, she will prepare an even better gift, but the boy then asks why the lady is so kind to him. In response, the girl smiles and asserts that she wants His Highness to be happy. The guy wonders if she really wants him to be happy, but then he remembers how someone called him a degenerate witch. He understands that people wanted him to suffer as much as those who fell victim to the witch, but these sparks from old memories became clearer. At this time, the main character turns to His Highness and asks if something is wrong, to which he replies that there is nothing wrong. The lady also asked him if he liked fireworks, and perhaps they weren't so bad. A few days later, the knights returned to Killiard. Elaine's services were highly appreciated, and the kings will react. Meanwhile, the Duke sits among the papers and says there's no end to this. The red-haired knight claims that it hasn't been long since they returned, and that maybe they should take breaks to rest sometimes, but the man replies that it's not possible. And he can't cope without Lady Elaine's help, so if he gets distracted now, he won't be able to sort out the festival budget. The Duke also says that he is of little use, and that while he was in Valendor, a lot of work accumulated. But if you think about it, Lady Elaine received the award and immediately went on vacation, after which the guy asks when she should return. The Duke replies that in a week and claims that she still has 4 days left, so it's good that she will return before the festival. The knight then turns to His Highness and asks him to accompany him, but the Duke only asks what he is talking about. And did Lady Elaine really tell him she wanted to go to the festival? The boy replies that she said she would invite the gentleman to go with her. A little while later, someone knocks on His Highness's door and asks if he's there. The guy asks what is happening, and the servant behind the door replies that Lady Hilla Rester has returned. The Duke wonders if this is really true, after which he tells her to let her in, and when the girl enters the room, she asks for forgiveness. She introduces herself and claims to have returned from an expedition. Meanwhile, the protagonist reaches for the flower and realizes she's finally found it. Elaine thinks she's glad the area hasn't changed, and she was worried he might have disappeared. After which, the lady deftly descends to the floor and realizes that this is excellent. Since she's retrieved this flower, she can set off. Meanwhile, the Duke comments that Hilla has done a great job during the long expedition. The girl thanks him and claims that all the monsters in the place he indicated were destroyed. Only this time, they couldn't find him either. The Duke says that's how it is, and there's nothing to apologize for. They did what they could. The boy realizes that 10 years have passed since the man's disappearance. A short time ago, the young man approached Walter, asking where he was going and how many days it would take. The man replied that he could not tell the gentleman now, but he would find out everything when the time came, so he should not worry. He also leaned towards the gentleman and said that if he suddenly did not return, then Hilla would take care of him. Now the guy understands that there are many questionable aspects to Walter's disappearance. He left it with Hilla as if he knew that he could disappear, but now the guy just clutches the sheet of paper and turns to Walter. A short time later, the protagonist is in the city and realizes how crowded it has become over the past week. She also wonders how many people will be there on the day of the festival. After which, the lady goes somewhere and thinks what kind of people these are, because even though they have the uniform of their order, she sees these faces for the first time. At that moment, someone else addresses Lady Elaine and says they haven't seen each other in a while. The protagonist realizes it's Sophia. The girl asks if she really returned from vacation today, answers something here, and then asks who it is. Sophia replies that they are knights who have recently returned from a long expedition. At that moment, one of them turns to her and asks if this is the new girl, as he's never seen her before. The main character bows and says that she is glad to welcome them. The lady introduces herself and states that she is His Highness's escort. Well then, one of the guys asks if she's really an escort and says the lady could have come up with something more believable, since His Highness would never have been assigned an escort. Another knight says she's a newbie and asks what kind of joke this is. Well, the main character replies that she is not lying and they can confirm this with His Highness. One of them asks if she is serious and wonders if she is a newbie, and also whether His Highness had given permission for the newcomer to be an escort. But Sophia immediately shuts the ladies up and tells them not to jump to such conclusions, since Elaine single-handedly defeated Lykios. After this, the guys are shocked and ask if she is really talking about that same Lykios. Sophia claims that His Highness has already thanked her for this achievement. One of the knights asserts that if true, this is astonishing. After which, she turns to Lady Elaine and asks how it went vacation and whether she had time to rest. The protagonist replies yes and thanks. Lady Sophia, Elaine realizes it seems rather sweet. At that moment, someone else addresses Elaine. It turns out to be Suzanne. The guy says they haven't seen each other in a while and wants to know when she's back. She replies that she just recently did. And the blonde claims that if he had known that she was there, he would have reported it, but the timing was inappropriate. Elaine asks what happened, and the guy replies that on the way there, he ran into His Highness in the corridor. He seems very busy because the festival is not long away. A little while later, someone knocks on the Duke's door, and he asks if it's Lovell, then tells him to come in. But the main character comes into the office and tells His Highness that she has returned. The guy is surprised by this and asks if she had a good vacation, to which the lady replies that everything is fine, and that is why she thanks him. The girl also says that she is sorry, because Sir Suzanne told her that he was very busy in her absence. The Duke replies that everything is fine, because he is used to it, and asks if the girl plans to go to the festival as a knight. Elaine says yes, and most likely. Then the guy says that this day will also be her vacation, but the main character asks if he won't go. The Duke claims he has a lot of work to do and doesn't have time, but the girl offers to go with her. He's been working so hard, it won't hurt if he takes a day off during the festival. So the man asks what he should do about the work, to which the lady replies that from today on, she'll be helping him so they can finish quickly. The lady invites him to go with her and asks if he agrees. But the guy replies that no, after which the main character, dejected, asks why so. Well, the Duke just smiles and claims that it's a joke because he's already heard from Lovell that the lady wants to go with him, so he can't refuse her. The main character then happily asks if he is lying to her and if he will take his words back because he is busy, to which the guy replies that he is not lying. The lady realizes that she will go to the festival with Rihai and then claims that she will return immediately after changing her clothes, so let the Duke put all the work aside. After the lady leaves, the guy gets up from his seat and thinks about the festival. He realizes that normally he wouldn't have gone there, but it would be nice to relax with his subordinates. On the day of the festival, the guy is already outside, and a little while later, the main character approaches him. The girl apologizes and claims that she is a little late and she doesn't know anything about outfits, so she turned to Lady Sophia for help. The lady also asks if it looks ridiculous, but the Duke replies that it doesn't, and also turns around and claims that it suits hers. Elaine understands that Rihai said that this outfit suits her, and the guy is only suggesting that they go to the festival. A little while later, they are already there, and the Duke claims that this year there were more people at the festival than last year. At this time, the main character puts her hand on His Highness's hand and asks if he cannot let go of her hand. The guy asks her what she's talking about, and then asks her to wait a second. When the lady looks at him, the Duke tells her not to overdo it, because it is she who should not let go of his hand. The guy starts leading the lady, and she thinks it's strange, and wonders if Reika's back has always been this big. A little while later, the guy claims that they have arrived, and the main character is surprised. After all, he sees so many street vendors there and smells a very delicious aroma. Elaine asks if His Highness wants anything to eat, since she will bring it, but the guy replies that he doesn't want to. Liked something, then let the lady just buy it for herself. She agrees to something and claims that she will return soon. A little while later, the girl returns with her purchases, and the Duke thinks how fast she is. After which, he sees everything the lady has bought and asks if she can eat it all. The girl replies, of course. After which, he hands one of the dishes to His Highness and says that it is for him, so let him try it. Reiki thanks her, and the girl claims that it is very tasty because there are so many spices in it. When the boy tastes the food, he realizes it's a bit oversalted and wonders if it's because the sauce is so rich. Walter didn't allow him to eat such food because it was unhealthy. At this time, the main character asks the Duke if the food is tasty, to which he replies that it is not bad. But at that same moment, the lady notices something else, and when the guy asks what happened, the lady replies that she found something interesting and asks if he wants to go with her. When the Duke turns around, he sees a target game going on, and a little while later, they approach it. The shopkeeper asks if a young couple has come to see them. The main character asks him what he's talking about, after which he looks at the Duke, and the shop owner just laughs and says how shy they were, after which he asks if the two want to play a game. The grand prize is a large teddy bear perfect as a gift. Elaine asks if it's true, and the Duke asks if the lady wants it. The girl asks him what he's talking about, after which the Duke turns to the merchant and claims that he wants to play, to which he replies that it's excellent. The Duke says it sounds interesting and invites Lady Elaine to play together. A little while later, the shop owner looks at how they hit the bullseye and asks what it is. The main character claims that since they both received maximum points, they are in first place, but the man only says that he lost and asks if such people really exist, after which he hands the teddy bear to the lady and tells her to take it. He also thanks these two because it was nice to look at. The main character thanks him and then hands the teddy bear to the Duke, but he asks what she is doing with it. The lady claims that she wants to give the teddy bear to His Highness, but he asks what she is saying since he won it for her, so let the lady take it. But the girl insists she wanted to give it to him too, after which the guy tells her to take it. The shop owner can't take it anymore and yells for them to have a love fight outside. Elaine then suggests playing rock, paper, scissors, and whoever wins gets to give away the teddy bear. After that, they begin playing. But the main character loses, after which she asks in shock if she really lost. The lady then sighs and says that she really wanted to give this teddy bear to the Duke, but then she claims that she has already made a gift. Then he places his hand on the brooch and says that this is enough for him. Therefore, let her think of this toy as a return of a debt. Elaine turns to His Highness, but he only suggests going further, since they have already looked at everything there. As they move on, the lady remembers how the shopkeeper asked if a young couple had come to visit him, and also said that they should arrange a love showdown for him outside. Elaine wonders if she and Rihai are really lovers, but he's still like a little nephew to her. She understands that it's natural for them to be misunderstood because they're nearly the same age, and today Rihai is even 3 years older than her. But at that very moment, the girl notices a carriage rushing towards her, and the coachman screams for the lady to be more careful. The Duke immediately pushes the lady away and tells her to be careful, after which the girl thanks him. The guy suggests going to a more secluded place because he also wants to show her something. A little while later, the lady is already in a field of marigolds. She also asks how he found such a place, to which the guy replies that it was just by chance. Elaine thinks how beautiful it is, and she would really like for them to be there all together. Bella, Lloyd, and Esmel. Well, then the lady thinks about the latter, and realizes that unlike Bella and Lloyd, he disappeared without a trace. Lloyd, he believes that he could not have fallen into eternal sleep, and since he is a demon, he would definitely have survived even with serious wounds. At first, the girl thought that Esmel was looking after Rehi, but it looks like Rehi doesn't know at all about Esmel's existence, so the girl wonders where he disappeared to. At this time, the Duke turns to Lady Elaine and says that it is already late, so he suggests returning, to which the lady agrees and says that it is time. The girl understands that even if it seems like there's no hope left, as long as they live, they'll meet Esmel someday. A little while later, someone cries out, wondering what it means that the Duke is missing. This man also shouts that he has urgent business, but the knight asks him to calm down first and explain the situation. The Duke then approaches the two and asks why there is such a noise. At that very moment, the man turns to His Highness and asks for help. Rihai asks if he's not the Rister's butler and asks what's going on. The man says that a big problem has happened because Mrs. Hilla's younger brother, that is, the younger Mr. Edwin, was kidnapped. The Duke, in shock, asks if he has been kidnapped, after which the man leans on His Highness. He also begs with all his might to save his master, and then collapses to the floor. The main character and the brunette are surprised by this. A short while later, the butler drinks some water and sighs. The Duke asks if he's calmed down now, to which the man replies that he has. He also thanks His Highness and apologizes for the inconvenience caused, but his interlocutor replies that everything is fine, and since he has calmed down, let him tell. The brunette asks the butler if he is sure that Mrs. Hilla's brother was kidnapped, to which he replies that yes, and that it happened yesterday. The previous day, someone called for Mr. Edwin. When he saw him, he said that the sun would soon set, so it was time to go back. The guy asked if time had really flown by so quickly, after which he claimed that he understood and would be right back. This young man is Count Riester, named Edwin Riester. The knight then asked if the gentleman had finished his shopping, and he replied that it was all for his sister who would soon return. She spent several days looking for her father, so she must have eaten little, and he wants to greet her with a delicious meal that he will prepare himself. The guy also asks if it's true that today is exactly a year since he became a count, to which the knight replies that it seems so. The blond man with a smile on his face claimed that he wanted to boast that he was already able to manage the land without Jackson's help, but Chase asked if the gentleman had made a mistake last time due to the lack of help. Edwin replied that it was simply a mistake and not because he was too young. Just as the knight was about to say something else, he realized they were surrounded. He grabs his sword and is about to attack, and one of the mercenaries asks if that little guy is really Mr. Edwin, and also Hilla Rister's brother. Edwin sternly asks if he called him baby, and inquires who this man is, as well as who is calling him and his sister by their first names. The man insists he doesn't need to know, and then steps closer. He also offers to go with him, but at that very moment, the knight presses his sword to his throat. The red-haired stranger laughs and asks if he really thinks he can scare him with that iron. The knight only curses at him, but at the same moment, he feels some kind of force approaching him, after which he writhes in pain. And then he collapses on the floor. Edwin screams in shock at Chase, who puts his hand on him and tells him not to move, because if he moves, his friend will be fried. This sword conducts electricity, and if he increases the voltage, it will put this guy into eternal sleep. If Edwin doesn't want him to fall into eternal sleep, then let him throw away everything he has in his hands and follow him. The blond man then just fades away and says, "What a cowardly fool this stranger is." He then raises his hands, and the red-haired man declares that he's glad the guy isn't as stubborn as his sister. The knight cries out to his master through pain and says that if he follows this man, it will be bad. Well, the stranger just throws some kind of package under the guy's face and tells him to give this note to Hilla. After all, if she doesn't want to see her brother's undead body, then within a week, bring him leashed to Felion to the specified location. Now the butler claims that Chase came to his senses, late returned to the mansion, and delivered this note. But now Lady Hilla plans to secretly rescue him. The Duke then says it's a difficult situation and wonders if the butler has secretly told him this. The man replies that the gentleman is right, because Lady Hilla asked not to tell him about this, because she does not want to put the gentleman in danger, but how can he remain silent about this? The main character claims that this is madness, and asks how these bandits and Lady Hilla are connected, and also why they decided to kidnap a person in the first place. The butler claims he doesn't know, but in the note they introduced themselves as Haloid mercenaries. The Duke asks if that's really true, and the protagonist, seeing his reaction, asks if the master really knows them. The guy replies that 2 years ago, he received a request to eliminate a group of thieves, and the knight compliments him, and also claims that since then, they have harbored a grudge. His Highness says that Lady Hilla was with him, so it is clear that they are trying to reach him through her. The butler claims this is sadly true, but it won't help them, because if Count Flautaire and Master Edwin have disappeared, then the main character is shocked, but when the Duke asks what happened, the lady replies that nothing happened, just that she got something in her eye, but then she wonders if he really meant Walter. The Duke simply tells the girl not to worry, because they're hunting him, and he won't put them into eternal sleep. And at dawn, they will set out to look for Count Edwin. The blonde is talking with the knights at this time, but at that very moment, someone approaches them. Hilla sees the Duke with a servant hiding behind him, and turns to him, after which she asks what it is. The Duke claims the butler told him everything, after which the lady glares at him. The man apologizes, and the Duke insists he did everything right. After all, she had to tell him about this. A little while later, they were already sitting at the table. Hilla asked if the gentleman really wanted to participate in this, and he replies that if he doesn't go, the Count will be in danger. And as far as he knows, the lady was called to what used to be a prison. The people there are experts in surveillance, so if he doesn't go, they will immediately catch her, and then they will plunge her into eternal sleep, and the hostage, who is her brother. And then the lady will become a hostage, and they will also demand his arrival. They harbored a grudge against him, and would do everything to get to him, but then the lady claimed that she had made a promise, and must protect the master until her father returned, and that little would happen before his return. And what face will she see then? Reiki claims that Walter would not want his children to be plunged into eternal sleep at his request, and she knows this well. The protagonist thinks about Walter Riston and Hilla Riston. She realizes that Lady Hilla was Sir Walter's daughter, and that she wasn't close to them, so her memories are vague. But 20 years ago, they were close with Lloyd and the commander of the Royal Knights. The girl realizes that this man disappeared mired in the swamps of the surviving Leahy, so the blonde says that the master must promise her something. If his life is in danger, then His Highness will have to run away, forgetting about her and his brother, to which the guy agrees. But the protagonist turns to Lady Hilla and tells her not to worry. The Duke also says his safety will be ensured, and the girl asks who? Reiki. He claims he forgot to introduce himself, then points to the main character and claims he's her bodyguard, Elaine. The main character says she's pleased to meet him, and the woman wonders if this is the same Lady Elaine who applied to be a security guard during the ceremony, and she can't believe that the Duke allowed her to accompany him. The man claims he was told they were halogen mercenaries and is wondering if there is any other information. The girl replies that these mercenaries clearly went their separate ways after communicating with Philly's knights. At the meeting the day before yesterday, many people gathered, and they say that some had magical instruments. The Duke says that a magic weapon is something you can't just get hold of, so it's strange that poor bandits have it. After which, he even becomes interested in whether some third party has a strong grudge against him. Hilla claims that she found an old map of the prison, but still a map, and if nothing has changed, then everything should be as on the map. The Duke says good, and suggests taking this map apart and coming up with a rescue plan. The lady's brother is in prison at this time, after which someone approaches him, and he wonders if he knows why he was kidnapped. His sister serves a famous man, Rehi de Fillon, and he thinks the boy, though young, already understands everything. This guy is the son of the witch who caused the Sebeka incident. After his father was plunged into eternal sleep by this witch, he suffered burns all over his body. Left alone and struggling to survive, he assembled a group of mercenaries. But the grown-up son of this witch drove away all the mercenaries and his mother, as well as her. The The child ruined his life. He can't fix the past, but he can restore justice, after which he wonders what the guy thinks about it. And also, should justice be restored? But the young man replies that it's none of his business. The man clenches his teeth and asks if he's talking about it. And then they hit the guy in the face, causing him to scream. The stranger says it's his business because his sister works for this bastard. He didn't want to touch Edwin because he was a hostage, but he didn't think his sister thought they were doing the right thing. The guy then screams and asks what the hell he's doing, but the man tells him not to worry because no one has ever fallen into eternal sleep because they were missing one eye. He approaches the young man and is about to wound him in the eye, after which the guy asks Togo to wait and then screams out. But at that very moment, someone enters the cell and addresses Taranton. This guy claims that it seems like someone broke into their place. The man asks if that's really true, and his interlocutor replies that yes, and they are determining who it is. Taranton claims that it is impossible not to establish identity. Of course, this is this boy's little sister, and if Reika has the same character, then they came together. The assassin claims that the Count is lucky because his sister didn't abandon him, but he shouldn't rejoice yet. It's better if he doesn't do anything stupid until he catches the Duke. After which the man leaves, leaving the boy alone. Meanwhile, the main character and the other knights discuss the plan. The Duke claims that Count Edwin is most likely being hidden either in the central part of the prison or in the western wing. He and Elaine will go to the western building, to which the main character agrees. The man insists that Hilla and her men will explore the central part. If they find the Count, they should signal, to which they agree, after which they disperse. Both groups head to their positions. The Duke turns to the protagonist and tells her to go left, and he to go right. The girl agrees, and when she runs there, she checks the cameras, realizing there's no one there. The lady also wonders where that guy is. When she meets the Duke, he asks if she found him, to which the lady replies that she hasn't, and the man asks if he's really in this building. Elaine realizes that they must find the hostage before they are caught, and even if they find him, he will be in danger until they remove the bomb from his neck. Then the brunette suggests looking at the top floor, but at that very moment, someone asks if what he sees is really true. Another voice replies that this is probably the case, after which the main characters and the Duke run toward the source of the sound, but when they reach it, they find a dead end. And when the two turn around, they're surprised. Meanwhile, Hilla addresses her men and claims he's not in that direction, then asks how they're doing. One of the knights claims they couldn't find him either. They can't contact the others, after which the woman remains silent and wonders where they went. The lady thinks about her brother, and then whispers that then they will search another building, and she will search the warehouse, and they will search the management building, after which they run away, and when the woman approaches the warehouse, she mentally asks for her brother to be there, but at that very moment, someone attacks her, and the girl sings the funeral service. The man asks if the Duke is really running after him, then swings his sword at her and asks where the Duke is. The lady deftly dodges, and the stranger claims he doesn't have time to deal with her. Hilla replies that she doesn't have time for him either, so let him just tell her where her brother is. But the man then grabs the blade that was presented to his throat and uses force. The lady immediately lets go of her blade and grabs her hand. She realizes it's as if it's been burned by high-voltage electricity. And the man at this time asks if she will now tell where the Duke is. At this time, the main character and the Duke are settling a couple of guards, and the lady sighs while the brunette claims that they were almost caught. At the same moment, they hear something else. There were some sounds, and the girl claimed it was a warning. The Duke claimed they might have caught Hilla. But at that very moment, someone screams that there is an invasion, after which the main character wonders what to do since they haven't found the Count yet. The Duke claims that there is nothing left to do but make bait out of him and then get rid of them. Meanwhile, let the lady find the Count. Elaine, shocked, asks if he's completely lost his mind. The girl claims that it would be better if she were bait, but the Duke claims that they are looking for him now, not her, and if the lady goes with him, it will complicate the search. When a girl wants to object, then Reki. He tells her not to worry and asks if she really thinks he's that easy to defeat. Elaine realizes she believes him, but she still tells him to be careful, to which the guy agrees. And when he leaves, he claims that they will see each other later. When the Duke turns the corner, there's a cry for someone to grab him. The girl thinks about him, but then realizes she needs to calm down. Edwin might be on the top floor. Elaine realizes she needs to remain calm and focus on the voice. Then she hears a voice asking for help and realizes what she's found. The lady touches the wall and realizes it's obvious the guy is somewhere there. Then she finally touches one of the tiles and realizes it's a mechanism for a secret entrance. When the lady descends into it, she sees a door and upon opening it is shocked. Meanwhile, other boys are chasing the Duke, screaming for him to be captured. One of them asks why this guy is so fast, and the brunette runs up to another building and asks what it is, because he sees the building for the first time, and it wasn't on the map. After which the guy hears a scream, and also those who are chasing him, and thinks that it is better to check it out. When he goes down to the basement, he hears screams. Someone is asking for help and claims to do whatever they ask. One of them screams out that there is no one and asks for salvation, but the man with red hair only cuts them. He also turns to the Duke and asks how he likes this picture and how it feels to watch someone who looks like him fall into eternal sleep. Reki asks why all this, and the man wonders if he is really asking such a thing. He'd been waiting for them for a long time, and he'd been doing this to pass the time. He was tired of it because finding someone with a similar appearance and kidnapping them was an expensive pastime. The guy looks at these people and realizes that they have black hair, white skin, and violet eyes. He says how terrible this man is and how he really thinks he could commit such crimes and escape punishment. Is against it. The same thing will happen with Edwin. He takes out the bomb's activator and is about to press it. When he sees the Duke looking confused, he tells him to drop his sword and raise his hands before he's cut down. At that very moment, they put handcuffs on him, after which they throw him at the feet of his master. The man says that this is how it is, after which he grabs the guy by the face and claims that he will finally be able to take revenge. At this time, the main character finds Mr. Edwin, and when she sees what condition he is in, she says how cruelly they treated the little child. The girl claims she's in league with Lady Hilla and has come to rescue him, so now the boy can go ahead. But at that very moment, the young man screams for her to get lost. The guy also claims it's dangerous to approach him because he has a bomb hanging around his neck. The girl wonders if he's really that scared of the bomb, after which he apologizes and claims that he will look at her, but the young man claims that he told her not to approach him because what will happen if it explodes? Elaine understands that this device can only be opened by force, and even a professional will need a lot of time to deactivate it, and even if it is activated. But then the girl realizes she needs to think, then she extends her hand and prepares to use force. But the boy cries out that he told her not to touch it. Elaine replies that everything is fine and he shouldn't worry, after which the guy closes his eyes and prepares for the explosion, but nothing happens. The shocked young man asks how she did it, but the lady only smiles and understands that this is a device that can only destroy magic. Even some mages and masters cannot control external magic, and she was only able to do this thanks to the powers Bella gave her. The lady claims she's simply done similar things before, then unties the boy and offers him her hand. He also asks if it's time to go back. The young man extends his hand in response, and then they leave. The mercenary turns to the Duke and says he now looks down on him, but the brunette only smiles, which enrages the stranger. However, the Duke says this guy is funny because he put innocent people into eternal sleep, thinking it was him. This wasn't enough for him, so he went after his subordinate's family. And he also shows how terrified he is of dealing with him. The man then hits the Duke and asks if he really doesn't understand anything. He also tells him not to blame him for putting his subordinates into eternal sleep. After all, it's all because of him, after which the man presses the button that should activate the bomb, but nothing happens. The man in shock asks what happened and whether the button is broken, but the Duke notes that it is not broken. After all, his subordinate had already removed the bomb and escaped, so nothing happened when he pressed the button. The man asks how he knows, and the guy replies that he received a signal. The hostage was found on the top floor of the western building, and the bomb was defused. The guy then asks what he'll do since the hostage escaped. The man only gets angry at this, and then cries out that he'll still put the boy into eternal sleep, but the Duke immediately breaks the handcuffs. Then he grabs the man by the arms and throws him to the floor. The assassin, shocked, asks how he did it, and the brunette replies that he just has bad handcuffs, and they should have been made of stronger material since he was going to catch him. But the mercenary realizes they were strong and wonders if this guy is even human. His colleagues ask what kind of curse this is, after which he screams for the Duke to be taken. Well, at that very moment, daggers fly at them from behind, after which they fall down completely. Meanwhile, the blonde lady apologizes to His Highness for being late. The young man says it's no big deal and offers to take them outside and tie them up. A little while later, the mercenaries are already sitting and tied up in a bunch. Their duke says that now everyone is there. Hilla says there were other people besides them, but they're already finished. Renat claims she did a good job and asks if her hand is okay. The lady replies that everything is fine, and she just made a small mistake during the fight against the magic weapon. The guy then says that it's good that her life is not in danger, and asks where Duke Edwin is, and whether he is with her. But the girl asks if they haven't found him, to which the guy replies that he thought he'd find a guy next to her. At that moment, someone cries out to His Highness. It turns out to be the main character, along with Hilla's brother. The girl immediately turns to her brother, and the Duke claims the lady has found him. Elaine claims that when she searched the top floor, she found a secret room and saw a guy there, and also removed a bomb from his neck. The blonde immediately turns to her brother and claims that he has injuries on his neck, but her brother replies that everything is fine because it's just a scratch and the bruise was left by the rope. But the lady immediately hugs her brother and then apologizes for not being able to find him faster. The guy also turns to his little sister and with a smile on his face claims that he is really okay and that she was also late because of preparations to save him. The main character claims that in any case, everyone is now safe, and the young man suggests returning home. After all, everyone was eagerly awaiting his return, to which the others agreed. After Rihai and the knights rescued Edwin and the commoners, he immediately returned to the mansion and received treatment. But a little while later, the main character screams in shock, asking what it is. The Duke with a cut on his cheek asks what she is talking about, and the ladies claim that she is asking what is on his face, and also what to do with a scar on such a beautiful face. The guy then asks what she's talking about, and the lady opens the ointment and tells him not to move because she'll apply it her E. The Duke steps back and replies that there's no need, he can do it all himself. The lady then asks how he can do it himself without a mirror, after which the guy sighs and says how stubborn she is, and also agrees and tells the lady to do it faster. The girl agrees, and then begins to apply the ointment, and Reki looks at her, understands that he doesn't know where to look. At this moment, someone knocks on the door and asks His Highness to come in for a moment. The young man tells the person to come in, after which the lady apologizes and enters the room, and also claims that she came to thank him. Her brother also claims that he is very grateful for yesterday, and cannot imagine the danger he would have been in if Lady Elaine had not found him. He is also very grateful to His Majesty who came to the aid of his sister. While the Duke says there's no need to thank him, since the guy was there in the first place because of him. The main character insists she was just helping him. The young man then says that they are both so cute, and his sister claims that, frankly, speaking at first, she did not believe that Lady Elaine could be His Highness's bodyguard. Now she understands why His Highness appointed her as his bodyguard. Hilla extends her hand to Lady Elaine and wishes her all the best. The main character shakes her hand in return and wishes her the same. Edwin, meanwhile, claims that no one must have eaten yet and everyone is hungry and suggests they eat together. As a family member, he wants to thank them properly so they can ask for whatever they want. The Duke says that the Count has grown up, which makes him embarrassed, and claims that he is still acting as a father, after which he once again suggests having a meal together. But at that very moment, someone is watching them from a tree. A short time later, the lady reads the leaflet. Only a few days have passed since the kidnapping case was concluded, and she returned to Killiard. A carrier pigeon arrived, conveying that Nathan's scientific research on the magic circle had been completed. He wrote on a piece of paper that they would meet for lunch to discuss the results. The lady with a smile on her face wonders if it's all finally over, and understands that she will definitely come to lunch, so she needs to quickly get ready and leave. Well, at that very moment, someone knocks on the door, and the lady tells that person to come in. The Duke enters the lady's room and addresses her. Elaine asks, His Highness, what happened to? Which he replies that it's nothing serious, and he was just stopping by for a moment. After which, the guy hands the lady the gloves, and the main character asks with admiration if these are really for her. The Duke replies yes, and that this is especially important to him. He also asks if the lady remembers how he told her about the old guard. Elaine understands that he was talking about Walter, and the guy claims that if he had not saved the Count, he would not have been able to forgive himself. He would be ashamed if Walter returned. There would be no agraf. He doesn't want to erase someone a second time because of his own fault. The main character turns to His Majesty with concern, and the guy asserts that, in any case, this is his gratitude to her, and he hopes that the lady will like it. Elaine replies that she really liked it, and wishes him all the best, after which the guy leaves. The girl looking at the gloves understands that this is a gift from Reika, but at that very moment she comes out of her thoughts and understands that she doesn't have time, so for now she'll put it in the drawer. Then the lady runs away. When she reaches the square, she realizes she's arrived just in time, but wonders where Nathan is. But at that very moment, she hears a noise near the shop. It turns out to be the same young man with blonde hair, and he asks if it's true, to which the merchant replies, of course, he's been doing this for a while. Initially, the fruit cost 5 gold coins, but since the guy is a tourist, he only gets 1 gold coin. The young man then, with a smile on his face, asks if such a fruit is really at such a low price, and tells the merchant to wait. But at that very moment, someone hits the boy from behind, and when he turns around, he sees Elaine. He screams, "How scared she's made me feel!" And the main character asks if he is really going to buy the fruit at such a price, which makes the merchant look very unhappy. The blonde says that he doesn't need this fruit, but they told him that they were ready to give it to him at a low price. The girl then takes out a copper coin and tosses it to the seller. The man asks if it's really copper. The main character wonders if such a price is acceptable, since he shouldn't cheat visitors. He'll spread bad rumors about Kiliad and cause trouble for Burnett. The girl also turns to her friend and asks how many years he hasn't traveled abroad, to which he replies that it's been 10 years. A little while later, they go somewhere, and the lady offers to exchange in this room so that no one will notice them. The guy immediately extends his hands so that the lady gives him a flower, and their main character says that it's okay. Then she hands over the plant in a flask. The guy thanks her for it, and as if stealing claims that this wonderful thing is finally in his hands, the main character asks if he's satisfied and whether he'll show her the results of the study now. To which the guy replies yes, and hands over a stack of papers. He claims that among the existing magic, he brought other characteristics that she mentioned. Elaine thanks him and claims she'll read everything. Lady also thinks that all she remembers is the vertical eye, and that magic circles have that ability, but that's not what she was looking for. She also thinks she'll remember something else while reading. Then something else falls out of the stack of papers, and the lady realizes it's a scrap. However, when she picks it up, she's shocked. The blonde asks what happened, after which the lady confirms that this is the magic circle she was looking for. The guy, shocked, asks what she's talking about, and if this is really the circle. Elaine replies, yes, and asks what's wrong. Nathan says he either meant to bring it or didn't bring more than one. This circle disappeared in ancient times, and it is a dangerous magical circle that could take over the entire continent. Elaine asks what he means, and if it's some kind of magic. He replies that before doing anything, he needs to clarify a few things. And he asks what kind of person Lady Elaine is. The girl is surprised, and the guy adds that, as he already said, it's village magic that most wizards don't know about, so how could she know about it? Elaine claims that she is simply curious and wonders if the guy is afraid that she might abuse magic. The lady also tells him not to worry, as she asked for it, because she didn't know anything herself, and even if she did, she has no opportunity or reason to use her. The guy considers this and then says, okay. The main character points to the circle again and asks what kind of magic it is. The young man claims it's mind control magic. She has no limits and can control everything, but under this, she can become dangerous if a bad person uses her, and if the lady is not careful, everyone will suffer. The main character ponders subjugation and thinks it's accurate because Bella's eyes weren't like hers back then, as she thought the witch was under someone's influence. Now the main character is clutching the paper with the magic circle and thinking what kind of fool used Bella, because the whole city and the people in it suffered. At this time, the blonde turns to Lady Elaine and asks if everything is okay, to which the lady replies that it is, and also tells him to continue. The guy claims that in any case, it is difficult to find any information about this magic since most of the information has been lost, but one thing is clear, and that is that the red liquid of the golden dragon is used as a material for another magic circle. Although it doesn't exist, now the evil energy is very strong, so it is very suitable for curses. The girl then wonders if he is talking about the golden dragon and also turns to Nathan and offers to make another deal. A little while later, the lady heads back and realizes that as soon as she heard about the golden dragon, she immediately remembered. 20 years ago, the royal family attempted to subdue an evil dragon when a special force was suddenly dispatched from the palace to subdue it. 4 royal families participated: Lloyd and Bella, the second and third princes, and the current king, Hasidi I. The most suspicious of them are the Hasidi, but they disappeared after the incident in Seebeck. The same thing happened to Lloyd. That leaves the prince and princess. The second prince, Chelsea de Filion, ascended to the throne immediately after the previous king, and Lloyd were put into eternal sleep, so it's possible he did it for the throne. But the third prince is now a duke, and he hated Bella terribly. The emotional context is quite convincing, or they're both to blame. People clutch their heads and realize that everything isn't working out. To find out what happened that day, we need a list of the detachment that subjugated this dragon, and all the originals were lost during the incident in Seebeck. So the lady asks if she can see them. At that moment, she bumps into someone and apologizes. But when he gets his head around it, he sees that it's Kazan and Sophia. The blonde claims he hasn't seen the lady all day and asks where she came from, to which she replies that she was just strolling around the square. The lady also asks why they're together. Sophia laughs and insists she wanted to be with him. The guy, however, claims that unfortunately, he met her on the way back from repairing the sword, after which the two begin to quarrel, and Sophia asks what he said, and whether he really met her by misfortune, to which the guy replies that he could have avoided the new one and followed her instead. At this time, the main character turns her attention to His Majesty, after which he turns to Lady Elaine. He also says that Cézanne is there too, and he was looking for him. The blonde realizes at this point that this sounds somewhat ominous. Afterwards, the Duke asks Lady Elaine and Sir Cézanne if they'll come into his office for a minute, to which they agree. The blonde man asks if he really has to come too, and wonders what happened. The Duke replies that he wants to talk about the Lakers in the north. Margrave Lakers says they need to meet. They will talk about this in more detail in the office, to which the guy agrees. A little while later, the blonde man in shock asks if the Margrave is really signing a contract. Brunette replied that it was indeed so, and that they needed to purchase a large quantity of high-quality wood for the renovation. The most durable wood is from northern Lakers, so he tried to make a deal with them, but they immediately asked to meet with him. He understands that the guy got there with the support of the Margrave, after which he asks what the matter is. To respond to this, and the Duke claims that if he doesn't want to talk about it, it's better to remain silent. However, he wants the boy to accompany him, even if it makes him uncomfortable, because the deal is at stake. Cézanne replies that yes, and he will gladly accompany the gentleman. To which the man replies that that's fine, and then they'll leave tomorrow. The main character watching this guy wonders what happened between him and the Margrave. A little while later, they are already heading in a carriage, and the lady wonders if they have arrived yet, because it has become very cold. After which she turns to the blonde and realizes that he looks suspiciously bad, so the lady wonders what is going on. The lady also addresses His Highness and states that there are rumors that supplies from the north have stopped, so she is wondering if everything is okay. The guy replies that yes, and he doesn't know the reason, but a year ago deliveries slowed down and recently stopped altogether. Elaine asks if that makes trading difficult, to which he replies that it is because they need to visit them, and they can resume everything, but Cézanne remains silent. A short time later, they exit the carriage, and His Highness declares that they have arrived. At that moment, a man approaches them and greets His Highness, and also states that they have not seen each other for a long time. He is the Margrave of the Lakers. The Duke shakes his hand and claims they haven't seen each other in a while. The man also turns to Cézanne and says that they haven't seen each other for a long time, to which the guy replies that they haven't seen each other for a long time and addresses him as Lakers. The man looks a little sad after this and tells them to go inside the mansion. When the main character heads there, she realizes that the Lakers are an old family living in the far north. In this land where the evil dragon dwells, there's not always a watchful eye or protection to prevent its awakening. The Lakers family does this, and they're renowned for their high level of support, serving as a shield for the residents. The Margrave claims that they can discuss the deal there, and the Duke wonders if Miss Lakers is in charge of the timber trade and asks where she is. The man replies that she's not feeling well, so he's taking care of her today and asks for understanding recce. He replies that he understands and suggests starting. At this time, the main character thinks about Miss Lakers and realizes that this is a young girl who, according to rumors, had enormous power in society, while they say that she suddenly disappeared a year ago. Elaine wonders if she's really that bad that she has to rest for so long. But at that very moment, the maid comes up to them and apologizes. At that moment, she trips on the carpet and starts to fall, but the main character grabs her. The Duke turns to Lady Elaine and asks if everything is all right. The protagonist replies that everything is fine, as she didn't get burned thanks to her clothes. The girl also asks if it's okay if she steps away for a bit. The man then orders the maid to escort the lady, who bows and agrees. When they head to the bathroom, the maid apologizes several more times, and the main character replies that everything is fine and tells her not to worry. The maid claims that she will prepare a change of clothes for the lady, and the main character replies that everything is fine. The maid asks what she is talking about, and the lady says to just give her a dry towel, and she will take care of everything herself. The maid asks if everything is okay, to which the lady replies that it is, and tells her not to worry and to continue working. The maid replies that she understands, after which she hands the lady a towel and leaves. The main character puts the towel in her pocket and realizes that she is glad that Reika has her own business there because she also needs to find something there. The Lakers are the foremost clan of the North, so they need a list of those arriving in the northern mountains. 20 years ago, the team that conquered the Golden Dragon would have handed over this list to the Lakers. But at that same moment, the lady bumps into someone and then apologizes, but this guy says how awful it is, and he asks her what she wants. The young man also asks if she's so shy that she can't even look him in the eye. The main character wonders what kind of rude person this is and decides to simply ignore him. Elaine then looked irritated. She tells him to ask her, but the guy grabs her by the shoulder and tells her to wait. And she also apologized properly. The main character asks what he's talking about, and her interlocutor asks if something is wrong, not only with her eyes, but also with her ears. After all, he said to apologize properly and wondered if she hadn't heard. Then the girl says he needs to apologize properly because he bumped into her. The blonde asks what she just said, says how brave she is, and then asks if she knows who he is. But Elaine asks if she really should know. At that moment, someone else addresses the girl and says she didn't return, so he came there. It turns out to be the Duke. The girl is addressing His Highness. The blonde man asks if it's Reki. The Duke wonders what the lady is doing there with His Majesty the Crown Prince. Elaine wonders if this is the Crown Prince, but at that very moment, knights run up to him and shout to His Majesty what happened. The blonde only asks the Duke why they came there, to which he replies that they have business. The prince says how arrogant this is and asks if they would like to tell him more. And although the guy is from a modest and also bad family, he holds his head high, so he asks if this girl is really his subordinate. The blonde also wonders if his subordinates need training, since the lady has been saying she has no intention of apologizing. The Duke notes that he doesn't think it's important. Well, at that very moment, the Margrave passes by and notices the two of them. He asks if His Majesty is there again, but the prince is only interested in whether he is avoiding him, and the Margrave claims that he still allows people to come there without warning, and also asks what he should do about it, because he needs to keep the promise he gave to Rehis. He's busy today, so he suggests meeting next time. Well, then the prince tells him to bring Lady Juliana to him. The Margrave asks if he didn't say that she is ill and has difficulty moving, but the prince says that he shouldn't be a snob, because this lady is not so ill that she can't talk about the engagement. At this time, Suzanne is in shock, wondering if they are talking about an engagement, and the prince claims that he comes there 5 times in 3 months, and is there really no improvement? And also, why does he always interfere with his meeting with Yulina? And is she really ill? The man then says that it's okay, and he will tell the truth, because Juliana doesn't want to arrange an engagement with him, which shocks the prince and asks what he's talking about. The Margrave claims that he believes the prince wants to use the marriage with his daughter, for Togo, to gain the resources of the north. His daughter is a smart and kind child, not blinded by power, but the crown prince is furious at this, only to turn around and say what a fool she is. The knights immediately head for His Highness. At this time, the Duke asks if everything is okay, because it must be unpleasant, and the man replies that he is a little worried and needs to step away for a minute, so he apologizes. Rehai also turns to Lady Elaine and asks if everything is okay and if any harm has been done to her. The girl replies that no, and that she bumped into him by accident. At this time, the blonde offers to return to the room because this guy will return soon, to which the Duke agrees. When the main character looks at Suzanne, she realizes that he doesn't look very good and also wonders what's going on. At that moment, they see someone throwing objects out of the room and screaming for them to get away. One of the servants asks the mistress to calm down. Season asks if this is the mistress and is horrified. The woman cries out that everything is useless and that they should bring her the crown prince. The blonde man immediately falls to the floor, and the Duke asks if everything is okay after which his woman comes out into the corridor with a shard of glass and asks if this scum has returned. The Duke and the main character watch this, and the lady with red hair wonders what happened to the paradise from which he returned. And he was always like that, a pathetic guy who can only hide, so the girl asks why he came there if he can't take care of things. The guy then apologizes to the lady and bows, and also claims that this is a terrible sin. But at that very moment, someone lifts him up and tells Juliana to stop because he called Kazan to help them. The girl then asks if her father really called him again, and if he's a fool who can't take care of things. The man then cries out to his daughter and asks how long she plans to blame Kazan, knowing he's not to blame. The girl replies, "It's not just his fault, it's her father's fault too." After all, he himself had plunged Caesar into eternal sleep. The main character wonders what they're talking about. The lady with red hair insists it's not even funny. After which, everything collapses on the floor. The maid, shocked, turns to her mistress, and the man orders Juliana to be sent to the bedroom and cleaned up. Meanwhile, the Duke turns to Lakers, and he claims that he does not interfere in personal affairs. Perhaps the problem with the forestry business is connected with this incident, to which the man replies that he can no longer hide it. A little while later, they sit down at the table, and the Duke asks if Kazan has calmed down. The guy replies that yes, and everything is fine. The Margrave also tells him that everything is fine, just a little while longer. Rightly, he then asserts that he will tell him everything himself. But when the man tries to object, the guy begins his story and claims that this incident was his biggest mistake. Before he reveals what happened, he asks to talk about his family relationships. He had a brother 5 years older than him, named Caesar. His parents were knights of this mansion, and they both went on a mission and were plunged into eternal sleep at the hands of demons. Margrave Lakers adopted them. The man told them to call him Dad from now on, and the boy with tears in his eyes extended his hand in return. After this, he and his brother wanted to become knights to thank him, and the two began accompanying Juliana. When the boy's brother knocked the ball out of his hands again, he turned to Kazan and claimed that he had always told him not to close his eyes, but he had good skills, so he was amazed. The young man claimed that he might have accidentally closed his eyes, and asked if his brother was scared, to which he replied that he was scared too. But he's more afraid that his brother might turn his back on him. Kazan asked what he was talking about, because nothing had happened. The boy insists that he will understand later. Now the young man understands that his brother was brave and guided him through everything. Juliana then turned to the two and told them to stop training and go have lunch. The lady took great care of them, and one day she insisted that today was Kazan's favorite steak lamb. The boy asked if it was true, and his brother inquired about him, but Juliana only replied that they would eat what they were given, after which the guy demonstratively started arguing, but with a smile on their faces. The three of them spent their entire childhood together, and those were precious moments. As they were heading back to the mansion, the lady took Kazan's brother by the hand, and they continued on. But a year ago, something happened. Due to unexpected events, he lost his nerve. Everything went wrong, and his brother was hurt. It was the day the forest was to be cleared. Since the lady was in charge of the timber business, she was supposed to be there, not accompanied. While the lady was working, they found a rotten tree and began cutting it down. Well, when the tree was almost cut down, a terrible monster appeared, taller and larger than the tree. The monster immediately attacked people, and those bitten by the monster lost their minds and attacked others, infecting them. Then chaos ensued. The boy's brother turned to Juliana and told her to run, and they would deal with him, so let her evacuate the people. He also addressed Kazan and told him to remain calm in his first fight. But the young man looked in horror at one of the wounded, then pointed at him and said how scary he was. The man, covered in red liquid, screamed for help, was surprised by this, and Kazan asked if their mother and father had also fallen into eternal sleep. The boy's brother screamed at him to get ready, but he replied that he couldn't fight. He then turned around and started to run, but the monster followed him, causing a red liquid to spill. The boy's brother put the monster into eternal sleep, but it managed to wound him with a fang, after which Kazan's brother turned to the two and apologized. The monster immediately hid underground in pain, and when Kazan turned to his brother, he was no longer in his right mind. Kazan asked if this was a joke and why he did it, but at that very moment, someone cut his brother to pieces. It turned out to be the father. After that, the monster hid deep in the forest and couldn't be found. They took everyone's bodies, including the brothers, and returned. Since then, the girl does not leave her room, and after that, with the support of her father, he joined the Knights of Fales. The main character then turns to Kazan, but he rises from his seat and states that he will move away. When the guy leaves, the man claims that he probably did the wrong thing, and he thought that it would be better if Kazan joined the Knights of Felice. But that's not true. The Margrave also claims it's late, so let them stay with him, and there's room. The Duke then insists that if he can help in any way, he should just say so, as he'll do his best. The man thanks him, and when he leaves, the protagonist says, "She's sorry." After all, she would never have thought that Kazan would have gone through something like this. Elaine asks if they're really going to leave him alone, and the brunette insists it's best to leave him alone. After which, he suggests they return to their room and rest, as it's not right to interfere in personal matters. Juliana is in her room at this time. She also remembers César, after which she turns to the maid and asks what she would do if someone stole something valuable from her. The maid replies that she is timid and was simply indignant. The woman asks me if this is true, after which she asks, what if she takes revenge? Even the weak get such an opportunity. After which, the mistress asks her what she should do. A short while later, the main character leaves the room and looks around, trying to see if anyone is there. The girl understands that, because of the daytime arguments, everything has become more complicated, but now it's night, and she needs to be more careful. When the lady looks around the corner, she realizes that there are 2 guards there, but this is not a problem, because she needs to use the sleeping aroma. But at that very moment, someone grabs the lady by the shoulder and addresses her. The protagonist tells her how Cézanne frightened her, after which he apologizes. But he wonders what the lady is doing there. At such a late hour, Elaine replies that she simply can't sleep and wanted to go for a walk. People understand that she needs to find a way to make ends meet. And the guy replies that he had the same thing, and it helps him, so now he decided to go for a walk too. The girl looks at the guy, realizing she sympathizes with him, but the young man then turns to Elaine and asks if he can ask her something. The protagonist replies that of course, and when the guy is going to ask, then suddenly they hear a scream. When the 2 burst into the room, the blonde man asks what happened. But the man, horrified, insists that Juliana is gone. The maid claims it's her fault and should have checked on her sooner. When she came in, the window was already open and it was cold. After this, Cézanne says that his sister disappeared because of him, but the main character replies that no, and he is not to blame. She also doesn't know what the girl was thinking, but they need to find her quickly, rather than look for the culprits. At this point, the Duke also approaches them and asks what happened. The lady approaches him and claims that Juliana is missing. The guy asks what those screams were and insists that they need to find her as soon as possible. But at that very moment, someone cries out to the gentleman and claims they found it. The man asks if they really found his daughter, but the guy replies, "Don't tell me they found her shoes." He examined the spot where the shoe had been, and the lady's footprints were heading north. The man, shocked, wondered if this was really true, while the girl meanwhile was running barefoot. She also thinks about César, and remembers how she said that she would not obey her uncle. After all, no matter how much he tried to marry her off, she would be devoted only to César. The guy claimed that the stubborn elders were against them and trying to stop them, so he was no match for her. But the lady insisted she didn't care, because she only listened to her heart, and he would be part of the Lakers family. The girl also claimed she'd already done everything she could, and he wondered if that was true. After which, the guy got down on one knee, and taking the girl's hand, thanked her. He claimed that he also wanted to spend his whole life with her, and that he loved her. Now, the lady is running through the snow and realizes that she promised to be with him forever. Then, she trips over a rock and falls and begins to cry. But at that very moment, she sees the monster looming over her and realizes she's finally found him. She also wonders if César was lonely. And she also tells him to wait a little, because she will put him into eternal sleep and will be with him, after which the lady used magic on the explosives. But at that very moment, someone runs out in front of the girl and pushes her away, so the ladies don't have time to activate the explosives. It turns out to be Cézanne. The guy turns to the lady and says that she is safe. The Duke is also behind them and claims that they'll sort things out completely, so let the others cover the lady and make sure she doesn't escape. The guy then pushes off the ground and leaps onto the monster, slicing through its flesh. The blonde claims that it is dangerous to be there in any case, so he suggests returning to the mansion. But the girl screams for him to leave and punches the guy in the face. She also asks, and then he intervenes, and let them not worry about her. or wonder whether she will fall into eternal sleep or not, but simply leave. The girl asks what will change if they return now, and without Cesar, she has no reason to live. The girl also shouts that he was his older brother and asks if the guy is sad and if he wants to run away again. But the young man suddenly breaks down and cries out that he's sad. He asks her if she thinks he likes this life, but every day for him is a series of regrets for the helplessness due to which his apparatus plunged into eternal sleep, guilt for the fact that his sister and father suffer, and he does not have a day without nightmares. It's all terrible, but he still lives because his brother gave his life for him, so the lady can't give up. She has to live. If she leaves, he won't be able to forgive himself. But at that very moment, a monster appears behind him, and someone screams for Cezanne to be careful. The boy picks up his sister and jumps with her. But when the lady ends up in her arms, she drops the bomb. The main character shocked wonders if it's a magical explosive, and wonders when the lady brought it. Elaine realizes that she will be in danger if the explosive goes off, after which the girl grabs it. But at the same moment, the monster strikes her on the arm. The Duke screams at Lady Elaine, after which he cuts the monster in half and runs to the girl screaming if she is okay. Elaine replies that she is fine. It is just a small scratch. But when the girl looks at the place where the wound was, she is shocked because it has disappeared. The girl wonders if this is because of Bella's power, and the Duke claims that it looks serious, and maybe the lady should check. But at the same moment, the girl pushes his hand away and says in horror that she can do it. The guy then asks why she's hiding this from him. The Duke understands that she always cares for him and wonders if he can't take care of her. The brunette also wonders what the girl is afraid of and asks what happened. But at that very moment, the Margrave runs up and screams at Juliana. The main character immediately heads off somewhere and claims that she will return and heal the wound herself. The boy only watches sadly as she leaves. The next day, after the fight with the monster at noon, Juliana woke up. The girl asked what happened to the monster, to which the Duke replied that if you believe his eyes, he fell into eternal sleep. Now the lady is only wondering if he was really defeated so easily, but even after revenge, she feels despair because the monster who plunged Caesar into eternal sleep has plunged into eternal sleep. At this time, the ladies extend more something, and the main character claims that she took it in the forest yesterday, but it looks like it belongs to Lady Juliana. The girl replies that this is true, after which she remembers how she and Cesar smiled at each other, and the guy wore such a ring around his neck. Now, the lady with tears in her eyes insists that it's Caesar's. The main character looks at her sadly and claims she doesn't know if she has the right to say such a thing. But he still asks the girl to live on because Mark Graf Lakers and Cezanne fled immediately upon learning of her disappearance and were just like her. They had the expressions of something precious vanished in an instant, and they were all suffering from the trauma. But let the lady not be deterred by their new cause of suffering, for these people want to be happy again. Juliana then turns to Cezanne and her father, and he asks her to forgive him. The girl also understands that she has no strength and that it's terrible that she couldn't protect Cesar. She hated herself so much and was in so much pain, so she blamed her father and Cesar for everything. Now the father turns to his daughter, but she replies that she will live until they become one, although she is still scared and in pain, but she thinks that with the help of her father and brother, she will recover. After this, the guy joyfully turns to his sister, and the main character thinks what happiness it is that the lady again seems to want to live. A little while later, the girl is already heading down the corridor, but at that very moment, Cezanne addresses her as, when the guy runs up, he claims that he wanted to ask her yesterday, and will now ask how she thinks a lady could go into eternal sleep for someone dear to her. Elaine considers the Duke, and then replies, yes. The guy asks why, to which the lady replies, no big deal. And to be able to protect this man is already a blessing. At this point, Cezanne remembers his brother, and when he was terribly wounded, he said it was a good thing. After all, he protected his brother and Juliana until the very end. After which, he also asked her not to suffer because of him. Now the guy turns to the lady and says that they are similar. The blonde asks if she knows why he was friendly with her from their first meeting, because when he looks at her, he has the feeling that the lady is his brother who has fallen into eternal sleep. An honest and courageous person, as well as a person who will do everything possible to protect her loved ones. This is all about the lady. And he respected his brother very much. The guy claims he'll never forget it, and neither will his sister or his father. If a lady wants something, let her speak. The main character understands that this is her chance, and says that she needs a certain list and asks if she can take a look at it. At this time, the prince looks at his hand covered in wine, and at the same moment, someone screams out to him. The boy remembers how his father asked how many times he told him that he should be better than the duke, and also claimed that his son was useless. Now the boy is angry and realizes he can't do anything about this. Reihai, his father, will be disappointed in him again, so His Highness now turns to one of the servants, and he tells him to convey that he needs to closely monitor Reika's movements and report everything to him. The guy also claims that this idiot will stumble someday. Delicious food, luxurious clothes, and reliable people. Kiliad at this time. The Duke thanks Kazan for his hard work in closing the deal, but the boy points out that he should be thanking them because the Lakers won't forget it. And yet the man insists he didn't expect such a good deal for the key. They said they'd cover all expenses and even give him priority. He also says not to worry too much, since his older sister is paying double for everything. The guy also remembers something and holds out a gift for Lady Elaine. He also whispers to her that this is a 20-year list of the team's efforts to subdue the evil dragon. It's a secret document that only she can see, after which the protagonist thanks Kazan. But at that very moment, the guy notices something dark energy, and when he turns to the Duke, he sees his furious gaze. The guy immediately insists he's gone, and they'll see each other again, and the girl wonders where he ran off to so quickly. The Duke asks what he gave the lady, to which she replies that nothing special, and that these are documents for her personally. The guy notices the bandage on her arm and asks if everything's okay. The main character replies that it is, and as soon as she got back, she treated it and it helped. The Duke says that thank God, and the main character, looking at his expression, wonders if he is really angry about this. Elaine claims that she was rude then and asks for forgiveness if she offended him, but Reiki replies that apologies are unnecessary because he would also be upset if someone touched him. The guy's gonna say more something, but then stops and says that nothing, and also, let the lady come back without, today everyone is very tired, so they need to rest. The main character agrees and leaves the Duke, however thinks her expression is something else entirely. Elaine has become a close person to him, but there is an incomprehensible distance between them that he so wants to break, but it is still too early. A little while later, the girl sits up on the bed and realizes she should see who was there. April 18th, 5:11. Fillion calendar, the list of the team to subdue the evil dragon. Lloyd DeFillion, Taylor Wood, and Kevin Breyer took part in this operation. The girl thinks that if he stole the body of an evil dragon, he would probably become a high-ranking official. Well, if you look at high-ranking people, then the lady is surprised and wonders if there really was a team that returned late. She reads that this team is collecting the body of an evil dragon, after which she understands that these people would have been easy to touch him and could have stolen his parts. The names of these people are important and should even be recorded separately. There was the commander of the 11th Division, Kalius, Danique Crystal Havel, and also the commander of the 4th Magic Division, and Talos Asgar, who was the commander of the 7th Magic Division. At that very moment, the lady hears someone knocking on her door. She also hides the paper and tells the person behind the door to come in. When the knight enters the room, he turns to Lady Elaine and asks if she has time now, to which the girl replies that she does, but wonders what happened. The boy replies that it seems His Majesty will arrive soon. The Duke realizes that he has finally been able to contact and find traces of Sir Walter. When he reads the sheet, it says that traces of this man were found, and the location is an ancient Malton located in the northernmost part of the country. A short time later, they arrive in the village. The Duke insists they've decided to meet at the Horned Inn, so they should go, to which the protagonist agrees. As they continue on, the villagers whisper among themselves. The brunette claims they're strangers there and are attracting a lot of attention, to which the lady replies that they certainly are. The Duke says that if everything happens, this way will they cooperate with the investigation, and the main character, at this time, is only thinking about Walter. Before the Sebek incident, he often encountered Lloyd, and even though 20 years have passed, he probably still remembers her face. If he sees her, everything will fall into place, and taking this into account, it would be better for her not to encounter him. But the girl understands that this is impossible, because Reiki was 3 years old, and she is grateful to this man for growing up with him. Even if she has to leave Reiki, he will definitely want to find her. At this moment, the main character and the Duke enter a restaurant. One of the guys there raises his hand, after which they approach him. When Reiki sits down, He claims that he received a letter and asks if this information is accurate, to which his interlocutor replies that it is accurate. The brunette says that it was written in it that they found some object related to their case and asks what it is and where she is. The guy points to the restaurant owner and tells him to look at what she has on her neck. Afterwards, the Duke sees a medallion with Walter's coat of arms. The servant asserts that although much time has passed, it is still the coat of arms of the Reister family. The main character asks why she wears it, and the guy replies that he asked her, but the answer was vague. The woman said she found it near a ghostly mountain. The brunette asks what kind of place it is, and his interlocutor claims it's an ominous place known only to the villagers. They say that people who went there either never returned or went crazy, so the locals don't go near it. Mountain is really that dangerous. But the lady found the pendant there, so it's strange. The man also asks if the woman can tell the exact location, to which the servant replies that she is saying that she doesn't remember much Reki. He said that it was good, and he understood, but he thought that he would have to ask a few more questions. The Duke thanks the boy for his work and states that he needs to return to Killiard. Well, after which, he also turns to the owner of the establishment, and she asks how she can help. The Duke mentions a pendant around her neck and asks where she got it. The woman then asks what it is and why he needs to know it. But at that very moment, the Duke puts a bag of money on the table and tells the lady to sell him this clown because he will take it at any price. Another man approaches her and asks what is going on there. But when she opens the bag, she sees a multitude of gold coins inside. The woman asks if he's willing to spend that much money, to which the man replies that he does, and that he really needs it. He also wants to ask a few questions. The worker immediately takes off the pendant and says that, then let him take it, because such people don't feel sorry for anything. But at that very moment, someone snatches the pendant from her hands, after which the woman screams for the emergency services. Well, the young man looks at her with displeasure and screams that this is his clone, and the woman is selling him. The man immediately grabs the guy and asks why he belongs to him, and asks if the young man could give him back. The guy with red hair claims that he found it 10 years ago near the Ghost Mountain, and this woman stole this pendant from him. The Duke thinks about what happened 10 years ago and asks the guy if he saw the owner of this pendant, to which he replies that of course he saw it, because he was little then, but he remembers everything. The Duke asks if he can elaborate if he's telling the truth. Reiki then grabs the bag of money he offered for the sharks and hands it to the boy. And he claims that if he tells everything, he will pay him, after which the young man claims that he has light brown hair and light blue eyes. The man was tall and had 2 scars on the back of his right arm. Goethe smiled after these words and insisted it was true. He also realized that 10 years had passed since Walter's disappearance, and they had finally found his trail. A short time later, they're already at the hotel, and the Duke asks the boy if his name is Jody. The boy replies, yes, and the Duke claims he looks like a child, then asks if his parents are the owners of the hotel. The guy replies that the man has a hunch and is an orphan, and the innkeepers adopted and raised him. Of course, this doesn't sound like much, since he wasn't properly fed and was forced to work hard every day. He was beaten when he did something wrong, and this year he turns 15 years old, but he looks younger than his peers, and is bullied by his peers because his parents own a hotel. The guy claims that this is where he will finish telling his story, after which he asks what brought these two there. After all, this man is so young and willing to pay such a large sum, so it's important to him. The Duke replies that they came to find the owner of this pendant and are wondering how the guy met him, to which he replies that he thinks it's a long story, and he remembers him because of Kazan. The main character asks who it is, to which the young man replies that it's the man who lived in the haunted forest long ago. Now he has disappeared, and he treats the owner of this pendant with some suspicion, because as soon as this man came to the village, he and Karen, there has been an accident. The Duke asks what happened, and the boy replies that even before he was born, a strange man lived on a ghostly mountain. His name was Karan. This man's hair was dark and seaweed-like. People avoided him because of his unkempt and gloomy appearance, and the village children were both afraid of him and interested in him. The children used it to learn more about him. One day, the boy asked them what they wanted, but the children insisted that they needed Karen's hair, because if the boy brought it, they would consider him brave and would not touch him anymore, and he wouldn't be able to escape from them unless they found him. So one of them asked if the boy understood. These were the conditions they presented to him, and the boy didn't want to do it, but he had no choice but to sneak into Karen's house. When the guy came in, I was just thinking how creepy it was. and wondering if anyone was there. Then the young man started looking around and realized he just needed to pick up a few fallen hairs. But at that very moment, someone else walked into the house and asked him what he was doing. When the guy turned around, he asked in horror if it was really Kazan. But at that very moment, he caught the shelf, and a vase began to fall on him. When Ura closed his eyes in anticipation of pain, he felt nothing and realized Kazan had caught the vase. The green-haired boy said it was dangerous there and asked what the young man was looking for. Jody answered honestly that his friends said that if he brought his hair, they would not touch him anymore, and that is why he came there. The man then cut off a lock of his hair and handed it to the boy. He claimed that the boy would be smarter with it. After all, Karen wasn't that scary. After that, the kid stopped bullying him, and he started visiting Karen. Karen was kind, but also strange. He looked out the window to see who had come, and one day he muttered something in his sleep. One day, a guy saw a beautiful crystal ball in his room, and he noticed it and hid it. The young man didn't care, so he threw caution to the wind. Being with Karen meant more to him than anything else. And then one day on his way to Karen, he encountered something unexpected. The young man bumped into someone, and when the man turned around, he immediately asked if everything was okay. The stranger had a wary but friendly look. The boy replied that he was fine and asked who the man was, as he clearly wasn't from around here. The man leaned over and said he was only there for a moment because he had some business to attend to. He then asked if he was also going into the forest. The boy nodded affirmatively. The man then apologized for his intrusion, but strongly advised the boy not to go into the forest that particular day. He said something dangerous could happen there. The boy remembered the stranger's strange behavior for a long time. For some reason, these words alarmed the young man, and he decided to postpone his trip into the forest. His soul was uneasy. But that night, a fire broke out in Karen's hut. As soon as the young man spotted the flames engulfing the hut in the haunted forest, he rushed there without a second thought. As he ran closer, he shouted Karan's name, but instead of an answer, he saw the entire house engulfed in flames. The fire continued until a sudden downpour extinguished the flames. Entering the ruined house, the young man began calling for Kazan, but he couldn't find him anywhere. He was terrified at the thought that he might have fallen into eternal sleep. At that moment, his gaze fell on the charred glove on which the medallion lay. After this incident, the young man claimed that ghosts began appearing in the haunted mountains. The men who entered Karan's burnt-out hut with the intention of looting it were found frozen in fear, their faces filled with terror. They said it was Karan's curse, but the young man refused to believe he could have done such a thing. Only traces of Kazan and Walter were found in the remains of the hut, but no one found their bodies. The young man also said that Walter was somehow connected to Kazan. The protagonist, after listening to him, began to think he might be right. Perhaps Walter really did go into the haunted forest and meet Karen there. However, she also wondered if Walter had disappeared along with Karen, and if he was to blame for the fire in the hut. She turned to the boy to find out if he remembered anything else about Karen's. Jody replied that it might sound strange, but despite spending a lot of time with Kazan, he knew almost nothing about him. Kazan rarely and reluctantly talked about himself. But one day, he did reveal something. It was a few days before Walter's arrival. That night, Karen seemed extremely anxious. He couldn't sleep and spent hours staring out the window. Jody decided to play a joke on him and came up behind him to scare him. At that moment, he heard Karen muttering. He kept repeating that he no longer wanted to live like Karen. Suddenly, he said that his real name was Talos Asgore. Hearing this, the main character was shocked as she had heard this name before. Talos Asgore was the commander of the 7th Magic Division, which participated in the operation to destroy the evil dragon. The lady asked the boy if that was his real name. Jody confidently replied, "Of course," and he remembered it perfectly. After this, the Duke stated that it was necessary to learn more about Talos Asgore, but she noted that it was already late, and they would continue the investigation in the morning. The main character agreed to this, but at that moment, Jody approached them with disturbing news. He said he had been kicked out of the tavern and now had nowhere to live. His voice trembled as he said this. After some time, the Duke and the main character resolved the matter. The Duke gently stroked the boy's head, comforting him. He assured Jody that as long as they were in this village, he would be protected. The Duke took responsibility for the boy. Jody thanked him and admitted that for the first time in a long time he felt safe. He also said with a smile that they would make great parents. The Duke, chuckling, warned Jody not to show anyone the money they'd given him. The Duke explained that if adults found out how much money he had, they might try to kill him. Therefore, it would be better to exchange large amounts of money for silver or copper and hide the rest. Jody agreed and replied that this time the innkeepers would not be able to nothing take away. He felt myself much more confident after conversation with the Duke, knowing that now there is a plan and support. After some time, at that time people's shouts were heard on the street. The crowd was going to all more, and there was tension in the air. People were whispering and trying to figure out what had happened. Home, the heroine and the Duke hurried. Find out that happened. They made their way through the crowd and saw a man lying unconscious. His face was distorted with fear, and it seemed that he had survived something terrible. One of residents' villages with anxiety reported that the day before found child, who somehow ended up on a ghostly mountain. Rumors quickly spread, and people discussed what could have happened there. Home, the heroine wondered what was hiding this forest. What causes such a feeling in people? Strong fear. She tried put together all the evidence together to find the answer to this question. The Duke, taking advantage of General in a flurry, he suggested heroine go to the forest, while all the inhabitants distracted. The girl, realizing that this maybe be their chance, nodded in agreement and followed him. A little time later, they found themselves in a forest, which with each minute became all darker. The girl noticed that the higher they rose, the stronger the snowstorm became, enveloping their cold, snowy vortices. Soon, they saw a destroyed hut, whose the charred remains looked ominously against the backdrop of a snowstorm. The Duke, pointing at her, firmly stated that their path lies there, despite the frightening appearance. Approaching closer, they discovered burnt papers and scattered tattered things that barely saved mine original appearance. Everything around breathed feeling desolation and loss. Elaine, with bitterness, noted that there was a lot of damage here. She suggested that perhaps time did your own business, and the tree rotted, adding to the general impression devastation. Duke attentively examined hut and claimed that nothing here does not indicate a connection with Walter. But the next moment, he was overcome with shock, and he froze in place as if saw something incredible. Burning ones appeared in front of him, eyes shining brightly in the shadows. In fear, he turned to the Lady Elaine and screamed too. She immediately closed eyes, realizing that this may be associated with magical spells. The girl, not having time respond to the warning, found myself under the influence of a spell. Her voice changed, and she turned to Sir, as if in a trance. Reiki, demanding that he go forward there, where was hiding threat. Lady thinks that it's strange because the guy is just, what was there? But at that very moment, someone turns to her. Turning around, she notices how the man is smiling, although his face covered in fluid and scars, and his clothes were torn. Suddenly, he fell to the ground as if he had lost all his strength. Girl, without losing time, runs up to him in a panic, screams, and begs him to wake up. However, the man unexpectedly enough her by the neck, his eyes full anger and despair. So with tears in his eyes, he begins to say that because of her actions, his mother is immersed in eternal sleep, and this turned his life into an endless nightmare that haunts him every day. Meanwhile, the Duke, who is in another place, finds himself under action illusions. His look chained to the burning city flames, reflected in his eyes, filling the soul with sensation, helplessness. Illusion. It's becoming more and more real. He starts to realize that in front of him is not just a picture, but an embodiment, something sinister. Name Specto pops into his mind, like as if the monster himself imagines myself. This, a terrible monster, feeding the energy of people, uses their internal injuries. How source forces. The Duke understands that the event in Sebek is his own wound, which Specto turned into an instrument of torture. Suddenly, from shadows, a voice is heard, making him turn his head. His gaze falls on the familiar, the face that evokes in him mixed feelings, joy, distrust, and fear. A man with anxiety screams him about that necessary immediately run, because danger at all close. The Duke looks at him shocked, because this human reminds me of Walter. However, instead of long, the man, after some thought, extends his hand, offering salvation that consists of only in flight. He is persistent, convinces that survive, can just leaving everything behind, and calls him to follow him. But at that moment, the Duke suddenly snatches out weapon and inflicts fatal blow. He is cold-blooded, notices that he was already worried this nightmare is too many times to deceive yourself. Soon, illusion dissipates, and the Duke comes to his senses, stunned and tired. His thoughts remain confused, but the feeling is that illusion finally disappeared brings fleeting relief. The guy also is looking for Lady Elaine and screams at her, but then he notices that she lies on the floor as if having lost forces. He immediately rushes towards her, trying to find out if it's okay. Lishi, but a lady with tears in my eyes. Barely can you hear it? Asks him forgiveness, as if would admitting his guilt. Young woman starts saying that committed mistake, what she turned out to be too cold and carefree. The Duke understands that if the lady won't wake up, she may freeze to death. Without unnecessary words, he takes off his cape, carefully covers the girl, and assures her that she should hold on despite for nothing. The Duke adds that them to come deal with the rest ghosts and hallucinations that continue their chase. Lady suddenly takes his hand, softly, tells him not to leave and calls him Rihi. The Duke finds myself thinking that her words make him strange feeling. This name gives birth to something strange in his soul, feeling like it connected with something important from past, although he cannot remember that exactly. In his memory pops up a vague image of a person with a kind and familiar smile. He feels vague anxiety, not understanding who this and why this image is so clear, pops up in his thoughts. But he shakes, head gets up, and decides that now is not the time for such thoughts. His main task is to deal with the monster that threatens them to everyone. He turns to the lady, carefully asks. She can hold out a little longer, a little assuring that everything will soon end. In this time, young woman sees myself in the Red Sea, where against her Bella stands, whose expression faces filled determination and sacrifice. Bella approaches her and says that she is ready to give your own heart to the girl could continue to live despite all the trials. However, home heroine seized, horrified begs Bella not to do it, this explaining that such a step can plunge her into eternal sleep forever. But the woman replies that there is nothing like that there. After all, the lady is already living off her hearts. Elaine screams, begging her stop, and suddenly feels like her chest begins burn stronger, as if flame flares up inside. Woman only with interest asks what it's like it is to live with someone else's heart. Elaine, overcome despair, screams that I never wished her any harm, and didn't want her to. This happened. But then a sound is heard, another voice. Someone claims that this lie, and says that she felt better because she survived thanks to heart, Bella. This human turns out Esmal, who adds that each cell her body's belongs Belle. Home. The heroine is shocked and exclaims, "Is it really so? This really is Mel." But on the other hand, the sides approach it, another figure whose presence causes her vague horror. Stranger claims that the lady stole his wife's heart. Elaine begins look back, feeling like around her they begin going to other people. They are getting closer and closer, accusing her in that she, the witch who plunged them into eternal sleep, depriving them of hopes for salvation. Elaine, filled with fear, cries out that it's not true, that she total only tried, save them, and never wanted to no one harm. But at this moment, they turn to her figures, very similar to herself, and coldly assert that all the accusations are fair after all. This she is in everything, I'm guilty. All around they begin blame her, in that their misfortunes began because of her. If, would she didn't go into the forge that day, and didn't meet Bella, would not have happened. She also indicate that if would her, there was no stepmother such cruel, and she herself was not born, this pain would not exist. Home, the heroine deprived of her powers, surrenders under the pressure of accusations. She admits that perhaps all this is true, and that is precisely she destroyed everything to which touched. She remembers the words that she promised, protect everyone, but I couldn't contain her word. Now it seems to her that to disappear is the only one way, fix everything. After all, there was no one left to protect. But at that very moment, the girl hears how someone is calling her and begins wonder who this may be. Suddenly, someone grabs her by the hand, and looking at this man lady, he's surprised, as if not believing it. Your own eyes. She realizes that all is not lost yet. After all, there was one person left for whom she should fight her target now, to protect son Bella's. Worried guy leans towards a lady. Elaine asks if she has come. She comes to her senses, his voice trembling with excitement. When home heroine looks at his face, she notices that in his eyes reflected sincere worry and fear for her. How only lady answers. The young man can't stand it and hugs her firmly and says how much he is for her was worried. He admits that I have never experienced such fear as then, when saw how her hands and feet were freezing like life, as if she was leaving her. Home heroine then addresses. Sir Reki asks, disappeared Lee, specto fully. The guy pulls away and apologizes because he didn't know that she woke up. He also replies that the monster is no longer there. He about to everyone took care of it, while Lady was unconscious, therefore asks, she doesn't have to worry after all hallucinations. There won't be any more. Home heroine clarifies confidently, is he in this? But at the same moment, he notices that the Duke is without a cape in the middle of the cold. Young woman screams what happened to his coat, and why did he do it so easily dressed? Then, and in all appearance, and his cape in her hands. After why does the guy claim that her temperature is, the body fell heavily? Young woman exclaims, did he really take it all off after what asks him to put it on? This back. Pointing out that his whole body was frozen, she falls silent for a moment, and then thanks him for worrying so much about her. The Duke replies that did. It's for her sake, security. Even if Elaine's strong, it doesn't mean that she will be able to cope with one for everyone. He adds that, if it's hard for her, then she's a lady, always maybe turn to him for help, because he is ready, support her at any time. Home, the heroine is confused, is being asked question really. She still is in a hallucination. Or did he say something unusual? The guy remembers how the girl at some point asked him not to leave, and notices, this is about myself. After he did, this calmly says that nothing unusual happened, but the main thing, heroine sighs with relief, saying that, this fine. She admits that she was afraid that he heard something awkward. Luckily, she understands that nothing from the past was not voiced. In fact, case if would she said something his behavior would be different. However, her thoughts interrupts the bright light breaking through from debris. Intrigued Elaine, wondering what it is, maybe to be, and together with the Duke, they begin dig up source Sveta. Soon they find crystal ball. Elaine notices that in it, concentrated huge quantity mana, and suggests that this maybe be that, the very artifact that mentioned Jody. The Duke agrees that, this perhaps, but it emphasizes that need to study the ball in more detail. It offers leave it in place temporarily to avoid risks. Meanwhile, in the city, people begin to discuss strange events. They notice that from the very morning sounds resembling screams are heard. Someone from residence expresses fear that if it happens like this, if it continues, a real monster may emerge. Jody, watching what was happening, suddenly realizes that the Duke and Elaine disappeared more in the morning, to no one without saying anything. He arises suspicion that they went to the haunted forest. But his thoughts interrupt someone's voice saying that someone is approaching. Jody turns around to see who this may be. Jody sees the Duke and the main heroine. One of residents noticing them, condition asks if everything is okay with them and what happened in the haunted forest. Elaine apologizes and promises that later in detail will tell about to all that it happened, but now she doesn't have the strength for it. At this moment, Jody joyfully screams and calls their uncle and aunt running up to them. He looked worried, asks if it's true. They were in the haunted forest and didn't get their wounds. Elaine again. She apologizes for making him worry and assures him that they are fine. However, Jody doubts her words, noting that the Duke's face is red and Elaine herself covered in sweat. Home heroine turns to the Duke, asking if he really is everything okay with him. The Duke admits that he is a little. I have a fever, but there is nothing serious about it. Elaine puts his hand to the Duke's forehead, feeling how hot it is, and is worried says that to him, need to urgently to have a rest. From her, the Duke touches a little. He's embarrassed, but he's trying to assure all that he just needs it. Rest, and he quickly will get better. Suddenly, he weakens and leans on his shoulder. Elaine home. The heroine, surprised, supports him. The Duke apologizes for his weakness and says that he simply ran out of strength. Elaine answers that I understood his condition. She tells the Duke to hold on and assures him that will help to him. Then she turns to Jody and asks him to return to the flophouse, to which that agrees. Later, the Duke is lying on the bed resting. Elaine comes into the room to check how he is doing, feels. Elaine, concerned the Duke's condition, asks what his temperature is. To this, Reiki replies that everything is fine and there is nothing to worry about. He claims that it's just a slight fever and nothing serious, but the girl doubts, noting that his condition is clearly more serious. She notes that the heat from which he loses strength may be dangerous and be careful, touches his forehead to check the temperature. Elaine notices that the temperature is still a little decreased, but remains worried, knowing that settlement too much. It's small and there are no doctors there. She shows the Duke the tea he managed to find and says that according to rumors, it helps reduce the temperature, after what offers Reki drink it. The guy thanks her and takes the mug, but the moment their fingers touch, there is a moment of awkwardness. Both are embarrassed, and Elaine decides to break the silence to lighten the mood. Shiley says that she will bring food and let him drink tea and rest, to which the guy gratefully agrees. A few minutes later, the girl leaves the room, sighs, and thinks that everything happened too suddenly. Everything seemed familiar, but Elaine couldn't understand why she was so surprised now. Remembering how the Duke hugged her, she feels embarrassed by the memory and wonders why it became so important. After walking a few steps, she bumps into Jody and addresses him, asking what he is doing in this place. Jody, curious, asks if she and the Duke actually went to see Karen. Elaine confirms it. The guy, continuing the conversation, notes that there is now Karan's crystal ball in her room. The main character realizes that this is true and replies that the guy is turning to his sister, asking if he can take this ball. He understands that this is difficult for her, but admits that he misses Karan very much. There is no trace of him left in the hut. This ball is the only thing left of Karan, and although he does not know whether he is alive or not, he believes that at least with this object, he will feel a little better. Elaine apologizes to Jody, but claims that she can't give him the ball yet. They needed to carefully study the crystal ball, as this was the only way to find traces of Karen and Sir Walter. It was crucial to understand how to harness its powers so they could track them down and find answers to their many questions. The young man, observing what was happening, tried to figure out whether it was really possible to find Karen with the help of this orb. The lady, after some thought, replied that she believed that they had a chance. Once they completed their analysis, Elaine promised to return the orb to Jody, but for now she asked him to wait. She hoped this process would give them more information about what happened and where Karen might have disappeared to. Jody agreed to wait. He couldn't help but wonder if they'd tell him everything right away when they found Karan, or if it would take even longer. The lady assured him that of course she'd give him all the details as soon as the information became clear. At that moment, someone else was watching them closely, trying to figure out what exactly they were talking about. The man wondered if they were discussing the crystal ball and what purposes lay behind it. A little later, Elaine returned to the Duke's room, bringing him food. She thought perhaps he needed something to eat to speed up his recovery. However, when she entered, she noticed that the Duke was asleep, and she couldn't help but think that sleeping on a chair was clearly uncomfortable. At times like these, she realized how important it was to give him proper rest. Elaine decided to invite him to bed, knowing it would be much more comfortable for him. She approached him slowly, so as not to wake him, and gently asked him to move. But looking at his face, she suddenly realized that despite the discomfort, he was quite comfortable in the chair. She barely noticed his calm breathing and relaxed expression. Elaine couldn't help but notice how strong and mature Ray had become. Once not long ago, he had been a little boy, but now he had grown into a man worthy of admiration. The lady realized there was no trace left of the child he had once been. Reika's arms had grown larger and broader, making him look even more mature and powerful. She thought how nice it would be to touch him a little more, to feel how much he had grown up, and understand how much had changed. But at that moment, Reiki woke up. Reiki suddenly grabbed her hand, looking at her with amazement and some shock. It was a moment when they both felt how close they had become. Elaine, feeling his touch, hesitated slightly and was surprised, unsure of what was happening. She felt everything around her change instantly, and she didn't know how to react. Elaine, clearly embarrassed, pulled away, unsure what to say. He merely paled and quickly apologized, then turned and ran away. Elaine stood outside, her heart racing. She sighed and wondered what had happened. Why had everything suddenly become so awkward and tense? She recalled looking into Reika's eyes and feeling his hand on her wrist. It was the moment she realized how close and important he had become to her. Elaine felt his breath on her and suddenly realized that she had always thought of him as a sweet little brother, but now everything was much more complicated. She couldn't help but admit that he had long ago become something more to her. At that moment, Elaine realized she really liked Rihei. It was so unexpected and confusing, but the feelings were real. 2 days later, the Duke's condition had improved significantly, and they began preparing to return to Kilyard Rihai. Relieved, announced that they were leaving, and a new chapter of their journey lay ahead. The main character agrees, but at that very moment, someone else turns to them and shouts at them to wait. It turns out to be Jody, the boy, claiming he has a favor to ask. The Duke asks what's wrong. Jody stands before him, his gaze full of determination and excitement, ready to give anything to ask for help, even if it means losing. That he wouldn't stay in this place any longer. His request was simple, but it was crucial to him. He wanted to be with them, to go to Killiard, and he was certain that staying with them was his only chance of survival. The young man insists that he wants to go there too, crying out for them to take him with them to Killiard. With every word, his plea grows more insistent and furious. The boy understands he may have no other choice, and he will do everything he can to be accepted. He hopes they will understand and help him, because otherwise he doesn't know how to live. The young man insists he'll do whatever they ask, even though he's an orphan and could lose the money, so he asks to be taken with them. Jody worries that staying put will put his life in danger. He has no family, and he understands how easy it is to lose everything. His request stems not only from fear, but also from the hope that here with these people, he might find some salvation and meaning in life. And also, get him out of there. The protagonist wonders what they'll do. Elaine, unsure how to proceed in this situation, realizes she has no clear answer. The boy seems determined, but his words could carry great risks. But she too understands that he can't stay here, and that their help could change his fate. The Duke replies that they will take him with them. The man also addresses the boy, asserting that the return journey will be quite difficult for the child. His words, though calm, carry a serious warning. The journey will be long and difficult, and Jody must be prepared for all difficulties. But the Duke promises that they will take him if he truly decides to come with them. So let him not lag behind, to which the young man agrees. And a little while later, they arrive in Killiard. The boy looks impatiently at the huge castle and feels how his heart fills with joy and excitement. He's long dreamed of being here, and now, as his dream begins to come true, everything seems so new and terrifying at the same time. The guy happily asks if it's really Killiard, and the main character asks if they can leave him alone. She watches him closely, worried that his nervousness could lead to unpleasant consequences. The boy, however, proudly replies that everything will be fine and that he can handle it. And also, will he get lost? The young man asks if she knows he's 15 years old. He wants to remind her that despite his age, he's quite capable of handling difficulties. He's proud of his age because he no longer needs to be protected. The Duke asks if they're letting the boy go or not. The protagonist then asks what he's talking about. The situation begins to escalate. Elaine feels unprepared for the new twists and turns she'll have to endure in this place. But when she looks at the Duke, she turns away in embarrassment. As they walk down the corridor, Elaine feels her heart begin to beat faster. She tries to ignore her feelings, but the embarrassment grows stronger. The lady sighs and realizes that since that day, she hasn't looked Reika in the eye because she has to hold on. Elaine feels her relationship with the Duke becoming complicated, and she can no longer maintain her former distance. If the Duke found out about this, it would be a big problem. Elaine feels she needs to be careful, otherwise things could end unpredictably. At that moment, another knight approaches them. He greets them and says they're finally back, but then he notices the child. The knight looks at Jody with interest, his eyes full of curiosity. He asks who it is, and the Duke replies that he's helping them with their investigation, and that his name is Jody. The Duke calmly explains that the boy joined them in search of the truth and decided to offer his assistance. In response, Jody thanks the Duke for allowing him to be with them. In exchange, he decided to help him, after which the Duke ordered him to be given new clothes and food. Jody felt his fate changing for the better, and gratefully accepted the help, realizing that his life was now in the hands of these people. They also saw what else they could offer him, and took him to his room. The knights readily carried out the order, and Jody, seeing their respect, felt he could truly be trusted. The knight agrees, and the boy says he and his brother will see each other again. Despite his youth, he's already thinking about the future, and understands that life will be difficult for him, but with this help, everything will change. Haleo first, and shows him the pendant. This item becomes crucial to their search, as it belonged to Walter, and the trail may lead here. He claims it belongs to Walter, so it seems the conversation will be lengthy, and they'll discuss the rest in his office. The Duke mentions the pendant, and his gaze expresses deep concern, as it may be the only important clue. Rahi told the story of the village of Multinuhilio and Romelu. Elaine listened attentively and realized that all these events were connected, and that this pendant could be the key to the solution. The girl looking at the pendant says that it actually belonged to her father. This discovery shocks her, and she feels everything in her life begin to change direction. The Duke, however, claims that, unfortunately, Sir Walter's exact whereabouts remain unknown. The pendant remains their only clue, and they must find other leads to move forward. The pendant is still their only clue, but he asks if the lady can wait, to which she replies that she is grateful to the Duke for finding her father's trail. Elaine feels hope and gratitude welling up in her heart, and he also understands that the search will take time, after which he clutches this pendant in his hands, and she says that if he needs help, he should ask the Duke. These words sounded confident and reserved, as if the lady had anticipated that her support might be needed. Her manner was full of dignity, emphasizing her experience in similar situations. He agrees and thanks the lady, after which the knight also joins the conversation and informs her that Countess Müller has contacted him in his absence. His words were calm, but there was a hint of caution in them, as if the mention of Countess Müller carried some subtext. The Duke expressed surprise upon hearing this news, and a short time later found himself seated opposite the aforementioned Countess. The setting they found themselves in was conducive to a businesslike and intense conversation. The Countess greeted him warmly, emphasizing her pleasure in seeing Sir John in Killyard. Her words were soft and sincere, as if she were genuinely pleased to meet him. Her manners were impeccable, a testament to her good breeding and ability to win the hearts of her interlocutors. This woman is Count Müller's eldest daughter and goes by the name of Diana Müller. Her name has long been known in these parts, and her social standing only emphasized the significance of her presence. Her gaze was confident, but there was a hidden anxiety in it that did not escape the Duke's watchful eye. The man invites her to sit down, and the protagonist, observing what's happening, notices that Diana looks awkward, or as if she wants to discuss something important. There's a certain stiffness in her movements, and her speech sounds too measured. During the conversation, it was mentioned that the lady had come to Killyard to discuss matters related to the mining business. This immediately piqued the interest of those present, as the extraction of magical stones had always been considered an important topic for the region, and its discussion could touch on many sides. The Duke delved into the matter and inquired about resuming the mining of magical stones, which had previously been suspended. His interest in the details was obvious, as this issue was of strategic importance to their future. The young woman confirmed that according to recent studies, approximately 90% of extracted products are classified as Tier 1 resources. Her words sounded confident, supported by facts, making her statement convincing and credible. The man suggests entering into a contract regarding the extraction of these stones, which prompts the protagonist to consider the business side of things. Her thoughts gradually deepened, and she began to realize that this conversation had more significance than it initially seemed. However, observing Diana, she noticed that she seemed hesitant, as if she wanted to talk about more than just work. Her gaze occasionally wandered, and an expression that could be described as anxious appeared on her face. The Duke assessed her behavior with a serious expression, but the conversation drew to a close, and Reki thanked her for her cooperation. The meeting concluded in an atmosphere of latent tension. After this, Lady Diana nevertheless approached Sir George with a reminder about the letter she had sent earlier. Her voice was calm, but there was a sense of urgency in it, as if she wanted to make sure her message had not been ignored. The Duke glanced at the knight, expressing a certain displeasure, but the knight merely avoided his gaze, turning away. This gesture spoke volumes, and the protagonist couldn't help but notice it, drawing certain conclusions for herself. The man was under the impression that the report he was expecting had never been delivered, although his conversation with the Countess revealed that the previous mission in the mine, involving the extermination of monsters, had been successful. Despite these results, the situation remained unclear, raising many questions and speculations. She would also like to meet him in person, as the Duke rarely responds to letters. Her words were calm, but they conveyed the sense that her visit was prompted not only by a desire to discuss business matters, but also by the need to resolve personal matters that brooked no delay. Then she came to speak with him personally. There would be a banquet in honor of His Majesty's birthday. This event promised to be one of the year's most important celebrations, bringing together the most influential people, whose presence underscored the event's status. And if Sir didn't mind, she'd like to ask him for something, as she has no one to go with, and also needs a partner. Her words were reserved, but they didn't hide her sincere desire for his consent, which would be a significant boost for her on such an important evening. But the man immediately declined, insisting he appreciated it. His response was brief but firm, making it clear the decision was final and not subject to change. However, he is forced to refuse. Diana asks if he has found a partner, Her voice takes on a more insistent tone, as if she is trying to understand the true reasons for his refusal. To which the guy replies that no lady knowing there's a lot of gossip circulating. His words were spoken with a hint of bitterness, hinting at the current circumstances that made such invitations practically impossible for him. The reason he doesn't go to banquets with anyone is because he doesn't want to hurt his partner. His tone conveyed genuine concern, which despite its apparent harshness, revealed his inner vulnerability. The girl replied that everything was fine, because her father had said he respected everyone and she didn't care about gossip. Her confidence and calm indicated that she genuinely didn't care what others thought. But the man insists he'll say it again, then thanks her for her attention and apologizes. His words are final, leaving no room for further discussion. The lady was silent for a moment after this, but then claimed to understand his feelings. There was a note of reconciliation in her voice, albeit with a hint of disappointment that she tried not to show. He also apologizes and leaves. As soon as the door closes, the knight turns to his master. His expression bespoke utter surprise, as if he couldn't quite comprehend what had just happened. And he cries out, wondering what just happened, but the man asks if he's said that before. The Duke's words sounded calm, as if everything that was happening was completely logical and natural to him. The knight replied that no, and no matter how much he needed a partner, hadn't the nobles laughed at him every year, and perhaps he could avoid that this year. His reply was full of emotion, as if he were trying to anticipate the next development and avert any potential trouble. Moreover, Prince Michael recently announced that he had found himself a bride. He would certainly have insulted his master. The Duke merely remarked on how much the knight complained. His words were tinged with mild irony, emphasizing that he had no intention of attaching importance to such remarks. While the red-haired youth claims that the gentleman is now mature and asks if he's ever considered finding a wife, the question was asked with genuine interest, though the knight was careful not to overstep the mark. To which he replies that he hasn't yet, and the knight is shocked. He claims he didn't tell his master about this, as if he's only just now realizing how unexpected this answer was. But she wondered if he knew how many letters he was receiving, since there were literally hundreds of them. His voice carried a note of reproach, but there was also a hint of concern, as if he genuinely wanted the Duke to pay attention to this matter. The Duke wondered if this wasn't a waste of time, and that they weren't even his parents, so why were they so concerned about his personal life? His reasoning sounded logical, but there was also a hint of weariness about the constant interference in his affairs. The knight sighed after this, but insisted that it was a water marriage. His words sounded ambiguous, as if he hadn't yet decided whether to pursue the idea. New opportunities are opening up, and I need to marry before Prince Michael to wipe his nose. His voice sounded unexpectedly enthusiastic, as if he genuinely believed this would be a major step for the Duke. He also turns to Lady Elaine and asks if this is true, but the girl is lost in her own thoughts. Her thoughtful gaze is directed somewhere off to the side, as if she is completely immersed in her own thoughts and does not even hear his words. Reika's wedding, with a sad expression, her thoughts swirled around the events she couldn't let go of, and memories associated with those moments floated through her mind. And finally, the knight brings her out of her reverie. The girl then becomes embarrassed and apologizes, as she had been lost in thought for a moment. Her face flushed with slight embarrassment, but she tried to control herself so as not to betray her true feelings. The Duke simply looked at her in confusion. Elaine realized that everyone had gotten married before, and she thought that was what awaited Rihai. Her thoughts were conflicted, and she tried to figure out why this bothered her so much. But remembering the way he held her, and how close they were, Tolya Iri wondered how she should perceive this marriage now. Her thoughts gradually became more and more confused, as if she couldn't find the right answer. The next day, they're already in the wardrobe, and the man insists they need to make a suit. His voice sounded confident, as if he were completely focused on the task at hand. He also thanks the Duke for approaching him, and Reki thanks him for agreeing. The exchange of polite words only underscored the importance of the upcoming event. The Duke also claimed he'd heard the man was the most skilled tailor in Kiliad. His words were laced with respect, as if he truly valued the tailor's skill. The man said, "What kind of speeches are these?" and asserted that he could confidently say the Duke would shine at the banquet. His voice rang with genuine pride in his work, and his gaze radiated confidence in his success. He also offered to let you choose the design you wanted, and he would make you a suit. His proposal was expressed with such enthusiasm that it seemed as if he had already envisioned the suit in his mind. The man then approaches the main character, who is pondering Reika's outfit for the banquet. Her thoughts began to wander again, as she realized how important the Duke's appearance would be for the evening. Many nobles will be attending, and it's clear the Duke won't be deprived of feminine attention. Her ideas about banquets have always been about luxury intrigue and endless conversation. They also want to dance with Reihi, so the main character slaps herself across the cheeks. The gesture was unconscious, but it helped distract her from her obsessive thoughts. To shake him out of his thoughts, the sound was a bit loud, and the tailor turned to Lady Elaine, a little surprised. His gaze expressed slight bewilderment, but he tried not to show it so as not to embarrass the girl. The girl replied that there was nothing wrong with it, and that she had simply killed the insect. Her response sounded a bit awkward, but she tried to pretend that everything that had happened was completely normal. The main character thinks to herself how crazy she is, and as soon as the topic of marriage comes up, she goes crazy. Her inner voice was filled with self-criticism, but she couldn't stop pondering what was bothering her so much. The tailor approached the Duke and suggested starting with this suit as it was very popular among the nobility. His professionalism was evident, and he proudly demonstrated his skill in selecting suitable styles. This summer suit was created using a rare green fabric. Its texture was exquisite, and the hue was captivating with its subtlety and richness. It's a very luxurious and elegant design, and the main character then thinks of dark green clothing. Her thoughts returned to the image of Reiha, and she tried to imagine how he would look in this color. She also realized that Reika had violet eyes, and dark green didn't suit them. Her reasoning became increasingly detailed as she sincerely wanted his image to be perfect. When the Duke turns to the main character, he sees her assessing the outfits. Her gaze darted from one outfit to the next, and it was clear she was carefully considering which one would suit her best. He also turned to the tailor and asked him to show him the next one, to which the tailor agreed and pointed. His movements were confident, and his gestures were precise. He also claims that this outfit is inspired by travel, and the protagonist realizes the color is beautiful. Her gaze lingers on the fabric for a moment, appreciating how unusual and interesting this execution is. But it was too casual for the banquet. She wanted a more striking design. Her thoughts were focused on how this outfit might look great in a different setting, but not at such an important event. The Duke, turning to the lady and seeing her expression, realized that this suit was also not worth accepting. His intuition told him that her opinion was worth considering, and he immediately decided to move on. He also asked the tailor to suggest the next one, to which he agreed, but insisted that this one was too old-fashioned. The tailor, with a hint of annoyance in his voice, commented that similar styles had been popular in the past, but were no longer relevant. Then the Duke looked at the girl's expression and told the tailor to hand over the next suit. Her thoughtful gaze spoke for itself, and he decided there was no point in lingering on an unsuitable choice. He then shows off a suit whose design is borrowed from the East, but Elaine still doesn't like it. Her internal assessment immediately made it clear that this style is too far from the image she would like to see. He then shows another suit, this one in a classic style, but the lady is already starting to get annoyed that there isn't a single suit there that would suit the Duke. Her patience is at its limit, and her face increasingly reflects hidden irritation. And when the man asks to see the next suit, the main character is surprised. She didn't expect their choice to drag on for so long, and her thoughts were preoccupied with the question of when she would finally find the perfect one. The tailor claims this suit is made of high-quality black fabric with gold embroidery. White and purple accents add sophistication and underscore the noble style. He then notes that this outfit perfectly accentuates the figure and is one of the best in his collection. Such a suit will make the gentleman the center of attention at any banquet. At this point, the Duke looks away from the suit and at the lady. Her delight and approval are evident in her eyes, and this makes him finally make his decision. Claiming he also liked the outfit, he declared that he was choosing it. His choice was made with confidence, based not only on his own preferences, but also on the lady's reaction. The tailor happily congratulated him on his excellent choice and expressed gratitude for choosing his design. To top it all off, he offered to sew a suitable outfit for the Duke's attendant. The Duke, however, calmly replies that this is not necessary since he does not intend to place an order for his partner. However, glancing at the main character, he pauses for a moment. Then after a brief pause, he asks if the tailor has any dresses. The tailor clarifies that at the moment, he only has men's models, but his catalog also includes women's outfits that can be viewed. The Duke calls Lady Elaine to him and offers her a look at the catalog, which elicits her obvious surprise. She hadn't expected such a gesture from him. Reiki explains that he would like his security guard to look appropriate for the event and suggests that she choose a suitable outfit. The main character is puzzled whether she should really choose a dress and reflects on his words. The Duke, noticing her hesitation, reassures her, explaining that she can regard this as a sign of gratitude for her care during the events in the village of Moltenu. The main character wonders if this will be appropriate, since she is not the only one who will accompany the Duke to the banquet. Reiki assures her that everything is fine, since she will be accompanying him as his guard. A short time later, the day of His Majesty's birthday celebration arrives. The streets are bustling with activity. Vendors offer their wares, creating a festive atmosphere. One of them offers flowers for sale, which he uses to decorate his stalls. Another claims his shop sells fresh honey wafers, the aroma of which wafts through the street. The main character walks alongside the Duke, accompanied by other knights. Sophia turns to Elaine, asking if she thinks this year is better than last year. She notes that there really are a lot of people there. Sophia adds that Elaine should honestly tell where she got such an outfit, looking at it with undisguised interest. The protagonist is initially surprised by this question, then becomes embarrassed, unsure how to respond. Her slight confusion betrays her nervousness. Her interlocutor notes that the lady's embarrassment seems strange because her outfit looks truly luxurious and emphasizes her elegance. And knowing Elaine, everyone understands that she would never have bought such a dress herself. That's why the Duke, by allowing her to wear it, clearly chose it, especially for her. The main character is slightly shocked by this statement, and Sophia only smiles warmly and remarks that Elaine looks great. Elaine, blushing, protests that it's not funny at all. At that moment, Kazan joins them, curiously, asking if the Duke really chose this outfit for her. He adds that he was sure she bought the dress herself. Sophia throws a disgruntled remark in his direction, wondering what he's even talking about. She then suggests he pay closer attention to the road. Kazan merely snorts, noticing how picky they are. However, he smiles and asks if he can't even look at the beautiful Elaine. Sophia, without losing her composure, replies that of course he can't, and suggests he keep his eyes on the road. Kazan, with a feigned sigh, complies, and shifts his gaze, continuing to snort, but says nothing more. Meanwhile, their carriage pulls up to the banquet hall. They are met by a butler, who greets the Duke warmly, mentioning that they haven't seen each other for a long time. The Duke responds politely and instructs one of his servants to take the clothes out of the carriage and take them to the wardrobe. The butler agrees, after which the Duke turns to his knights, inviting them to wait for him in the drawing room until he is ready to enter the palace. The knights nod in agreement, accepting the instructions. A short time later, they're already sitting in the waiting room. Kazan, clearly uneasy, remarks that they've arrived earlier than expected and now have some free time. Sophia advises him to stop fidgeting and remain calm. Elaine, noticing the excitement, asks Kazan what kind of building it is. Kazan is surprised that she's asking this and asks if this is her first time there. Sophia, without losing patience, explains that this is His Majesty's mansion in the capital, where the monarch's birthday is celebrated annually. Elaine, a little confused, asks if this is true, adding that she never knew about it. She was sure the king only occasionally spent the night in this building. The blonde notes with annoyance that the situation is indeed a bit complicated, since Chelsea, in his opinion, is not particularly well disposed towards His Majesty. The main character listens to the conversation in surprise, and Sophia, noticing her bewilderment, turns to the guy and asks why he is even saying such things. Sophia suggests to the young man that he not forget where they are, but he only shrugs, claiming that most people already know about it. Elaine, still confused, asks what they are talking about, as she was not aware of this. The blonde, ignoring her questions, calmly explains that this is just a story that began with that incident in Quebec. He continues by saying that after the tragic events, when many members of the royal family fell into eternal sleep, a place was made available for both the king and the crown prince. Chelsea de Filion, he says, did not wait long and immediately took the throne, despite the need to follow tradition, which also meant waiting for the immersion of the witch, the very one who poisoned the royal line. He adds that there's also a conspiracy theory surrounding the throne's seizure. He heard this rumor from Rovmel, who said that mercenaries supporting the Highness are actively pursuing this legacy. These mercenaries, the blonde youth claims, were inspired by how Killiard had prospered under the young Duke's rule. And perhaps they were trying to get rid of a potential enemy to strengthen their own position. He notes that Chelsea may not have imagined that the desolate Killyard could flourish under the leadership of the new Duke, and this could be one of the reasons for his possible hostility. Sophia, unable to contain herself, interrupts him, and saying this has gone too far, asks how much could be obtained for these mercenaries if Killyard's development is ignored. She reminds him that public opinion remains extremely negative regarding this entire story. Sophia adds that it is obvious that the mercenaries could have been those who previously belonged to the old aristocracy, the nobility for whom the status of their families is always more important than any other life. They suffered huge losses due to the Sebeck incident, but nevertheless continued to harbor grudges and seek ways to avenge their losses. And now, in her opinion, they are furious and much angrier because of the Duke's success in Killyard, his ability to turn everything he encounters into prosperity. Elaine, lost in thought, can't stop thinking about these rumors. She reflects that after the Sebeck incident, only 2 people remain alive, who to some degree survived that horror. These are Chelsea de Filion and the Duke of Diallo. Although they are brothers, their paths are said to have diverged long ago due to different views and disagreements. But despite losing his right to the throne, he was given the title of Duke. Despite this, however, he managed to gain authority among the old nobility, which gave him influence and opportunities. The Sebeck incident left a deep mark on the Duke. This event could not only cause Reka to fall into eternal slumber, but also trigger future political change. Chelsea de Filion benefited greatly from this situation, and if all this is really true, his role in this incident becomes even more questionable. In that case, Chelsea was likely involved in organizing the squad that destroyed the evil dragon. If so, then the culprit of the Sebeck incident will be easily identified. At this moment, the man walking down the corridor suddenly turns to Michael, his son. He asks if the preparations for the banquet are complete, to which Michael confidently replies that yes, everything is ready. He clarifies that the only thing needed is the arrival of the nobles. The man, seeing his son's readiness, asks if he can count on his support. Michael assures him that he trusts only him, and that despite force majeure situations in the past, he will not let him down this time. The man seems satisfied with the answer, adding that he heard rumors that this monster would go to the banquet without a partner, and if that is the case, he will be happy. He also reminds that fencing talent's business. He rejected all of this, and now perhaps he even rejected a couple. Prince Michael confirms that this is exactly what his father meant. He in turn reminds his son not to disappoint him. The crown prince, feeling responsible, bows and promises that he will not let his father down. As soon as he enters another corridor, Michael clenches his fists and decides that this time he will not give reason for disappointment, hoping that Rai will understand everything. At this time, the Duke turns to the butler, claiming that since all preparations are complete, the carriage must be prepared for departure, to which the butler agrees. A little while later, the Duke enters one of the rooms and sees the main character there, ready for the upcoming event. The Duke, noticing her gaze, asks what he looks like. The protagonist, examining him, expresses surprise. She gets up from her seat and approaches him for a closer look. When she appears right in front of him, the guy asks with interest what happened. Elaine apologizes and says she didn't even notice before, but the suit really suits him. The Duke smiles and says that's good. Meanwhile, the other knights watch them and exchange glances. Suzanne, not hiding his curiosity, asks if this is really what he thought. A little later, they find themselves in the royal banquet hall. People are having fun and enjoying the festivities. When the Duke enters, the assembled crowd begins to whisper. One woman whispers that he is the son of a witch. Another man adds that he is a monster. The Duke calmly raises his glass and takes a sip. He looks at the king and queen's seats and notices that everything is the same as it was a year ago. This is a good opportunity for the nobles to advance their interests. At this point, someone asks if he's arrived. It turns out to be the crown prince, who announces with a smile that, as promised, he has found him. The prince, noticing his appearance, asks if this is the first time the Duke has been in this hall since the last banquet, and he seems to be fine, which pleases him. Reiki wonders why he came over, and the prince, noticing his confusion, asks if he won't even greet him. The prince then points to his wife and tells the Duke to meet her. She is his daughter-in-law, Princess Elizabeth Fernand. The princess bows politely and says it is a great honor to meet the Duke. She also adds that she is the fiancée of His Highness Michael. The prince turns to Rahai again and asks where his mate is. He wonders with an ironic smile if the Duke hasn't found a partner in a year. However, the blonde reassures him, saying there's no need to be upset. The prince hopes that Reiki will find someone in the future, and they clink their glasses. After this, the prince exchanges glances with his wife, and Elizabeth, standing up, straightens her dress. Suddenly, feigning a stumble, the lady spills her wine directly onto the duke's suit. This unexpected gesture provokes a reaction from those present, and for a moment, attention is focused on the incident. At that moment, as if by magic, someone fanned the scene, concealing the incident from prying eyes. Juliana, caught in the spotlight, intervenes. The prince, watching, is furious. The red-haired lady, observing the proceedings, says with a hint of mockery that she is Princess Fernande. In response, Juliana confidently points out that when wearing a long dress, one must be especially careful about one's step. The situation calms down, and Juliana, shaking out her fan, insists that nothing terrible has happened. There's a calmness in her tone, as if the incident were just a misunderstanding. As the conversation continues, suspicions begin to arise among the aristocrats, and several people whisper among themselves whether this girl really is a Laker. This name becomes a topic of discussion, filling the entire room. The other nobles, also noticing what's happening, begin to wonder what's happened over the past year. This gives rise to new rumors and gossip. When the Duke turns to Juliana, she gives him a slight wink and asks how he's doing. The girl bows to His Highness, and then he turns to Juliana, introducing her as his partner. The girl declares that she is pleased to meet the Crown Prince. Juliana confirms his words with a smile. During their conversation, she casually mentions that she recently heard that His Majesty had arrived here to discuss important business. However, she believes that perhaps the prince has already found himself a new bride, which leaves her with a slight twinge of regret. The prince, hearing this, objects, claiming it's not true. He can't believe her rumors about him are so far from reality. He asks if it's really true that she insists all this was forced upon him. The blonde prince, mockingly and disapprovingly, remarks that Juliana's psyche hasn't yet recovered from the year she spent in bed, trying to recover from her injuries. It seems an inappropriate remark on his part. Juliana, responding calmly, asserts that enough time has passed since she recovered. She is also certain that the prince is exaggerating the situation, accusing her of things that never happened. She believes his statements are simply rumors blown out of proportion. Lady Lakers, looking at the Duke, adds that she is truly grateful to him for his help in finding that monster. His participation was a great support for her that day, and she sincerely appreciates it. At this point, the whispers among the aristocrats grow louder. Some of them begin to doubt whether this is her first appearance since the last banquet. Others cannot believe that all this is happening is true, and begin to claim that everything they hear is a lie. The prince, wondering why this cursed woman has reappeared at the banquet, can't shake the memory of her mental state, which worsened after her lover fell into eternal sleep. He can't understand what exactly she's doing here. At this point, the prince, still stunned by her presence, remarks that it's strange she wasn't afraid to appear at such an event again. He wonders if her illness isn't chronic, and how she's coping with what she's been through. After her lover fell into eternal slumber, her mental state began to deteriorate. Rumors about her condition spread, and many said Lady Laker was no longer the same. The trauma she had experienced had its consequences. The moments when she lost someone so dear to her remained etched in her memory forever. Not only the pain of loss, but also the fact that she witnessed his transition to eternal sleep deeply affected her. These memories returned to her again when the prince brought up the subject of her past. The Crown Prince, with his characteristic confidence, declared that the daughter of the noble Laker family had fallen in love with the orphan who had become king. The prince also pointed out that this choice brought shame to her family, which added to the pain and strain in the lady's soul. The Crown Prince's words left her unmoved. The lady felt anger rising within her. She clenched her teeth, trying to contain her rage, but her gaze grew cold and harsh. However, the Duke did not remain silent. He decisively intervened in the conversation, declaring that His Highness was mistaken in his assumptions. He defended the honor of Lady Lakers and her family, believing that such accusations were without merit. The Duke, confirming his words, explained that Lady Lakers had never had a knight-in-waiting. He had known her family for many years and was well versed in every detail of their lives. Today, she is his business partner, which explains their warm relationship. After this, the Duke firmly declared that the prince should apologize to Lady Lakers for the insults. His voice was confident and stern, like that of a man who knew he was in the right. The prince was clearly irritated by this. He cried out in rage, unable to understand how the Duke dared to question his words. He couldn't believe anyone had dared to oppose him. The prince, having calmed down somewhat, asked if it was true that the Duke and Lady Lakers were indeed partners. At that moment, someone quietly approached behind the prince, interrupting his thoughts. It was the emperor who entered the hall and asked what was happening, drawing the attention of everyone present to the conversation that had taken place. Meanwhile, on the balcony, Juliana stood next to the Duke. She wondered, thinking out loud, whether all this was really possible and how it would affect their future standing in society. Reki, listening with interest, asked what she had actually said. Lady Lakers replied with a slight smile that he had called her his partner. However, she was certain that the lie would not go unnoticed among the aristocrats. The Duke apologized for any misunderstandings. He admitted that he had wanted to help, but had apparently made a mistake by giving in to emotion, and now realized that his words might not have been perceived as he had intended. Lady Lakers calmly replied that there was no need to worry. She was grateful for the help, but she hadn't expected the situation to be so complicated. For her, it was simply a way to reassure herself that everything was proceeding as planned. Despite his reserve, the young man couldn't help but ask her about his identity. He insisted he was fine, and that she shouldn't get involved with him, given his background. Lady Lakers merely chuckled, saying that, as she'd suspected he wasn't lacking in courage, she felt she had the upper hand in this conversation. The lady thanked the prince for his intervention, but admitted that she herself hadn't expected to find herself in such a situation. Everything that had happened had taken her by surprise. She hadn't expected the crown prince to scrutinize her past so thoroughly. The Duke, noticing her anxiety, asked if Lady Lakers was all right. The lady, having relaxed a little, asked what was new in Caesar's life. She admitted that she missed him, but she knew she had to move forward. She grew stronger every day because you can't spend your whole life pining for something that's already happened. Despite everything, Caesar still lingered in her thoughts. However, try as she might, she couldn't shake those memories. Just then, about to say something, she suddenly stopped, deciding it was time to return to the banquet. The guy replies that he'll be back at the mansion soon, and the lady nods, agreeing that it's a good idea. She decides that in that case, she'll go too. The lady continues that nobles love to make mountains out of molehills, and she can't ignore it. Her words sound confident, and it's clear she's not one to quietly accept rumors about herself. She thanks him for the conversation today, and adds that if he needs help, he can always contact her. Her words sound sincere, but with a touch of professionalism, as if they already had a business relationship. The Duke, slightly surprised, asks if he's really become her colleague, but the girl, smiling openly playfully, punches him in the arm and replies that he shouldn't take it so seriously. She continues that he really is a colleague in love with his security guard, and it seems there's no arguing with that. The lady curiously asks if that's true, glancing at his reaction. Meanwhile, the main character, standing outside the banquet, wonders when Reiki will finally come out. She can't wait to see him trying to understand what's going on in this room. Suddenly, a figure heading her way catches her attention. She peers carefully, trying to identify the person. When she realizes it's Chelsea, her heart skips a beat. Elaine realizes that even 20 years ago, she hadn't seen this man in person, and that meeting him now is something special. The girl, hiding her feelings, bows her head in respect, but deep down, she knows that if he had seen her face in a portrait or in documents, their meeting might have been completely different. She senses this is an important moment, but not one in which she should interfere. The two pass her by, ignoring her, and continue on their way. Despite her calm exterior, Elaine senses the tension. She realizes this is a time of waiting and patience. Elaine realizes it's not yet time to interrogate him, and her mind makes a decision. She decides it's best to wait a little. A short time later, the girl peers through the banquet door. She notices guards standing at the entrance and realizes the banquet is still ongoing. It becomes clear to her that nobles have gathered at the banquet, and although the atmosphere seems festive, everyone already knows that Bella is to blame for the incident with Sebek. This leaves a mark on her thoughts, and she can't help but ponder the consequences. Elaine, reflecting, understands how Reiki must have felt in this place, surrounded by this atmosphere filled with whispers and accusations. This question becomes important to her. She soon comes to the conclusion that she needs some fresh air. It helps her collect her thoughts and distance herself from the hustle and bustle around her. As she heads toward the balcony and opens the door, she suddenly notices the Duke standing nearby. His gaze immediately fixates on her, and he asks curiously if she is Lady Elaine. Elaine, a little surprised by his appearance, asks if the banquet is still in progress. The Duke replies that the hall has become too stuffy, so he decided to go out for a walk in the fresh air. He asks if the lady decided to take a little walk too. Elaine, not wanting to refuse, confirms that yes, she too decided to get some fresh air. Suddenly, a melody appears in the air, playing somewhere in the distance. The Duke, hearing it, asserts with mild admiration that it is Shudel's music. He asks with interest if the lady has heard this melody before. Elaine, smiling slightly, replies that yes, she remembers it a long time ago when she took dance lessons. She jokes that her dancing skills leave much to be desired, which is why she hasn't returned to this activity for so long. The Duke, surprised, replies that he didn't think she was from an aristocratic family to be so modest about her dancing skills. Elaine explains that her status is no longer what it once was. She explains that her family went bankrupt and she was forced to sell her title, which affected her life. The Duke, listening to her sympathetically, responds that he understands it wasn't easy. The Duke, changing the subject slightly, suggests they dance together while Shudel's melody plays. He invites her to continue the dance despite her hesitations. The protagonist, looking at the Duke in surprise, asks what he's talking about, then adds that she hasn't danced in a while and that he should return to the banquet. She doesn't want her presence there to provoke further discussion. The Duke, with a slight gesture, assures her that everything is fine. He will lead the dance, and in fact, he's not too eager to return to the ballroom, as he's caused a minor scandal there. The protagonist doesn't know what to say in response, feeling that the situation is becoming increasingly strange, but the Duke seems not to pay attention to this and calmly states that now he has to worry not only about banquets, but also about his status. He extends his hand to her, expressing confidence that she still doesn't like dancing with him, but nevertheless, he can't help but offer her the opportunity. Elaine extends her hand in return, noting with a slight smile that she might accidentally step on his foot if she's not careful. The Duke calmly replies that it doesn't matter and asks her to simply follow him and not worry. He assures her that everything will be fine. As they begin to dance, Elaine feels her thoughts begin to spin. She wonders what's going on and whether it's even normal for her to be dancing with Rihai. This feeling of strangeness doesn't leave her. She doesn't know what to do in this dance, as she hasn't danced in a long time. Her heart is pounding loudly in her chest, and she feels the tension growing. The unusual atmosphere is becoming increasingly tense for her. Elaine glances back at the Duke, trying to figure out what she looks like at this moment. But the man, oblivious to her inner turmoil, suddenly remarks how well they dance. Elaine can't help but ask what he's talking about, feeling her heart begin to beat faster. The Duke noted that he had never felt so good in this palace, but now his mood was completely different. He felt something new, something he hadn't experienced before. From the moment the lady became his bodyguard, his life changed dramatically. He felt happiness, and it was so intense that he could hardly remember the days without her. The Duke realized that perhaps he had been in a hurry, but looking at her face, he had recently felt a hope that he had not known before. Suddenly, he took her hand, and kissing it tenderly, confessed that he had wanted to tell her this for a long time. There was determination in his words, and the Duke confessed Lady Elaine what he loves her.